Especially one of the but if you do it, we're going one time. So it's
yeah. You see this bag of rotten tomatoes in the back of the room?
I wore my wife
out
there.
there.
Honestly, and then the people who are already aware are not active. I'm not gonna just. Well, I knew it, we thought at all.
Last time around, Mike used to they must have been so
Now.
Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome. Welcome to our 8th annual symposium. We're so happy to have you all here from far and wide. Great that you made the trip. And you know what? I see so many of you are personal friends from way back, and I'm looking forward to being friends of all of yours in this great archiving venture for the languages of South Asia and adjacent regions. So today is, as I said, the 8th annual symposium of the Computational Resource for South Asian Languages, also called CoRSAL or CoRSAL, depending on how fancy you want to make it sound. This is a language archive that's dedicated to helping preserve the language and cultures, cultural heritage of communities in South Asia and surrounding areas through exemplary scholarship, whether that's scholarship of ours as academics here in the West, or scholarship of people who are the speakers of these languages, and also the speakers who are not academics, but are wanting to preserve their cultural heritage and their languages. So you will see a slideshow during the breaks that kind of gives a review of our previous 7 symposia. Many of you have attended those, some of you as beginning students, some of you as presenters yourselves. And I hope that will give you an idea of what we had done in the previous, at the previous meetings. But this time, for our 8th meeting, we are really happy to bring you together to kind of share what our shared roles are in the space on South Asian resource creation and South Asian resource, I guess, preservation and providing access for it. What are our shared goals, and how can we collaborate now and support our efforts in the future? That's what we're looking for to do today. And so it's kind of a speed dating event. We're doing very, very short presentations of what we're all doing. And then we hope to bring you all back on a Zoom call where we can then talk about having thought through what we learned, what we can then do in the future. And we'll talk later on today at the end of the day about another event that we're planning as a spin-off of this, which will happen in the India Gateway, the IU India Gateway in Delhi. So before we start today, we want to thank all of our sponsors, as we must do, and we're so happy that they supported us. Without them, we couldn't make this happen. We're grateful to the Indiana University Research for an Indiana University Research grant from IUB Research, the Creative and Activities Conference grant. And they were very generous, and they were able to kind of match funds that were given from these centers, the Center for the Study of Global Change, the College of Arts and Humanities Initiative, the College of Arts and Sciences Dean's Office, the Southeast Asian Studies Program from the Hamilton Lugar School of Global and International Studies, or HLS, also the Islamic Studies Program from HLS, the university libraries who are giving us our very necessary and delicious coffee breaks, the Linguistics Department, and the HLS and the libraries for giving us this space for this meeting and also for our lunch and our reception. So thank you to all of them. In addition to these funds provided from these sponsors, we have a very important sponsor to thank, that is the DAR India program of IU. They were our major sponsor and sort of our co-organizer here, and they're also going to be helping us with our India Gateway event. And so that helps me segue to our next I would like to invite Pedro Machado to come in and say a few words of welcome. He's the director of DAR India Studies and sort of my co-hosting.
Yeah, right. I'd put a few words to say. I was thrilled when Shobhana approached me at the program last year. I think the kind of work that you all do, the kind of work that Shobhana has been sort of spearheading through CoRSAL is vitally important. I think here of the success of the Endangered Archives program at the British at the British Library, for instance, which has now been going on for a while. I think whether it's minority languages or even more sort of widely studied languages, I think the preservation, the archiving, but especially with minority languages, is really highly important. So I'm very happy to support this initiative, as well as what will hopefully come off in the spring meeting at the Delhi Gateway in India. So I'm sure you're going to have a fabulous couple of days, or at least not a couple of days.
It's just a day.
It's just a day.
Yeah.
It's my sort of ambitions to have this be even larger. Maybe we can sort of have it be an even bigger event next time. But I'm sure you'll have a fantastic day, and I look forward to meeting and interacting with some of you. And thanks again, Shobhana, for all the work that you do.
Yeah, thanks very much. Yeah. Okay. So let's before we actually start our event, let's also thank our amazing student volunteers, because this could not have been put together. Everyone always says that, but it's really so true. Like every little detail of, how do we put the signs up for the coffee breaks? So you need a lot of people to think through these things. So I'm going to name them all. And if you guys want to raise your hands or, take a bow. Shane Taylor, Margaret Carpenter, Sydney Weber, Lauren, who's not here right now, but she will be joining us in the afternoon, Lauren Perkins, Alex O'Neill, and our undergraduate intern in Devin, it's right there in the back, thank you. And we should also thank Dr. Mary Downs, who's here. Mary was a longtime program officer at the National Endowment for the Humanities, and she recently joined our team to help with program development and grant writing for CoRSAL and for the CLRP, the Chin Languages Research Program, which is directed by Dr. Kelly Berkson, who's over here. But Mary has really been really important for this meeting because she helped with all the grant writing that went into pulling this money together. And I also want to thank Kevin Meskel, who's right here and helped us a lot with the grant writing and identifying partners for this event. So let's give them all a round of applause. Our student volunteers, Mary Downs. Welcome to everybody online. I will now turn it over to Mary to introduce our next.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you, Shobhana, for that introduction. Great to see everybody here, and I'm gonna echo Shobhana's thanks to all of those who have done so much to make this conference happen. Most of you here and some elsewhere. We're really grateful for all of the support to bring this to you. We're glad to have you here. It's a great time in Bloomington, really beautiful time to be here. As Shobhana said, I'm here to help identify some funding opportunities along with project management and program development. This year's CoRSAL theme is building a network. And the structure of our sessions today are the building blocks of that network. The resources of libraries, repositories on South Asian languages and culture, that is the resources for whom and how, the communities, the language communities that we're working with, and the technology and information management to make the resources accessible and available to as many people as possible in the way that they want it to be made available to them. We have 2 sessions that will look at resources and collections. We're going to sort of look at strategies and practices in those resources, collections, library collections. We also have a funding program, the Modern Endangered Archives program at UCLA, funded by the Arcadia Foundation, and an archive in India that is supporting digitization and information management in India. And we'll also hear from a number of research libraries that have significant South Asian collections and are making them available in innovative ways. Penn Libraries, Stanford, and University of Chicago. And we'll also hear from an archive that is creating resources for the South Asian population in the US. And this introduces the idea of diaspora that we'll pick up on this afternoon, and the development of resources to serve communities in new settings. Between the 2 sessions this morning, we have 3 people that are joining us remotely. And so I just want to remind us to try to keep time because the remote folks are timing themselves elsewhere to join us. And with that, I think I'd like to introduce Gwen Kirk, who is the South Asian Studies librarian here at Indiana University, and Heather Sloan, who is, one more time, Heather.
Public Services and Outreach Archivist for the Archives of Traditional.
Public Services and Outreach Archivist with the Archives of Traditional Music here at Indiana.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Thank you so much just on behalf of Indiana University Libraries. It's really, really exciting that we're able to host this event with so many participants from so many places. And so just before I jump into the actual slides, just wanted to thank you and echo everybody else's welcome. So Heather and I, we're kind of splitting this up into 2 halves. I'll talk about some of the collections that we have on the library side. And then Heather is going to talk specifically about the Archives of Traditional Music holdings, which I think are going to be, they're more exciting anyway, so I'll just close it through. So I'm the librarian for South Asia and Southeast Asia. And as Heather mentioned, she is the public outreach.
It's too long for a person of my staff.
Public Services and Outreach Archivist.
Yes.
At the Archives of Traditional Music. So these are not collections that I manage because they're in our special collections library, but I do want to first of all highlight some of the manuscript collections that we have. So we do have an extensive collection of colonial documents. Mostly these are in English, but there's a variety of other South Asian languages represented as well. Hindi, Urdu, Gujarati, and Bangla are there. But recently, I've started to work on kind of an exciting project, an exciting little mystery project, which is this LMC 2319, which is Lilly manuscript collection. They're at the Lilly Library, 2319. In the 80s, this collection was donated to the Lilly Library under slightly interesting circumstances. And it's a collection of like 10,000 as yet uncatalogued, undescribed letters and documents from central India. We think or possibly Northwest India. Some of the documents have like a Jaipur stamp. And there are a lot of administrative documents, possibly from a princely state. And they've kind of been like sitting in a corner for about 40 years. So a current project that I have, and if you know somebody who wants an archive that they want to work on for like Indo-Persian, please contact me, because I have the thing for them. But they're a really interesting sort of mishmash of documents, because some of them are like legal treatises, letters, lots of letters. And then there's also long documents that appear to be in Sanskrit as well. Possibly there's even some Lenda script represented. So it's kind of an exciting mystery that we're in the process of diving into. But these are all at the Lilly Library, which if you have time while you're in Bloomington, I encourage you to just walk over there. They have an exhibit currently on romance novels. That's really fun. And then we have recently, many of you in the room are familiar with this collection already. A collection of Bibles in Trans-Malayan languages. These were donated by CoRSAL after having been digitized. So the digitized copies, many of them, if not all of them, are already available online in CoRSAL, and we have the physical copies here. And they're in several languages. Along with that, we also have similar Bibles that we already held for a few dozen other in Northeast Indian or Trans-Malayan languages. I've listed some of them here. Should I admit?
Laura, yeah.
I'll let her in.
Thank you.
She can join party. So this is an area where we've been collecting, and we hope to continue collecting. And possibly, we're currently working on a digital exhibition of these Bibles, talking about just the importance of, and also complicated history of Bible translation and language documentation. Then this is something that our wonderful colleague Kelly Berkson is going to talk about later, so I won't talk about it too much, but from a library standpoint, so Indiana has one of the largest populations, I think the largest population of Burmese diaspora in southern Indianapolis, which is nicknamed Chindianapolis. And one of our upcoming goals, library projects, is to do a community-focused collecting project in Chin language materials, because although these languages are being published and circulated within the community, they're not really being collected by libraries, as far as I know. And so we're hoping to start making some trips and build this collection. And particularly with an emphasis on like ephemera, literacy materials, other things that would perhaps escape the collection routes of like traditionally published materials. And then last, like I saved the best for last, is we have incredible, I do say so myself, collection of South Asian cinema ephemera, which includes, I think at this point, we're up to almost 3,000 individual items in this collection, going back to the 1930s. So these, our ephemera includes film promotional booklets, which were a thing in the US too, but were a much bigger thing in South Asia. They are in approximately,
I take care of it.
it's something you got it, okay. They're in about a dozen languages, but including English, Hindi, Urdu, Bangla, Gujarati, Punjabi, Marathi, Bhojpuri, Malayalam, and Tamil. And we're actively collecting more outside of these languages. It also includes about 1,000 production stills, rare production stills, from the period between from the mid-50s to about the early 80s. And we've got posters, lobby cards, film festival catalogs, newspaper clippings, original scripts that were submitted to the censor board, so they often have notes and things. So these are very special treasures for somebody like me who works on cinema in their non-librarian life. And maybe the most exciting recent addition to this is the research archive of Nasreen Munni Kabir. If folks are familiar with her. She's a well-known film writer and journalist from India, and we were lucky to be able to acquire her research collection, which includes like a lot of rare newspaper clippings, mostly on Hindi cinema, but also some on South Indian cinema and Bengali cinema. So that's my information, and with that, I'll turn it over to my wonderful colleague, Heather. Thank you.
I really appreciate the opportunity to be here, and I want to thank Gwen for looping me in to this. Oops. Do that, my friend. And I'm not sure why my slideshow is advancing in this way. I apologize.
Is it auto?
It shouldn't have been, but it probably is. I'm sorry about this, folks. So it should be.
There you go. I think we yeah, that.
We just said
this after.
Yes, thank you so much.
Sure.
It's been one of those weeks. I sort of feel like, let's all explore together what's on my next slide. One of those things. Okay. As I was saying, I really want to thank Gwen for having looped me into this, because I think that there's a difficulty on a campus this large in getting together all of the people who are working on different facets of things. It's probably something you experience on other campuses as well. And I really appreciate what both Shobhana and Mary had to say about the idea of us all networking and working on these things together, because it's so much better and so much richer work when we do that. So I'm just going to give you a very brief, how many people know about the Archives of Traditional Music or have used it or? Okay, so we do have some folks. I'm going to give you the very quick highlights, just so that you can know what it is, and my information is on the final slide. I'm assuming that maybe these slides will be shared. I'm hoping that this will just be the very start of a conversation that we can keep having. So this is one of the, if not the largest, one of the biggest university-based ethnographic collections. We have many, many different formats. Our mission is basically boils down to education, access, and preservation. And with a particular focus on for those communities whose music was collected, possibly in a manner that they would have chosen to do differently, providing them access. And again, I appreciate what you all were saying about providing access to this in the manner that is most desired for the communities whose culture this is. This is about the size of our collection. We are still accessing items, however, because we are in a major shift right now, both in terms of staff and location, we have slowed down our accessing for now. We have a very large backlog. So one of the things I want to say to you all is if you are searching for items in the archives collection, if you don't see what you're looking for, please contact us directly, because we may be able to connect you with resources that just have not been able to be fully processed yet. We do have field and commercial collections. Most of the commercial recordings have been processed, but a lot of the field ones haven't. I'll talk a little bit later about the Beck collection, which we have people with Nepalese language skill working on right now. So some of it's done, some of it's still in process. This is an example of one of our commercial recordings. I'm sure many of you are familiar with the Smithsonian Folkways. We have broad representation of that collection in ours. In addition to some of the more high profile South Asian and Southeast Asian collections, we do have smaller collections. This is the Ellingson collection, which was gathered in the 70s. And we have a lot of information about these. That other side note, the libraries just went through a major revamp of our website, and unfortunately although it provides greater accessibility, which is wonderful, a lot of what you could get at your fingertips immediately on the landing page is a little bit more difficult to find. So again, use me as a human resource, use the ATM as a human resource, because we can connect you to things that you might not find at first glance. This is the Beck collection which I was talking about. How many people have heard of this collection? Fantastic. Well, this is a resource. One of the things that I want to make sure everyone knows is that although we are the Archives of Traditional Music, we have storytelling, language, manuscripts, many other resources associated with the language that we have. So again, this is a very rich resource, and it's only one of many field collections that we have. This is where we are. Some of you on campus will already know this, but for those of you who might want to come by and visit, we're on the second floor of the Jacobs School of Music, or the Simon Music and Recital Center. And this is our information. Again, like I said, I'm hoping this will be shared out widely, and I really welcome all of you to come and visit us in person. Thank you.
Take that. Thought I knew the program by heart. Next, I would like to welcome Laura Ring, who is that right? Elizabeth. Is Elizabeth next?
Laura's
Yeah.
next.
Laura's next.
No, Elizabeth is next.
Elizabeth is next. Elizabeth. And do I pronounce your name correctly? Lhost. Yep, Lhost. Elizabeth Lhost. Welcome. We're so happy to have you. And Elizabeth is with the Modern Endangered Archives program at the UCLA Library. I hope I got that correct. It's funded with the Arcadia Foundation. We're really looking forward to hearing about it.
Yeah, fantastic. Hello, everyone. I'm Elizabeth Lhost. I'm the program manager for the Modern Endangered Archives program at the University of California, Los Angeles. I am going to highlight the Modern Endangered Archives program in 3 ways: as a granting program, as a program that hosts open access collections, and also as a program that works to build digital infrastructure that facilitates sharing of things like metadata with information about less commonly taught or less commonly spoken languages. So first, grants. And this is sort of the teaser to entice many of you who might know about collections to apply to our granting program. Our call is open right now, and the preliminary applications are due in November, so there's plenty of time to put together an application. We offer 3 types of grants: planning grants, which are up to $20,000 for surveying or inventorying a collection; project grants, which offer up to $70,000 for 12 to 24 months of work to digitize a collection. And we have a new regional grant opportunity, which is open to our past recipients. That's $100,000 for, again, 12 to 24 months of work to digitize multiple collections. And one of the things that we do, so to be eligible for MEAP funding, the collection has to reside outside of North America and Europe. And one of the things that we do to make our program more accessible to collection holders, custodians of collections and stakeholders outside of the US, is to publish the call for applications in multiple languages. So this is our Buffalo one. Bongo is not one of my languages, so please point out the errors, but it's professionally translated, so hopefully there aren't any. In terms of our funding priorities, our board evaluates proposals on the basis of whether the collection is endangered. This is a prerequisite for our funding. Collections have to be at risk of disappearing or destruction. The age of the material, our collection digitizes materials or focuses on materials from the 20th and the 21st century. So a lot of the collections that ethnomusicologists or anthropologists made in the field in the 20th and 21st centuries are things that fall under our program. We also look at the value of the content. So we're looking for materials that document history, society, culture, and politics with an emphasis on social justice and underdocumented communities. These are very broad categories, but one of the things that our board looks at when they review applications is how exciting the collections are and where scholars or researchers might be working on collections either with similar materials or with those very same materials. So if you are a scholar or researcher working on a collection, this is where you can make your case for the value of the collection. And then, as I mentioned, materials for the collection should come from outside North America and Europe. And then the format of the materials can vary. We have collections of audio and video materials. I'll show some later on. Also, born digital collections fall under our purview, but we also have print, photographic, and ephemeral collections as well. And I have a couple slides in here that are really just resource sharing slides for folks who might be interested. But as you can see, our applications opened in September. We have an applicant webinar coming up in a couple of weeks on October 17th, where you can learn more about the program. And then those preliminary applications are due November 15th. And I'm happy to answer questions about the application process during the discussions today. Second, I wanted to highlight some of our collections, which do include material in familiar, but also some of the less commonly spoken, less commonly studied languages. Here's a sort of overview of the projects that we've funded by country. And you can see India really stands out as one of our most funded project locations alongside Brazil. And then in terms of our published collections, we have about 10,000 objects from collections that are based in India. We have a couple collections that, we have one from Afghanistan. It's a photograph collection. And then we have a collection of materials from Pakistan and a couple more from India that are coming in that are just not part of our online digital repository yet, but they are in my queue for review and publication. So they will be up there soon. So this number is going to grow soon. A few of our South Asian collections that I wanted to highlight include one that was digitized by folks at the it's ARCE. It's one of the outfits at the American Institute of Indian Studies in their ethnomusicology collection. We have recordings of hereditary musicians of Western Rajasthan. This is 1,100 items that are digitized and fully accessible on our digital repository. We have a team at the Center for Studies in Social Sciences in Kolkata working on materials in Bangla language, mostly in Bangla language, from Northeast India, West Bengal, and also Bangladesh. Is part of the Religion and Politics in Modern Bengal collection. That's print items. And then I wanted to highlight one of the collections that is not an MEAP collection, but is relevant to this discussion. And this is the Baki Jarasboy Digital Archive of South Asian Traditional Music and Arts collection, which actually resides in the UCLA Ethnomusicology Archive. But as you'll see from some of the languages represented in that collection, it's very much relevant to the audience. Finally, I wanted to highlight some of the ways that MEAP works to build, works with folks in the digital library program and in the applications team at the library to develop infrastructure that supports multiple languages for metadata and also makes that metadata and those collections accessible to people who are interested in questions about language. So all of MEAP, so MEAP is an open access collection and all of our all of the materials that are digitized with MEAP funds have to be made openly accessible. We publish them through the UCLA Digital Library, which you can access at digital.library.ucla.edu. And we work with the team to make sure that we publish metadata in multiple languages or scripts when the teams provide that data for us. So local project teams that are working closely with the collections are responsible for making metadata, and they're the ones to create metadata in one language or multiple languages, but we highly encourage multiple languages, multiple scripts. And this platform will publish metadata in multiple languages. The content is all openly accessible for teaching and research. And then we also have multiple types of digital content, including audio, video, text, and image. And you'll see one of the featured collections on the landing page for the library is the Modern Endangered Archives program. So if you follow that link, you'll be taken to all of the MEAP collections. I did a quick analysis of the languages represented in our collection. And again, the language data comes from the project teams. So you'll see Albanian is the most highly represented language. This is somewhat an outlier. It's kind of a quirk of the way the data is structured. So each object counts as one here. We have this large collection of Albanian film stills. A lot of them don't actually have Albanian language content in them. They're items that we would probably more accurately categorize in the no linguistic content category in terms of language code, but that's where we get the Albanian. But you can see I've noted that we have Bengali, Marwari, and Hindi up there, and this is our top 25 languages. The entire MEAP collection has 93 different languages, and objects can have more than one language, so the numbers don't match up if you're looking at the whole collection. If we look at our South Asian collections, this is including ones that are in MEAP or part of MEAP, as well as that Bake Drasboy collection. These are our South Asian languages with, again, Bengali at the top and Marwari and Hindi. And then we have Malayalam, Marathi, Tamil, Telugu, Urdu, Kannada, English as well, Mewati Odia. And the list continues. And there are many items for which we only have two or fewer, sometimes just one object in that language. So a lot of languages represented in these collections. Related to that, so one of the things that we do with MEAP is working on bringing the digital library infrastructure up to the level where our project teams and our metadata for those collections is. So at present, we have quite a few languages in our digital library system, but not all of the languages. And a lot of times teams are working with less well-known languages, less understudied languages, and a lot of times indigenous languages. So we work with the teams to make sure that the codes, either the ISO code or the Glottolog code for those languages gets into our system so that it publishes on the front end, but then we also have those codes in the back end in the metadata so that scholars who are working on languages can see that those languages are represented in the collections. We also use a couple of other interoperable frameworks. We use IIIF for our collections, meaning people can access our collections through different tools to pull them into teaching modules, can pull them into other platforms, can share the data. And then we also share our metadata through an OAI PMH framework, which I will show for a couple of items. You can see in the metadata that goes out through the OAI PMH framework endpoint, we get the language codes in there. So if you are looking for open access collections with different languages represented, we get the codes in there. And these codes, this code is not yet in our system. I think it comes from the Bake Drasboy collection, but the code is there so that scholars can recognize the language, can pick up the language. And if anybody would like to do some work to make our collections more accessible to folks who are working on the language side of the material, and we'd be happy to talk about how to access these data, how to make use of them. This is kind of a teaser. And then again, at the end, if we're sharing these slides, there's some resources for folks who might be interested in learning more or curious about more of any of these projects and collections.
Gonna bring Maya Dodd in remotely. I'm gonna keep our fingers crossed that she'll come in. I want to thank Elizabeth just for all of that information about the amazing collections that you're doing and the importance of the metadata and information management. I think that that's one of the themes that we'll be picking up on throughout the day, the resources and being able to make them accessible through the metadata. Maya Dodd is going to join us, and she is the co-founding director of the Milli Archive Foundation and director of the Flame Center for Legislative Education and Research at Flame University in India. And Maya has been working with the Milli Archive Foundation that is bringing collections to communities in India with information management concepts, and we're excited to hear what Maya has to say.
Hello, hi, I hope you can hear and see me.
Yes, we can see you.
Oh, fabulous. Would I be able to share my screen?
You should be able to, yes.
Oh, great, because I think you might have to stop sharing. Let me just stop. Thank you, thank you.
Hi, Maya.
Wonderful. So I'm really delighted to be in this company, because I think we really speak to each other across these distances in terms of the work we're doing. I know a lot of the users of the wonderful collections and archival sort of responsibilities taken on are actually located in North America. So we've, as Milli, addressed CoRSAL in the past, and there is also a relationship between Indiana and Flame University where I teach. So in all regards, I'm only too delighted to sort of be able to participate today. Thank you so much for having me. I will begin with the origin story of Milli, which is that it was a very loose collection of people who were interested in nurturing archives in India, who came together during the pandemic. And since then, Milli has finally become a not-for-profit company last year. And of course, the urgency of what we're dealing with has been very, very real and very grave, which is why the need to incorporate really was to collect energy around the issues that most archives in India are facing together. So very loosely, Milli, which means found, is a consortium that unites and creates a network for archives in India. My co-directors are Venkat Srinivasan, who's the archivist at the National Center for Biological Sciences in Bangalore, and Jaya Ravindran, who retired from the National Archives of India. Over the past 4 years, we've had over 40 institutions come together at different points. We have a core group of about 50 volunteers. And as of today, we have about 13 plus archives in our network who subscribe to Milli Archives Foundation by making an annual payment. Why this is important really is because there's been an explosion of archives in the past few years of all kinds. So the government has been pushing for things like open data, and they have been opening up repositories. Crowdsourced archives are filling a historical gap of events or communities that have not been memorialized institutionally or officially. And so we've seen, the People's Archive of Rural India, of course, sort of the partition, Bhopal tragedy, all variety of events being memorialized by their communities. And then we have the legacy archives, which were only ever analog, that became digitized, over time. So for that reason, it's unsurprising that last year, there was the first attempt at mapping the sort of scale of archives in India. And this was done through a government organization called the IGNCA. And they released this book, which is a hard copy book, which essentially compiled what they could find. But that book is sort of not easily available. So to build on that work, the IIM Ahmedabad Archives made a directory that is digital, and they kind of added to what was already in the book. So in the book, they had about 424 archives, and the IMA directory added about 250 new archives, bringing the total number to 600 plus. So what they really sort of did was update born digital material to the older list, and also perhaps smaller, more sort of people-led efforts in the archiving space. While that was going on, we also see the National Archives of India going full steam ahead, as I'm sure many of you know, in terms of perhaps the world's largest digitization project, and certainly its speediest. The plan is to essentially digitize over 300 million pages, which they claim is sort of pretty much the entire collection. And this is around, I mean, this is almost like a, astounding number in terms of technical achievement, but the plan is to really sort of get this done by 2007. So in every sense, there is this sort of very, very speedy movement across institutional spaces. And in the meanwhile, what's also very interesting is something that's happening in higher education. Now, I'm sure many of you know that higher education in India has been dominated by English. There really hasn't been course offerings across Indian languages, but this has changed since the new education policy of 2020, where the effort now is to roll out higher education in non-Indian languages. So what we're going to basically be seeing is much more demand for multilingual interoperability across archival materials, but really across a broader research ecosystem. And for that very reason, it really now matters to locate where things are, who in some sense is responsible for perhaps that act of translation also. And this is a very kind of rough sense of saying, yes, some of the government things are in the open domain. Many interesting sort of materials are coming from crowdsourcing. And many of the other sort of very important collections, honestly, are behind paywalls that reside in, the global north. What this will mean for the future in terms of interoperability is what I think Milli is trying to comprehend. And for that reason, our goal is to sort of return to the commons, what belongs in the commons. And I think in the spirit of open access, we're constantly thinking about how to sort of best do this in a digital age, which means with current challenges that are coming from, AI ingesting all variety of open data, there is a reason to rethink maybe the model that we've been working with, which is very academic publishing based. So the way Milli has been doing this is to really try to engage all variety of players in the ecosystem, small, medium, and large. And since 2020, we've been curating events to make this happen. So I'll sort of walk you through, and all of this is available online. The sessions are all on YouTube. This was sort of showcases of archives that happened online. I'm talking about 8 hours a day, 5 or 7 days in some cases, depending on the year. So, really tremendous amounts of work around saying this exists, this is important. Maybe you haven't heard of this effort. And so there has been really an indiscriminate sense of saying, come one, come all. We all need to know what exists out there. So since 2020, these Milli sessions have brought together a government, private, corporate, popular, all kinds of digital and analog archiving efforts. And what we realized in so doing is that there were sort of challenges that all archives were facing in the country, one of which was navigating simple things like copyright, what is fair use, questions like that. So in response to that, and with a grant from the International Council of Archives, a guidebook was released. This was last year. And this was really to just begin the conversation about saying, how do you, let's say, prepare consent forms and release forms in the Indian legal ecosystem? What makes sense to people? Everybody had been doing it their way, but this was kind of a best practices guidebook. Since then, we have been waiting actually for the Digital India, the data privacy laws to be passed and put into effect to update this to digital sort of access rules. And we're also awaiting some changes in copyright actually this year. So for that reason, the updates will continue, but this has been the first iteration of what is. So to sort of summarize in a very broad way, Milli's ambit and interests, it is to create in the public domain common resources shared, which are free to use for all archiving efforts in the country, and to kind of bring them together in terms of perhaps also catalyzing, right, those energies. This is really important for what multilingual can and will do in terms of a future research ecosystem. So one of the sort of goals eventually is through this, we create a platform. And I think that has also been the theme this year for CoRSAL, which is to have these standards be openly available so that if they're adopted early enough, that platform can hang and hold, all kinds of data. The legal and ethical frameworks are in play, and as I mentioned, the first iteration is out, but many, many legal changes are awaited in the wake of AI, in the wake of changes in copyright, and of course, data privacy. So given that, we are actually sort of launching also a survey, which is to sort of study the way in which access has been structured so far, and to perhaps assess the quality of archiving in that sense, in terms of how it relates to public. For that reason, there is the need, of course, for mentoring younger archivists, for creating professional sort of standards bodies also in terms of how this goes. And we are in the process of assembling these resource kits of that assessment tool. So one of the big Milli projects right now is assessing archival quality in terms of access and diversity. And we have these metrics that are being rolled out, asking archives to assess themselves and for us to also assess them in terms of how they have, fared in that regard. As I mentioned, the best practices guidebook is both a touchstone and also a snapshot of how to navigate things as they stand today. In the meantime, the archive network that Milli is convened is growing and includes government and private actors. And there is, I think, a need for this sort of common body of representation for persuasive reasons, for advocacy reasons, and even in terms of legal consultations with government on where things should go. We continue to hold our annual sessions in June in terms of engaging, archives in India and archival questions. And the greater hope is to, of course, connect these resources to public through, other offline events also. Right now, we've been mostly online because that's where we came from since the pandemic. But we did have a session on conservation and challenges with paper conservation last year. So we are hoping to sort of continue that. This is for any information you might want about our previous sessions and about other resources like the Ethics Handbook. We're very keen to hear from the archiving community in North America about things related to South Asian materials, particularly the multilingual question. So with that, I conclude and hope this QR code helps you to navigate the website. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Budgeted about a few minutes, about 10 minutes, and just to have a little discussion and Q&A. So maybe we can remind ourselves of who our speakers were. Gwen and Heather introduced us to the collections here at IU. Who was next after that? Then we heard about okay, so I have a question for you. Should we say MEAP? Should we say me or should we say MEAP?
It depends on who you are and where you're from. So all of our grantees in Latin America tend to give us the MIA pronunciation.
That's right. There you go. That makes sense. The way we talked about it last night, and now it makes sense who says what. Yeah. So we learned about the Modern Endangered Archives program. Who was after, and then Maya, and then we heard from Maya. So any takeaways? Any things that you'd like to see that you noted down? Yes.
Yeah, I have a question. So this is Gwen, I guess, sort of cinema collection, different universities have different. They're comfortable with putting things online, some aren't. So Princeton has a more liberal policy of digitizing film posters. Stanford's general counsel is a bit more conservative on that. Where does Indiana kind of lay on that? And is there a plan to digitize these and make them all accessible?
Yeah, thank you so much for that question. So we are medium conservative when it comes to copyright. But basically, we do have a copyright specialist in the library who's amazing, and we've talked to him a lot about these materials. And so copyright, currently everything, I believe, from 1969 back is out of copyright if it was produced in India. So that's like the Indian copyright law. So our library would follow that policy. And so because a lot of our collections are pre-69, we do plan to start digitizing what we can from the earlier, starting at the earlier materials and kind of working forward in that. But there are some materials, I think we're gonna start probably with the booklets. There's more questions about some of the film stills and some of the other things. But in short, like, yes, we do plan to digitize. So thank you for that.
Could I ask a question of Maya? It's hard, I feel like I'm speaking to a blank wall here. But I'm just curious to hear your thoughts on how AI is kind of changing the landscape for what gets made accessible. And yeah, just sort of if you have a sense of how the Milli Archive is thinking about the big question that is AI and crawling archives and kind of hoovering up all of the information that's in them for various purposes. You give a sense of what the conversation is and how folks are thinking about that.
Yeah, no, so most Indian languages qualify source languages on the internet. And so in terms of existing large language models, very few have served India's needs. So what is happening actually is that the government has been, sorry, is this a problem? You can hear me? Okay. So the government has been investing really heavily in creating language models for Indic languages. And so there's very heavy investment in the same way that OpenAI and corporate America has the kind of funds to do this. The Indian state is sort of matching it toe to toe by starting from scratch with LLMs for Indic languages. And the bizarre thing is they don't have data sets to feed. They don't have large enough data sets to feed. So IIT Madras has something called the Nilikani Center. I'm forgetting. I think it's AI for Bharat. So yeah, AI for Bharat is the way they call it. And the data set that they actually ended up using for Tamil was YouTube. So they scraped YouTube for Tamil language, ingestion. And that's one of the reasons why we suspect that the data generated from this massive digitization of the National Archives is going to be critical in feeding the new generation of LLMs for Indian languages. And I think this is something that archivists are not, thinking about or saying enough about right now, which is in good faith, stuff that was placed in the commons, which is Wikipedia, which is even YouTube, user-generated content, was not placed there for ingestion for yet more, profit-making, but that's the way it's going. And so as we're sort of turning the corner in terms of open access and saying this is for the commons, we're also, I think, coming up to this hurdle of saying, is it really, when it's kind of being misused in a sense, right? Not for intended use. So the investment of the state is very serious, and it's called the AI mission, literally, and it's by the Indian government. So it's interesting that Google, Microsoft, everybody served, let's say 10 to 15 Indian languages so far for, commercial use, of course. But in terms of the scaling up of creating bigger and bigger LLMs, it's the state which is doing most of the work right now. So
Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
I think it's worth the further discussion of the misuse of the data versus, in having that as part of the conversation with people who are depositors and seeing if they're actually interested in having that happen. Because for several of the communities that I work with, they would really like to be playing in the game, but they would like to have ASR for their language. They would like to be able to interact with technology for their language, and they are happy to have what they have worked on in terms of their language documentation work contribute to that material. So perhaps it's something that we should be very openly talking about when we're taking deposits in, like, what would you think about this happening? And of course, that's all new for all of us. It's something that we never thought about 10 years ago as a possibility.
I guess it kind of raises a bigger question in terms of, open access materials and then being used for greater surveillance by the state and using those materials.
The content of it rather than just the phones or the words, yeah.
I just, sorry to interrupt, I pasted a link in the chat. This is something that struck me as amazing, actually, because they have been creating this platform where low resource languages like Afrikaans, Hausa, the examples that they gave actually are what they build on by uploading more and more oral history content. So this platform, Their Story, has been quite successful at essentially scaling up for low resource languages. And I totally appreciate the point, which is to say, how are we going to sort of rectify that asymmetry if the gap is not filled, right, from the other side? But I think that, yeah, the provenance and the end use have to also be thought of in this regard. So thank you.
For reference, this is the link she's referring to.
Oh, you got the.
Oh, it's just this screen. It's just so that's the link she's referring to. We do have a question from the chat for Elizabeth and Matt.
Yeah.
Pull it up. Screen here is. Oh, that's. Question for Matt. That's hard to read. Is it okay if the researchers' process of the materials are based in North America? Just for the beginning.
Yes and no. So one of the things that we try to stress is that the people who are the creators or the custodians of the collection are involved in the descriptive process of digitizing and describing those collections. So we really encourage teams to think about having the people who are either represented in the collection or responsible for creating the collection involved in the process of, say, creating metadata or deciding what gets digitized, what are the priorities for digitization. A lot of our projects do have sometimes librarians, sometimes archivists, sometimes scholars and researchers who are based in European and North American institutions, working as kind of a project lead or in a PI type role for these projects. But a lot of what we do when when we review applications is look to make sure that the local community that is represented in that collection is also involved in the process. This is kind of the same ethical question. We don't want to have scholars who are outside of the community or based in well-resourced institutions kind of taking control over those collections. And we really want the kind of ethos of post-custodial collection building to be throughout the project. So not just in terms of what UCLA Library is doing in terms of leaving the original materials in that in their location, but also thinking about who is involved in the collection and who's kind of steering the project. So we do get involvement from scholars based in North American, European institutions, but we like that they have teams that are responsible for the work in the location where the collection comes from. I think it's a follow-up question.
Yes, go ahead. Are you able to unmute yourself?
Yes, hi, thank you so much for answering my question. I hope everyone can hear me. This is Ana Luisa from Living Tongues Institute for Endangered Languages. So for the MEEP question, I understand the materials have to come from outside of North America or Europe. And so would a partnership between, for example, a nonprofit or institution based in the US or Canada, and then in partnership with an Indigenous community in South America, would that be
Yes, so,
work? Would that work?
Yeah, I think the question is maybe in the technicalities of things. So we will give grants to what we call a host institution, and that's the institution that will actually be the recipient of the grant, and they'll receive the funds from the program, and then they will sort of work with the team on the ground, and that's something that's permitted in our grant criteria.
Thank you so much.
I should also mention that Arcadia also sponsored the endangered language. Oh, I'm gonna forget. The EDLP, endangered
ELDP.
Yes, and that is another program that I imagine is of interest and probably on people's radar already for documenting. And that project funds more of the fieldwork type, getting the documentation. Ours is more for digitizing existing documentation, if that makes sense.
You're also a British library.
Yeah, the Endangered Archives program is also ours, sort of sister program. They work on materials that are mostly pre-20th century for digitizing these materials.
Can I just throw a comment in here, apropos to working with Adivasi or tribal community? It's extremely unlikely that you'll get project participants in some of these who are some of the languages you mentioned. They're like Bondo in your collection. There's almost no literate Bondo people, so it's extremely unlikely that they had any role in it. So there is some role that, to use a term, I'm sorry if it's an uncomfortable one, sort of neo-colonialist caretakers, if you will, in India who are thus being valorized, a little bit concerned about that.
Yeah, we haven't funded any projects recently in South Asia that are working on this, but we've had this issue with some of our projects in South America, where communities are trying to work to kind of be proactive and translate some of the metadata into indigenous languages and are struggling to find people who can do that work, partly because those languages tend not to be written, but also because it's hard to find somebody who speaks and writes one of those languages who also has the computer skills to do the metadata work. So there are some mismatches in that respect. Yeah, I mean, it's not cool, but yeah.
I mean, cool for your answer.
Yeah.
Obviously, the meta issues.
Yeah.
There were several things that came up that had to do with training of archivists, and I thought about Oksana there. Especially Maya had talked about the next generation of archivists. And Maya, we've actually done some work with IGNCA, so this is a very interesting kind of possibility, perhaps of running workshops there and thinking about IGNCA has some certificate kinds of courses that could now, we could do something for language, digital language archives, and address some of the issues that you brought out. But Oksana, did you, well, you'll be talking about training archivists.
And I took notes, I took screenshots, and I was wondering, we of course will have access to the full slide set of what's it, CoRSAL, right, later on. So we are definitely gonna revise some of the training materials to integrate, point our students to some of the tools that we've developed. And Maya's, and you said, Mia, MEAP.
Anything else? So Heather and when at IU, so I'm relatively new here, so the things that feed into South Asian collections, it just happens once in a while that faculty are working in this area and then come to you, or when people are working on South Asian things like the historians, political scientists, the linguists and so on, do they regularly think, well, how will I connect products from my project to the libraries? Or is this something we can think about kind of building this very obvious pathway? Because I'll add one little thing, that as linguists in the past, we would do a lot of field work and we would keep our field work to ourselves. And only now are we thinking, well, where does it go? Where's the archive that I'm going to be holding it? And it seems like now is the time to kind of have this very obvious end result. I'm going to publish my dissertation, or I'm going to, you know, do this project, but I'm also going to look at the libraries right at the beginning as a partner. So that was what I was thinking of.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's starting to happen more and more. Like traditionally, the model is like somebody retires and then they're like, oh no, I have all this stuff in my office I don't want to throw away. Let me give it to the library. So I still get a lot of those, and I would imagine Heather does too. But I think that's a really it's a really well taken point, that maybe there's more that we could do. And I think my colleague Karen, who's over there, can probably speak more as well to things like data management and you know, the kinds of options that are available to researchers to sort of think through how they might make things like field data permanently a part of a library collection and accessible in certain ways, you know, obviously like keeping sort of the ethics of that in mind in important ways when we come to like linguistic fieldwork data. But yeah, I mean, I think this is definitely, it's something we're seeing more, but it could happen even more. So it'd be nice if people thought about it long before retirement.
Yeah. And so we were just talking about training archivists, and similarly, it seems like for linguists, if we could include a lot of this into our curriculum.
Yeah.
For all of the different kind of field-based or even other.
You should make all your
database
students do it.
Yeah, where's it gonna go? manage your data, that's part of
Yeah.
proving that you've done what you've done.
Yeah, I mean, I'm embarrassed to say, like, I have field stuff from my field work that is anonymous enough that it could be like, yes, it could be preserved, and I never thought about it until you asked that question.
Or it's like not hiding, yeah, and we all have, yeah. Chris, you have a lot of stuff that I think we're all the same boat here. Yeah, we're trying to process everything, yeah. Yes.
I just wanted to echo that I see that too. I see very little early awareness of archives and libraries and what we can offer in partnership with scholars, and I think that's a direction that we would really like to go. But yeah, I would say there's an opportunity for communication there much earlier in the process, and I would say we see very little of it right now. It would be great over the next years to really see an expansion of that.
Kelly, did you?
Karen should, okay, so I'll just speak to the sort of data repository side of things. IU has a couple of repositories, one of them at ATM actually. But we have a repository specifically for data. We do a lot of assistance with data management for students and faculty. We're sort of fortunate, I think, though we haven't made full use of it, in that between the three of us, we have a lot of pretty close ties. So I'm our past South Asia librarian, right? So Gwen and I do work significantly together, and Heather is a past ScholComm person. So I think there's a lot of room there to sort of grow that, but often even in the libraries, we're a pretty large institution, so it can be difficult to get to sort of get all of our resources out where they need to be so that people hit them when they need to, right? So that at the moment they're looking at that box or that, you know, data on their computer, they go, oh, I know what I need to do with this next.
Frances Ingeman did her PhD in linguistics here at IU in 1958. And she started the program in Kansas where I did my degree. And I remember hearing 15 years ago about the box of language materials that got ruined because they were in the garage and a tree fell, you know. And so I just am feeling like we're here talking about this right now. And it's, okay, it's 70 years later, but this is a really important conversation. There are a lot of students in this room, so I feel like, and I know I'm a Pollyanna sometimes, so this may be wrong, but I think that people who need to be hearing this message are hearing it. And I think that this symposium is really important for helping to get people who are doing work from lots of different angles thinking about this like really important, coherent, mutual goal.
Are you familiar with COPAR? Is that an organization? It's the Council for the Preservation of Anthropological Records. And I think it's based at University of Maryland. I don't know if it's something that would duplicate what you're already doing here at Indiana, but it's an organization, I think it's part of possibly the AAA. I don't.
So there's a lot of disciplinary repositories out there. No, in space on the one at the name of the one at U of M, the social sciences one. Ready? Oh gosh, okay. But yeah, there's a lot of disciplinary repositories out there. So some disciplines do rely pretty heavily on that sort of disciplinary. Bioarchive is a great example. Whereas others don't have that support. And I don't know that I really consider any of that duplicate. I mean, if it's preserved somewhere, good, right? Like if it's better in your disciplinary repository than in an institutional one, great, that's fine. You should put it there. We just want to see that it gets, you know, preserved and held and access made possible where we can.
COPAR it's based at University of Maryland, and they foster collaboration between archivists and institutional repositories and Native communities. That's what it is that they're working on. And I know they're in the midst of sort of revamping their protocols for how that work is done.
So I had a question for Maya, which is, Maya, it seems like, in addition to these larger archives, I know mostly about Northeast India. When you travel through Northeast India, many communities, some with like 5,000 speakers, some with like 1 million speakers, they have their own libraries of physical materials that they're producing for cultural and language preservation. And they also have all sorts of websites, not archives, but websites that are out there. And they're recording things, they're recording things on their phones, they're got YouTubes and so on. And I'm wondering if there's been outreach to those types of people who are making collections in a very kind of homegrown, community-based way. Those are the people that we would like to reach. And I'm wondering if you have had any interactions with that.
Yeah, thank you so much for that question. It's so complex, we had a grant from the British Academy working at the Keystone Foundation in the Nilgiris. So there are about 12 different tribal communities, and one of them is 1,000 strong, like literally that's 1,000 people, and it's the Irular community. And the thing was, one of the sort of the goals of this was to generate public history about, the community. But the communities have been so extracted and they're so tired of, I think, being the subject of that extraction that they really are not keen to share what they are already preserving for themselves. And I fully respect it. So there are two things going on. One is we have historical field recordings, like what you were just discussing, in places like the AIIS, the Association of Indian Studies, American Association of Indian Studies. So the AIIS has the Center for Ethnomusicology, which has been in existence for about 40 years. So historically, what people did in field, they often deposited a copy of in that place. So if you go way back in time in different formats, that would be available. So, folk music, language, stuff like that. Today, there is the sort of wisening up, I would say, of how to share. So there's a new ethics around sharing. And, there are software like Mukurtu, which was originated in Australia, which is sort of partial access. You don't open everything out all at once. It depends on the who's asking question. But it is not to say that it's not being attempted in terms of preservation. But what I find very interesting is there's a whole explosion of, let's say, young filmmakers, people sort of using their language for all variety of reel making, Instagram, that stuff. And somehow we don't think of that as also being a space of history making, right? Of language preservation and those questions. So partly it's the question of where are we looking? And I think the nature of the ask has to change. So what we're seeing with grant agencies also now is they request that after the grant, all the data, the fieldwork be deposited with the granting agency. And I'm wondering if this community could in a way benefit by also collaborating with granting agencies, because whether it's a Wenegren or, NSF or whoever gives a grant, oftentimes now they're requesting a digital copy of materials. And where would that go, and who would ever have access to it if it didn't go to a library or some sort of a university archive? So I'm wondering if that might be another way to take this forward, because I think the guarantee of some safe, protocols exist in institutional terms. But definitely there are, I think, like I'm thinking of Santali is having its moment, if you catch a sort of Santali YouTube video, you'll be amazed. They're like 50,000 views, 70,000 views, because of the fact that these are the first sort of platforms they've received to have cheap broadcast, right? Where you can actually address an audience in mass. And so the fact that AI is also using YouTube for scraping and these languages do exist on these platforms, it's an odd kind of marriage, but its time has come as far as saying that, there is other possibility for amplification. It doesn't only have to be the designated sort of, interloper or intermediary in that sense.
Great. Yeah, thank you so much. I look forward to further conversations in India with our, our compatriots, and people who are interested in the same things there, to talk about things like Mukurtu, websites versus preservation, space considerations, longevity and access, and all of these issues of ethical use of deposits. But at this point, we're gonna actually say bye to Maya. Maya, you'll probably hang on online, but it's pretty late for you, I think. It's getting later and later, yeah. We're gonna take a break. And I just wanted to say that the bathroom situation here is kind of strange. You have to go to the next way.
So
What do you do to get to the?
we exit through here, just the other side of the lobby, just continue forward, it's toward the right. That's the
Okay.
one that's open.
Not too hard, yeah. Walk around, it's a good day, and please be back here by about, we're gonna start the next session at 10:15, but our presenters, right after they present, are getting in a car and going to another conference, so we want to start on time, and we will see you all.
Actually stay for most of the session.
Oh, good,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Perfect.
Then we'll.
Thank you so much. To all.
I'll drop the email in the chat in case anyone has any other questions. Thank you so much.
Oh, yeah. I've been meeting. A little bit.
Oh, yeah. So I like, you wanna come see me? I had to be on my. I like.
No, last time, yeah. I meant to get, one thing here, but I had.
Yeah, like,
I make sure that I cover it.
Make sure.
I want a different audience than I'm here.
So you're writing for the
On the second floor, it's very easy to find. It's first come, first served. Well, no, I'm gonna try to match.
Yeah, exactly.
But also use my.
Yes,
Like the.
yes.
I'm gonna run my bag up to my.
Oh, I was like, so many.
Yeah, you're not gonna know it.
Oh,
yeah. Of course, yeah, no, exactly. But you have to do it, you have to.
But they're not. They don't get that. Where it's actually. I don't think like this. This is a list that you chose, but. And something else. That's okay. That's slide that I like.
Right, yeah.
But I want
to start this schedule. So we're really continuing with our showcase. And the Chin Languages Research Project will present now. We're gonna bring them back in thought when we have our community showcase later on. So let me introduce Dr. Kelly Berkson, who is the director of the Chin Languages Research Project, and all of her fantastic team members. And I'll just turn it over to you.
Yes.
To tell us more about your.
Yeah. So you're gonna hear from a few of us today, but this is essentially how we roll. We move as a pack. So where one of us goes, more of us go. And we are really happy to be here. So I'm just gonna briefly say, I'm gonna start. So this is Sui Par. She's an undergraduate who's been on the team for a few years. Hannah Hunt, same story. Dr. Emily Hannig, who is my colleague in linguistics. Van Nepar, who is a junior and has been with us for about 2 years. Sui Par, who is, Sui H Par, who has been with us for 6 years and is a PhD student in the School of Education. Amanda Bonert, Grayson Ziegler, and Dylan Smith, who are all PhD students in the linguistics department. And what you see here is pretty representative of it. So, right, thank you so much for having us here. Thank you for organizing this and for including us. We are the Chin Languages Research Project. Yes, okay, and we want to start by saying Kanilom Tuk. Thank you very much to the all of the entities that have funded the work that we're going to talk about today. So we especially want to thank the Henry Luce Foundation, the NSF, and lots of IU internal entities and private donors. One of our most sort of important founding principles is that language work is work and it should be paid work. And so we really work to ensure that our students are paid for all of the time that they put into our projects. So we rely on our funders for that. So here is the background. The Chin Languages Research Project really began in 2018 when we started working with the Chin refugee community in Indianapolis. So this is a group of Burmese refugees, but from a particular part of Burma. Burma or Myanmar is situated here on the map in case we need a little help orienting ourselves. And Chin State is located in the far western part of Burma. It's circled here on this map, and it borders Bangladesh and India. According to some really outdated census information, it's home to about 500,000 people, and there are between 30 and 50 languages from the south central branch of Tibeto-Burman, formerly called Kuki-Chin, that are known to be spoken there. Those languages are now also spoken in diaspora communities worldwide, and we do want to take a moment to just point out that that situation is not unique. So having large groups of speakers outside the sort of geographic origin of a language is now very common. According to the UN High Commissioner for Refugees, I don't know why I'm nervous. I've done this like a dozen times, but like, let's just normalize that we get nervous sometimes. Rates of forcible displacement are higher today than they have ever been before on record. And for the most recent year that we have data, which is 2017, someone new was forcibly displaced every 2 seconds. What that means is that during our 20-minute talk slot today, 600 new people will experience displacement. So we will not talk more about this now, but we think it's really important to acknowledge the very serious real-world factors that lead to a situation where our team can exist and do the work that we do. So what this looks like in Indiana is that there are now lots of Chin languages spoken in Indiana. What you see on the left is a map of Chin State, where every color block represents either a language or a language group. It's sometimes hard to know whether dialects are actually mutually intelligible or so far apart that they've become new languages, but there's a lot of linguistic diversity in about 14,000 square miles. There is now also a community of 30,000 people living in the 45 square mile area on the south side of Indianapolis, where that same language diversity is represented. And so this is what led to the creation of the Chin Languages Research Project. And to tell you a little bit more about our team and our ethos, I'm going to hand it over to Grayson.
Thank you. Right.
Hi, everyone. I'm Grayson Ziegler. I'm a IU linguistics graduate student, and I'm going to start by describing some of the guiding principles that our team operates under that really make this work possible. Here are some of our various team members that are all a part of this project. So I want to first and foremost note that the CLRP's founding principle is that the relationships that we build and grow between the various stakeholders that are a part of the project and are in our network are really the bedrock of all of this work. And it supports everything and makes it possible. So these stakeholders include the Chin community at large, as well as our undergraduate and now graduate Chin students who are part of our team, as well as linguists in academia. In simple terms, we think that the people come first and the data really comes second, because without those relationships and that mutual respect of our students and the community's needs, their wants and their goals, none of these projects that we're going to talk about would really be possible. We aim to model this kind of relational framework in our daily work. And so I want to highlight the words of our students, don't just talk about it, be about it. And for us, this really means a commitment to aspects of research and collaboration that sometimes fall out of the traditional research domain. So this can include things like attending cultural events, advocating for students in the administrative realm, proofreading papers, and creating children's cartoons. So a lot of these things we didn't necessarily anticipate doing at the outset of this project. But most importantly, it really means listening to our students and learning about what kind of projects they want to do and what direction they want to take things. And so today we're going to tell you a little bit about two of the projects that we've done, as well as the various resources that have evolved from those projects. And every project that we undertake can really be thought of as a series of progressive stages where each stop in the process unfolds into the next one. And so everything starts with project development. So this is formulating and funding the work and establishing what sort of student training and skill building is going to be involved. And then this prepares us for the data collection and data processing, as well as allowing us to start creating various outputs right from the get-go. And we start really with social media outputs, and that's because these types of outputs are fast, flexible, and also incremental. So they help us to establish awareness and engage the broader community in our work throughout the process. And these online outputs often inform us of what sort of physical outputs we want to produce. And these physical products serve a similar role to that social media outputs, but they often engage with different audiences in order to achieve different goals. All of these outputs together contribute to what we're calling our lasting legacy of a project. And these become a part of our growing collection of resources and materials, and they help to enrich some of our more general outputs, such as our growing collection of educational YouTube videos to help promote language learning and literacy within the Chin community here in Indianapolis. The lessons learned from these projects also help to inform the next projects going forward. So this creates a cyclical sort of feed-forward process that really fosters our growth as researchers and as team members. And today we're going to provide two examples of how we apply this approach to lots of different community and academic resources in tandem. So those two projects are going to be the Folk Life interview series, which Dylan is going to talk about, and the community language survey that Amanda is going to be talking about. So I'll turn it over to Dylan to start talking about the Folk Life interviews.
Hi everyone, my name is Dylan Tatunu-Smith, and I'm a linguistics graduate student with the CLRP. The first example of our resource development flow is a project that we began in the summer of 2022 called the Indianapolis Chin Community Folk Life Interviews. And we'd like to thank the Indiana University's College of Arts and Humanities Institute for supporting this endeavor. As a reflection of our relational work, this is the inception of this project was something that was driven by our community colleagues' interests. This is how the team decided to articulate the motivation for this project in previous presentations. We know that displacement and migration influence the transmission of knowledge. So we've undertaken the Chin Folklife Survey, document traditional Chin stories and knowledge. Student researchers conduct interviews with community elders in Chin languages. The recordings create a living archive of culturally relevant information and stories for elders, youth, future generations, and linguistic researchers. Beginning in the summer of 2022, we had 14 team members, the majority of whom are members of the community. These interviews have been collected in 3 Chin languages thus far. We have a total of 35 and counting interviews and approximately 30 hours of recorded conversational speech. Social media played an important role in curating these interviews for the community to access. So here we have our YouTube page, which has a playlist of some of the interviews so far that we've conducted. We've also documented the ethnographic interview process on our Instagram page, and you can find these links here if you're interested. Excerpts from these interviews and portraits shot of the interviewees were turned into postcards, which were distributed to our stakeholders, like you see here. These are also things that we present at large public-facing events hosted by IU, such as yesterday's First Thursdays event, which focuses on the arts in the community, and also things like Science Fest, which is actually happening tomorrow here at IU, which focuses on communicating science to the IU community and the greater Bloomington community as well. Knowledge about Chin folklife or Chin folkways such as basket and textile weaving, hunting and fishing drawn from the interviews was also synthesized and presented at the IU Undergraduate Summer Research Symposium in 2022. This opportunity gave our undergraduate community members the chance to present their findings in an academic setting to a broader audience outside of their community. Since 2022, further offshoots of this project include beginning linguistic annotation of the 30+ hours of conversational speech that we currently have in Flex, and also developing culturally appropriate literacy materials, such as Piak Loves Weaving that you see here. These have been used to create English learning materials, as well as videos in different Chin languages that you can find on our YouTube page. In addition, interviews with Chin elders led our collaborator, Dr. John Kay, the Director of Traditional Arts of Indiana, and also a Professor of Folklore and Ethnomusicology here at IU, to create documentaries, apprenticeships, and exhibitions on Chin craftsmanship, such as this one on basket weaving you see here. If you're interested and have time today, this is the last day to see this exhibit, and it's located in Maxwell Hall, which is across from the IU Student Union. So now that we've talked about this project, I'd like to hand it over to Amanda to talk about a project that we're currently working on.
Yeah, so I will be talking about our most recent project. Our most recent project, the Indianapolis Chin Community Language Survey, which we conducted this previous summer. And first, we'd like to thank the Henry Luce Foundation for their support on this project. So we saw a similar map of Chin State earlier. There's a lot on here and this is a little hard to read, so let's zoom in on this really small area. So here, the different colored areas are different languages labeled with the large blue text, and then all the dots with the black text are all different villages. So this area is only about 40 miles across, but there are at least 14 different languages spoken here. And as was mentioned previously, we know from previous experience that there's quite a lot of variation between villages that are labeled as speaking the same language according to this map, even to the point where 2 speakers from 2 villages in the same area will choose a different second language to communicate in. We knew that this same amount of language diversity also existed in the Chin community in Indianapolis, but we didn't have any data to back that up. So the community language survey was necessary to learn just what languages are spoken in Indianapolis.
The survey was conducted both in person at community events and churches and online. So using social media was really crucial to get the word out and increase participation, especially for the online version of this survey. So here are just some examples. On the left here are all the links to the survey in the different languages that we offered in on our link tree, which we always link to via QR code on all of our physical products, so it's easily accessible. And on the right here is just a screenshot from the English version of our survey that the respondents would, or that participants would take. Social media was also useful to create and strengthen connections with local community organizations that allowed us to conduct surveys in various locations in Indianapolis, such as Hope for Tomorrow, which is tagged on the post on the left, which we look at their office, conducted surveys there. We also wrote posts in multiple Chin languages to reach a bigger audience, and especially those members of the Chin community who do not speak English. Since we're just wrapping up data collection, we don't have too many physical products yet. But one thing that we have produced is this postcard here on the left to hand out at public-facing events that summarizes the results that are most relevant and interesting to the general public, both Chin and non-Chin. I'll just highlight two of these stats here. So there were 31 languages reported to be spoken, and the average community member speaks 4 languages and 0 monolinguals. So there's a really high degree of multilinguals. Another type of physical product that we can produce in the future is something like these children's coloring book sheets that we made for a previous event called Science Fest during the eclipse. Because of this survey, we now know what languages we can or should focus on for products such as these. We haven't talked much about one of our major activity streams, which is linguistic research. The heat map on the left represents the languages reported in the survey and where they are originally spoken in Chin State. Almost all of these are under or undocumented. So this survey has put us into contact with speakers of these extremely underrepresented languages, and we plan to conduct elicitations with some of them to begin or continue documenting these languages. The survey will not only increase diversity in terms of our linguistic research, but it will increase the diversity of the team itself. So on the right is a map of the languages that our team members speak. And if you compare this to the map on the left, you can see that there's quite a bit of overlap. Because the survey was conducted by our team members at locations relevant to them, and because they're the ones who translated the survey into their languages, our results reflect the makeup of our team as well. The survey makes it clear that we need to seek out future team members who speak other languages, and in fact, this has already happened. So merely publishing the results here is not the end point. The results have and will inform so much of what we do. So to wrap it up, I will turn it back over.
I'll just say that what you just heard is us trying to talk you through in a very fast manner, the entire flow of our whole world. What we didn't talk about at all is archiving. So I do want to just end by saying, obviously, we are also committed to archiving all of our materials. And if you look at CoRSAL, you will actually be able to find some of our previously recorded materials that we didn't talk about today. So the importance of this sort of resource really can't be overstated, but to this audience, we didn't think we had to say that. Yeah. So again, thank you so much. And I suppose there will be questions at the end of this session, and we'll all still be here. So thank you so much.
Here. Laura Ring is at the University of Chicago Libraries. And we're going to shift gears back to our resources. That was our one little foray out into community connections there. And we'll pick that theme back up after lunch. Now we're going to go back to talking about the resources for South Asian languages and culture. And Laura Ring, we're very happy to have you here.
Facing and some of the opportunities. And then looking forward, I'll try to say a word about some new projects and some new processes, just a glimpse of where I think we're heading. So now we'll talk a little about the historical strengths. Next slide, please. So this image may be familiar to many of you. I want to talk a little bit about the Digital South Asia Library, or DSAL. And that's an open access collection of research and reference materials for the study of South Asia that owe an enormous debt to their visionary, James Nye, the former bibliographer for Southern Asia at Chicago, and my predecessor. So looking back over some planning documents from 2003 for DSAL, I was really struck by how collaborative this project was. In fact, it reminds me a lot about a lot of the South Asia Open Archives, which you'll hear about a little bit later. But it began as a pilot project with the Center for Research Libraries and with enormous contributions and collaboration from
As we look at the larger research libraries, we're kind of reminded of the history of collecting and the challenges that these libraries are facing. But Laura has certainly pointed out to how actively the libraries are working with new collections as well, and trying to reach audiences and develop infrastructure, obviously. So we will have Ryan Perkins next, coming to us from Stanford Libraries to talk about the open access, South Asian open access.
Well, everyone, it's great to hear what people are up to, what their groups are up to. How many of you have heard of Adam Matthews before? Okay. How many of you have heard of coherent digital? Okay. So Adam Matthews is a company based in the UK that is one of these companies that will go in, let's say, to the British Library and say, okay, if you let us digitize this particular archive, we'll give you free access, and then they'll create this really nice module and sell that access to different universities, And they charge quite a bit of money for each of these, for the top institutions. The list price might be around $60,000 or something for each module, and they're coming out with modules all the time. Well, there was a group of librarians Karen, you were in the kind of initial conversations as well. So we have a number of people here. Actually, I think you were, out of all of us here, you were probably initial. So when did that initial conversation take place? Do you remember?
Yeah, it started being about that South Asia archive. We as librarians started receiving, which is pretty typical, as Ryan's explaining, these sort of requests to check out, come check out this new module, we're selling these materials. In fact, I remember having discussions with Michael Dodson about it, who's here at IU. And we sort of, we looked at the materials and we thought, wow, they really just threw, South Asia is just really low on their totem pole, essentially, right? They just sort of grabbed whatever they could that happened to be available and said, hey, it's about South Asia. And we were like, that's what we get. And of course, wanted to charge us an arm and a leg for it. And a lot of it wasn't even under copyright. So we started to talk about other alternatives.
So in 2016, South Asia Open Archives was formed really to kind of go against, as Karen was saying, this privatization for profit model, but also this collaboration between different librarians at different institutions in North America to then kind of curate and create online exhibits with open access. Now, the South Asian Materials Project had been around since the 1960s, which was a group of consortium of librarians that was really focused on getting material items from South Asia. So we have a large collection of materials, and not initially, but maybe a decade after SAM formed, they end up joining Center for Research Libraries in Chicago. And so member institutions have access. A lot of these are microfilm reel, microfiche, then can get access to these materials. So SAMP, the members of SAMP decided, let's form South Asia Open Archives. And so that was formed in 2016. Now, how does this actually work? Now, this is, instead of doing like a regular PowerPoint, I thought I'd actually show the website here. So this is, out of CRL, and it gives a link here. We work with JSTOR, their community platforms, to provide access to the materials. So one of the things I do want to highlight is how many members that we have. So right now we have 32 different member institutions from North America, from South Asia, we have institutions in India and in Pakistan as well. And there are different membership options that we have. So either you can contribute $25,000 over 5 years. For institutions that might not have that kind of funds, we have $20,000 and below that another number. Or you can digitize in-kind content and contribute in-kind content to SAWA, or you can contribute time to SAWA. So most of the institutions in South Asia are contributing either through giving time, so helping with metadata, or digitizing content. Often we will send materials to our partner institutions in South Asia where they can digitize materials. We have other groups that we work with to digitize content. Now, this kind of lists how to become a member of SAWA. And this is again through CRLs and the different member categories, which we won't go into in detail again. And then what I want to show here is this is the actual landing page of JSTOR. And so right now we have almost 50,000 items, and we have it's quite a bit of over 1 million pages of content actually right now. And these are the different collections that we have. One of the goals is to actually expand this into including other types of materials, so oral histories, media materials, and other archival materials as well. So if we look at the different, this landing page here, we see the different categories. And the way this how it works is we have member institutions each have someone who is on one of the working groups. So we have a funding working group, we have an outreach working group, we have a content curation working group, and we have an infrastructure working group. And so each of us will be a part of one of those working groups. And if we want to look at the different languages that we have here, we'll just go on this. We see that we do have a lot of English language materials, and a lot of these were one of the first items that we did decide to digitize were the native newspaper reports, which was during the colonial period, the British officials would gather different local regional language newspapers and take excerpts from those and translate those. And those have been a real source, particularly for historians working on colonial South Asia. And so this just gives we have quite a few languages, and we're always interested in adding more. How did people actually go about, let's say you have some materials, or you work some of your research, or you have grad students that are working on different research, and you say, hey, there's this great collection of materials, it hasn't been digitized yet. So we have the opportunity to fill out like a form online suggesting to digitize certain materials. And then the content curation group reviews that, and then can then provide funding with the resource that we have to digitize those materials. So this is just an example of the platform. Again, motion pictures are not a large collection here. I know Princeton and has been putting up a lot of their film posters. But at least just for the visual appeal, I thought I would highlight one of these here. Now, a lot of us, I think all of us here are talking about digital collections, and I think there has been obviously a huge move to preserving cultural, historical heritage through digitizing content, which is really crucial and really important. Now, while SAWA had started in response to this privatization for profit model, like Adam Matthews, I think it's important to recognize that there is so much material out there that SAWA alone can't do it all. And so, even listening to Milli and what they're doing in South Asia, and after me, we're going to hear about SADA and what they're doing. And I think how I like to see this is there's this larger ecosystem, and each of our roles where we're at, we're trying to do as much as we can to try to preserve the materials before they disappear. And for those of you who've done research in South Asia in particular, I'm sure you've been to different archives or libraries where the materials are just kind of rotting away. At Stanford, we were, bringing in some materials, but then we end up finding some powder tested for DDT. And so universities don't want to bring DDT into their collections for some reason. And so another model is really to digitize these, obviously using safety protocols and make them accessible globally. The other thing that I do want to point out is that digitization is not, I don't see it as a replacement for actual physical access to materials. I find that particularly today, a lot of students, they have not experienced a life not mediated by the screen. And I think it is really important to stress them and allow students to really engage with the actual physical objects. The materiality of the text is very important. I think one of the questions is, as we devote so much resource, so much time to the digitization, how do we do that without losing sight of the importance of the actual physical materials? So Stanford, for example, university decided to take our large storage facility on campus and take away from us, not give us any other space. So they can tear it down and use a square footage to build, another building, another part of campus. Because the arrangement with the county in Palo Alto there is you only have a certain amount of square feet for buildings on the campus. So there's always, okay, we can get rid of this. And what ends up happening then is a lot of our stacks have been removed off campus storage and then replaced with locked stacks where we're storing some of our rare books and rare materials. Now, there's a very different experience of a student coming into a library and seeing just, I haven't gone visit the stacks here, but I can see, the huge block. And when I saw that, it made me very happy to see that there is still a large physical presence of books here. And there is something about feeling the weight and actually experiencing the weight of knowledge in a way that the screen can't do. We can look and we can say, okay, we have 1 million pages of content. We can look online and think that we know so much or have access to so much. When you go into the actual stacks with all these materials, you realize how little you actually know. And so I think it's really important as we do this and how important this is, but to really emphasize to our university administrators or library administrators how important these physical collections are. If we remove them all from the stacks, we are in a way taking away the opportunity for students to have this experience that is kind of beyond themselves. And I think many of you who probably got in this field have had one of those, some of those types of experiences where you sit in the library amongst this and it connects you with this longer history and this longer past. And so we are trying to do this through this digital access. And I think going forward, I don't know if any of you have followed CRL or been involved with CRL at all, but there's been a big transition period. So Elizabeth was our former South Asian digital librarian who was doing an amazing job before she moved to MEEP or MEAP. And we have been in somewhat of a holding pattern there with CRL as they have been revamping everything. And so we are right now in the middle of deciding, do we leave CRL? Do we go with another umbrella organization? Do we kind of form our own nonprofit? And so all these things are right now in play, but I am really excited about moving beyond this transition and really kind of expanding. And I think one of the visions that we have is really to be this kind of one-stop shop for people who do research in South Asia, not just these, digitized books, things, but also having other types of content that we can make accessible to researchers. So thank you very much.
Now going to bring in Samit Malik, who is the Executive Director of the South Asian American Digital Archive, which is based in Philadelphia. And continuing our theme of resources, this is a very particular kind of a resource that was developed to provide heritage materials to the South Asian American population. And not as much language material, but access to culture and heritage through this portal that was developed. And we're looking forward to hearing more about it. And we'll take some questions at the end of this presentation to look a little bit more in depth at this resource. So thank you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Shall I get started?
Yes.
Yeah.
Please do.
Okay, good. Well, it's really wonderful to see you all there. I'm sorry I couldn't be with you in person, but really appreciate the thanks so much for giving me the opportunity. Great meeting you all.
We have a last talk for our session before lunch, and it is Jeff Pierce, who's here from the University of Pennsylvania. Talk to us about the South Asian collections there.
everyone. Thanks for giving me some time today to talk to you about some of the work that we've been doing at Penn Libraries. Rather than do sort of a broad overview of our collections, I'm going to focus on two significant digital projects that I've been working on the past few years. As the title suggests, this is sort of the good, the bad, the ugly, all of it. It has been sort of a difficult process at sometimes, but rewarding. So there's these two big projects that I started working about 3 years ago. And I want to share that to outline all that goes into these projects. There's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes that's not always thought of. I want to offer lessons to all of you, things that I've learned along the way in hopes that you won't have to learn them yourselves. And also wanted to plant the seeds for future work and start some dialogue here on things we might be able to do with these collections in the future. So I'll be walking you through 4 sections of the presentation, thinking about the inception of these projects, garnering administrative buy-in for them, the process of going through the digitization and metadata creation, and then ultimately the delivery. So just to give a little bit of context of our digital repository, at Penn, our digital repository is called Calenda. It was launched, this new version was launched about 4 or 5 years ago, and it's still a little bit in development, still adding some features. Like a user authenticated access. So currently everything that's on Calenda is all open access, which is great. We want most of our things to be open access, but it does prevent us from putting some things into our digital repository. So we'll be adding that, and also a media player of some sort. So currently Calenda is home to some of our notable South Asia collections, one being some examples here, our South Asian manuscript collection, the largest in the Western Hemisphere, we acquired in the 1930s. That was all digitized and recatalogued about 10 years ago, thanks to an NEH grant. And then we also have a notable image collection. This was the image collection of Mary Binney Wheeler, who was a Philadelphia socialite, became good buddies with Stella Kramrisch at the Philadelphia Museum of Art, got really into South Asian art, did a lot of touring throughout South Asia in the 80s, had really great images. So that collection is about 6,500 images of photographic slides. So getting started with these two projects, how did these come about? I'll just talk for a few minutes about each of them. The first is the American Institute of Indian Studies Photograph Archive. This project began in the 1960s to document the architectural and sculptural heritage of India with a focus on temple architecture. So this project sent teams all throughout South Asia, well, predominantly India, to collect information, photograph, and document. So this project went on for decades, and they started setting up an archive in the Delhi area. Now it's in Gurgaon, and then in the 70s there was discussion about establishing a version of the archive for North America-based scholars, and Penn Libraries was selected as to be the home of that version of the collection. That was started in 1979 and continued to grow through the 80s as the images, as AWIS continued to add images. This is about 120,000 images. That's what the narrative has been. That's what the narrative I've always heard has been. When we did this project, we actually discovered it was 90,000 images. I don't know what accounts for that discrepancy. I don't know if it is 120,000 in Gurgaon and we just ended up not getting a lot of images, but that's been an interesting discovery there. Some digitization work has been done in the past, so a certain amount of these images have been available on DSAL. These were low resolution images from sort of the early days of internet going back to late 90s, early 2000s. And then in more recent years, AWIS's Center for Art and Archaeology has been doing a little bit of more high-res scanning for their virtual museum of images and sounds. But that's been pretty limited. They got some funding about 10 years ago, maybe, from the Indian government to do that digitization work, but the money ran out, and they haven't been able to get more. So this will be the first time that the full collection has been digitized and made available. Discussions about digitizing this collection at Penn had been going on before I arrived there in 2018. So this had been sort of on the radar for quite some time to be able to make this digitization project happen. The second project is the Jitendra Mohan Bhattacharjee collection. This is a collection that's held by the National Council of Education Bengal, physically on the Jadavpur University campus. This is the personal collection of a prominent 20th century scholar, Jitendra Mohan Bhattacharjee, who did a lot of foundational work, particularly for Bengali and Assamese manuscripts. This collection includes 6,000 manuscripts in Sanskrit and Bengali, about 8,000 books, and 2,000 periodical issues. Those are mostly in Bengali and Assamese. This project will digitize all of the manuscripts and about 4,000 of the printed items. This excludes items that have already been digitized elsewhere. The print material is notable for really coming from the select region, features a lot of material that's not represented elsewhere, and it includes a lot of Dobashi Bangla, a version of Bengali that incorporates a lot of Persian and Arabic and tends to circulate among Muslim communities. There had been sort of a sense of urgency to get this material digitized. Our colleagues at the Center for Studies in Social Sciences, Calcutta, had been talking about digitizing this collection, had been looking for some opportunities to pursue that. And then some people from the central Indian government started poking around. They got sort of nervous about the future of this collection and really wanted to expedite that process. So really it just began. I started speaking with Ciorciari, who's at CSSC, just sort of came about by serendipity, this project. Next, I want to talk about getting administrative buy-in. These projects are substantial, they're expensive, they're complicated, and it can be a difficult sell. So how do we make that happen in big research libraries? For AIIS, it was simple. This archive was taking up real estate, and the library did not want it in this room anymore. It had been sitting there for 40 years, and usage of the archive had been dwindling in recent years. Not that it was no longer important, but just user expectations for digital access were really changing the usage. So we got about 3 or 4 researchers coming to the physical archive every year. So Penn Libraries felt that this wasn't the best use of the space. Many people around the library were eyeing that space for usage. But part of the original MOU with AIIS was that the collection would always be publicly available. So that was kind of limiting what Penn could do with the collection. So digitizing it was seen as sort of a good faith approach to continuing to make the collection available and easily available in one way, and then we could send it to offsite storage. Things could be brought back over if people actually wanted to access the physical content. So I've been, like I said, when I arrived in 2018, this project was kind of just handed to me. We want to get this done. I've been looking around for different funding opportunities. Then the pandemic hit. Penn, for fiscal year 21, so starting in July of 2020, Penn held back a good amount of money because they were worried about what was going to happen with the pandemic. Penn actually weathered the pandemic financially better than expected. So in about January 2021, they're sitting on a lot of cash. What do we do with it? They picked this project as one they wanted to greenlight, which was beneficial. However, they also wanted it done that fiscal year. So that means starting, I got the word in January, February, they wanted it done by the end of June. That was sort of a nightmare, but I'll talk a little bit more about that later. So anyway, this was sort of a directive straight from the library director on get this done, got to jump all of the administrative hoops. CSSC, on the other hand, has been quite a process to push through. We had never done a post-custodial project. We had a few items here and there that we had incorporated into our digital collection, but this was the first post-custodial project we had ever done at scale. So we had no workflow for it. We had no sense of how to get it approved or how to see this through. So everyone I approached with this just wanted to deflect to someone else. So it was a lot of shuffling around the library, a lot of sort of no one feeling like they had the authority to greenlight it. So it required a lot of sort of negotiating. I ended up having to give a bunch of presentations to various stakeholders throughout the library, had to complete the process for what we do for large acquisitions, large purchases. These go to our Collection Development Council, so went through that process. Also had to go through the process that we do for digitization projects, even though this wasn't digitizing our own content. So I did that project proposal with our Digital Collection System Advisory Group, sort of jumped all those hoops, then had to develop a memorandum of agreement for what we approached it as a digital acquisition, used some language that CSSC had provided from MOUs with CRL, incorporated some language from agreements we had with vendors, and ultimately that went to approval to our procurement office, which I'm glad it went there instead of OGC because it'd probably still be sitting on their desk. From the initial conversation to approval took about 6+ months, which for Penn standards is actually really good. but still sort of drawn out and a convoluted process. So how have these two projects unfolded? They've unfolded in pretty different ways. The AAIS project was we decided to outsource it. We have a really great digitization team in-house, but this seemed like a good project that we could outsource to. Ultimately, we went with Backstage Library Works. They did the digitization and the metadata transcription. They were really the only outfit that could do both. They gave us a reasonable quote, so sort of went ahead with that. We had to pack up the entire archive, which was about 70 filing cabinets. This fit into 768 archival boxes. One thing that we had to note, though, is that the collection was organized by the file drawers. And so the finding aids were all structured around these file drawers. So really had to sort of think through, how do we retain that drawer structure? How do we keep sort of a naming structure that allows us to pull specific boxes that would align with drawers as labeled in the finding aids? So got all of that done. The collection went off for digitization in 8 batches. The photo cards, I'll show you an example in a minute. The photo card is sort of like this big. It's got a photo attached to it and then a little metadata slip attached to it as well. So Backstage digitized the entire photo card, then sent that full image to the metadata team to do the transcription, then crop the image, and we receive the cropped image that will be loaded into our digital repository. Then these boxes, once the digitization was done, were sent to our offsite storage. We can pull those to the main library as they're requested. For the metadata, so here's the example of the photo card. I worked with our technical services team to sort of develop a metadata schema, drawing from this metadata slip that you see in the top right. So sort of defining the discrete metadata elements, mapping that to spreadsheet columns. This is what we provided for Backstage Library Works for their metadata transcribers to be able to follow the system and put it in the appropriate columns, because these were not subject specialists. They didn't know this material. So we really wanted to kind of limit the engagement that the transcribers would have to do, which was both good and bad. One of the difficulties there is that there's still retained errors and things like that. One of the benefits, though, or one of the good things, was that the metadata was pretty standard. The sort of structure of the metadata was pretty standard across the entire collection, which is pretty remarkable for a project that went on for decades. Ultimately, we received a spreadsheet of 90,000 lines of metadata. As I said, this was just transcribed as is, so there were still errors to clean up, typos to clean up, some standardization we wanted to do. So I've had 2 graduate students working this summer to do all of that. Some of it they were able to do with batch changes, but some of it really was, there were 2 columns in particular that were line by line assessment. So really having to go through very tedious work going through each of those lines. That's pretty much wrapped up. So I'm hoping we can actually begin ingesting most of this material into our digital repository very soon. For the Atatharji project, for the Penn side, this project has been quite easy because CSSC is doing all of the heavy lifting. They set up 2 digitization stations at the Council of Education Bengal. You see examples there. When I visited in February of last year, they had those 2 stations up and running. I think all of that digitizing is complete. And then they had a small team doing metadata creation, drawing from some catalogs that had been developed and supplementing with other information. CSSC has done a lot of this work, so they knew what they were doing in terms of metadata creation and sort of fitting it into spreadsheets. Elizabeth already mentioned doing a project with me, and they've done EAP grants, so they kind of know what they're doing. So that was pretty easy, and just had to sort of tweak their standards to fit what we needed from Penn. So now we're into the final phase of delivery, of actually getting these things up and available to users. We did a sort of test ingestion of about 2,500 images from the AAIS collection earlier this year. These are all from Ajunta and Alora, so you can see the example from Kulenda referenced here. Again, I'm hoping that the remainder of the collection will be up very soon, or at least the remainder that we can make available. The first third of the content from CSSC from that project, the Atatharji project, is available. It's about 3,300 manuscripts that we have up now in Kulenda. These are manuscripts in Sanskrit and Bengali. CLRP is completed, most of the imaging, they should be wrapping up the metadata. And so I'm really hopeful that by the end of the calendar year, we'll have both of these projects pretty much wrapped up and available. So just thinking about some of the difficulties for this project, rush timeframes. As I said, the AIIS project was very rushed. We were given the directive in early 2021 to have it completed by mid 2021, which I hope no one actually thought was feasible because that was not feasible. But it did rush sort of some of the preparation of that project, really sort of getting it out, getting it to backstage, getting all of that set up. And I think if we had more time, we might have thought through some things a little bit more thoroughly. It's worked out well, but I think it could have eased if we had a little more time. At the time we had COVID protocols as well. I really had limited access to the building, so it's difficult to work with an archive, pack an archive, do all of those things when I really couldn't get in that much. But we managed. A level of inexperience, partially my own inexperience. I had never coordinated a project like this before, of this scale, of this type, so it was a learning process for me. And then some inexperience along the way. For example, the packers who packed up the archive. We put out some quotes and we went with the least expensive one, of course, and we got what we paid for. It was not done very well. The naming structure, I mentioned was so important. They really sort of botched that quite a bit. I ended up having to go through and rename most of those boxes myself. So that was sort of a hiccup. Metadata delays. It really took forever to get the metadata back from Backstage Library Works, which meant a lot of hounding from administration to me of where is this? Backstage said they would get it to us by the end of June 2021. We got it in September of 2023. So it took a little while. Rights permissions have been complicated for the AIIS project. AIIS holds the rights for most of the photos. Those are pretty straightforward, but there are complications with museum-held objects that are represented in the photographs. AIIS's narrative is that those museums do not want a North American institution hosting the images on their platform. AIIS hosts them on their own VMIS platform, open access, but those we're not supposed to present. So those are going to have to be behind a user authenticated access when we have it available. And then the last thing that's been sort of difficult, the last two things that tie together are cost overruns. The Bhattacharjee project had some cost overruns due to unanticipated condition of some of the manuscripts that sort of slowed down the process. And our admin did not like that there were cost overruns. Normally so this gets into the institutional business model thing. Penn wanted to treat CLRP as a vendor and say, well, that's too bad you had cost overruns, where's our product? And there was some difficult negotiation there. I'm very lucky, again, very serendipitous timing that the South Asia Center at Penn needed to spend a bunch of money all of a sudden. They were at the end of their grant cycle and they came in and covered the remainder of what CLRP needed. But it's been a learning thing for me to understand that when we're working with community partners like that, really having to sort of be cautious about working with our institutions that can be quite difficult. So thinking about opportunities, next steps, what can we do for digital scholarship? I hope to collaborate with our Center for Research Data and Digital Scholarship, really open to any ideas you all may have, which is why I wanted to present some of this to you here today. I'm really hoping for more post-custodial potential at Penn. As I said, this is the first project we did. It's been relatively successful. I hope this opens up new opportunities. There's currently a task force at Penn that's looking at considering our capacities. Admin is mostly concerned about what the long-term preservation costs are. What does it mean to enter into a post-custodial relationship and say, we're going to host this content in perpetuity? What is the dollar sign for that? And then lastly, richer discovery and cross-dialogue. I had conversations about potentially tying in with SAWA, with federated discovery through SAWA, particularly if new modules are developed. When Elizabeth was with SAWA, we already did a trial run of a manuscript module, so great thing to add there, and then also looking at image content. So thanks for your time, and yeah, I'm looking forward to hearing any ideas you might have of what we can do with these collections.
Thank you, everybody who spoke at this session. As you'll see on the schedule, we didn't budget time for questions right now, but we are going to have a discussion session at the end of the day, putting everything together. We are gonna break for lunch now, all right? Yeah. So for those of you who are local, we will be back here at, what time are we back?
1:20.
At 1:20. And for those of you who are presenters, some of our students who are helping out, Shane and I will here. Misam, can you help also? We're just gonna walk over to HLS to the atrium. And we have a very, very simple lunch. It's a sandwich kind of thing where we're encouraging our presenters and our student helpers to go get their lunches, walk around, enjoy the beautiful IU campus. The weather's very nice still, I think. And then they'll get lost and come back here at 1:20. So thank you all.
Yeah, thank you for joining us. We're really grateful. I'm grateful you put writing down ideas. Yeah, yeah. Right now. Yeah, honestly, it's my fault. Like, oh, you let me know. Personal art. community in the US. Coming back to the idea of resources that serve people, it's useful to think of a feedback loop, a little bit like, was that Brad who had his purple? Is that Chad?
No, it wasn't me.
Oh, it's the chin languages.
Oh, it was the chin, right, with the feedback loop. Well, yeah, appropriate then. You have collections, they need preservation and access. You reach out to the community to learn about the collection. The librarians, archivists describe the materials, they catalog, they digitize, they create access. They reach out some more, they refine the metadata, they discover more uses for the community. They develop better tools to deliver to the audience. And as we saw with Summit's presentation, the more you talk to the community, the more needs emerge. Partnership is important and trust is important. To find out what the needs of the community are, what do they want? Do they want access to oral histories? Do they want to create oral histories? Do they want to use materials for language revitalization programs or development of grammars or language learning materials? The partnership with librarians and archivists can be a mutual knowledge sharing. Communities provide the context, but it takes time. What some would call the slow archives movement. It takes time to develop the metadata, understand the needs of the community. And now we're going to turn to our presenters for the afternoon. This is a community session. Think of the Chin Project as the first one. And now we're going to hear from Greg. No, I think Kristine comes first. Kristine Hildebrandt from Southern Illinois University is going to talk about her work with Nepali communities.
Yeah, I could always arm wrestle Greg for.
He's in there. He's in there somewhere. He's in there somewhere.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you, everybody, for being here, and thank you to the organizers for today. I really was glad to be here in the morning to hear all of the different examples of archival initiatives and work. It really gets me thinking, get my gears turning, so to speak, because I'm coming at this from maybe, you know, kind of the opposite end, which is working with community members and thinking carefully, increasingly carefully over the years about what the materials I collect when I work with communities, what happens to them, where they go, how to be mindful of that right from the start. So this is really a collection of observations and ideas. I'm not presenting to you any kind of a polished project that I'm in the middle of, just really some more recent observations I've had and some ideas, becoming more connected to some diaspora communities who originated from Nepal and who are in the Queens area of New York. So there might be a little overlap with the talk later from the Endangered Language Alliance, Alliance on Endangered Languages, but maybe not. Maybe we'll both be bringing some new thoughts to this. So apologies for overlaps, but really it just means we're all thinking about the same thing. So that's okay too. So what I'll be doing in my brief period of time is a very incomplete, very like one slide overview of the history of Nepalese immigration into the US. We heard about a more broader South Asian immigration history. I want to turn to the Nepalese community, and then some observations on what counts, quote unquote, as a language community in a diaspora context. Also what counts as language practices in this context, how languaging happens in these types of contexts, at least specifically where I am seeing things. Some thoughts of approaches to language documentation, methods that matter when you're working with diaspora communities. And then also thoughts on what the community would like to see coming from these efforts, because they have some really unique and interesting perspectives to offer on this. And then also some connections to the CoRSAL archive initiative, at least how I'm thinking about it now. So quick, incomplete overview. So there's over 140,000, give or take, immigrants from Nepal to the US. They are primarily concentrated in urban areas, but as I move around and travel, I'm always on the lookout, and I'm always surprised at, you know, small pocket communities that I see in all kinds of places of the US.
And historically, the reasons for immigration have largely included economic betterment, economic opportunities. But of course, there have been moments in the history of Nepal that have increased that influx in various ways, often tied to unsettling times, unsettled politics, chaos resulting from natural disasters and things like that. Largely what we see when we encounter immigrants from Nepal are caste ethno-linguistic groups. So largely Hindu, Nepali speaking or Indo-European speaking communities in the US, but not always. And in particular, as has been documented so far and has been described particularly in New York City, there are these really dense pockets of immigrant communities in the Queens area of New York that represent other ethno-linguistic communities of Nepal. And those are the ones I'm primarily interested in because of my own language documentation experience, the Tibeto-Burman communities that we find in Queens. And they have really grown amazingly, and they're very tight-knit communities. They all live right around each other, in some cases occupying multiple apartment units in a single building within Queens, or being very, very close to each other. And then if some family buys a house or buys a duplex, it's literally just blocks away. So everybody's just in really close touch with each other. And so the languages I have highlighted here in blue are the languages I have done documentation work on in my life, but that's not just, so these are Bodic languages of Nepal, Bodish languages of Nepal, so the Tamangic, Takhali, Gurung Manange subgroup, and there are other languages in there as well as Gyalsumdo, which is a Tibetic language that that community migrated originally from slightly more northeastern parts, the Gorkha district of Nepal, into Manang, and then has joined these communities in Queens. So they're all there. So that's very interesting to me. I just wanted to give a quick touch point also to another community in the US that's a little different, but also in some ways similar. This also, I was browsing the Sadaf collection earlier during that presentation today, and I saw a collection here on Bhutanese, so these are refugee populations and not immigrant populations in the sense of relocating for economic betterment. So these are people who spent time in refugee resettlement camps because of a history of ethnic persecution on the border of Bhutan and Nepal, in which the government specifically targets these communities as not representing kind of majority Dzongkha ethno-linguistic affiliation. And so therefore they're denied national ID cards, and they're denied the ability to own land and, basically basic human rights, right? So a lot of these communities end up for quite a long time languishing in refugee camps before they're resettled in the US. And I live in St. Louis, Missouri, actually, and there's quite a large community that's been resettled there. So full disclosure, my husband's from Nepal originally. So he represents Nar, so one of the languages I mentioned earlier. Of course, they all speak Nepali, we all speak Nepali together. But there's this interesting disconnect where the Bhutan community think that maybe he's like a refugee as well, and I'm not a refugee, I'm an immigrant, and so there are these interesting conversations that happen. Anyways, they are just a community that's worth kind of continuing to think about when we think about diaspora communities as well. So, whoops, I just did the wrong laptop. There's too many keyboards up here. So what counts as a language community? So my traditional understanding of language community, maybe like a lot of people who've done kind of quote unquote field-based language documentation, that in my training, as I came up as a grad school, it prioritized what we might think of as in situ communities, me traveling to the communities that have traditionally recognized themselves as being there for a long time. They may have kind of settlement or origin stories of different types. They have this really strong connection to the land that they live in. And so that's where I've done my documentation work, working with communities in that space. And that's great. There's a lot of course, important benefits that come with that. But even early on, I was forced to rethink that notion because I encountered other immigrant families in that area. There were Newar communities living up in this area where I was working. There were some Hindi-speaking families that had relocated there for kind of business opportunities, because there's a popular backpacking kind of tourist route through that area. Or when Gurung speaking residents of Chame told me that the Gyalsumdo people were kind of the newcomers, you know, they only came around a couple hundred years ago, they're new people on the block. So there's this constant notion of movement and of remaking communities, so relocating communities. And also, even in these traditional settings, this notion that Perlin and Kaufman make mention of in a 2018 chapter that they wrote on hyperdiversity, they're thinking of that kind of in the New York context, in these large urban, you know, large metro areas where you have lots of different immigrant communities settling in close proximity, resulting in a linguistic hyperdiversity. And I thought, well, I've already been looking at this, even in these smaller, what we might think of as traditional rural areas, where you just have lots and lots of different communities, different languages that are sometimes a bit mutually intelligible, sometimes completely different other than cognate lexical items. So that's been true for me, I think, all along. So these languages are all kind of practiced in close proximity. Some have been around there for longer, some are more recent arrivals. They're quite dynamic, there's lots of movement. And more recently, there's been outward shift. And I think, you know, some of that shift results in the communities I've seen building up in the Queens area of New York. Again, what counts as language practices in diaspora communities? Again, once again, I studied this traditionally more in situ locations because it's complicated, like who speaks what language. Everybody's practices societal multilingualism as well as individual multilingualism. And so the settings in which language A is used versus language B, did mom come from one language community, exogamy, and dad came from another? These were all factors that I had to try to grapple with and come to a better understanding as I was describing a language, especially if I wanted to understand language contact effects, or why household A had one kind of a linguistic repertoire that didn't look like the neighbors next door and it looked different. So again, this has historically been in situ and I've written about it, and it takes a lot of colleagues to write about these kinds of things as well. So it's largely collaborative, but bringing it over to the New York scene. So recently I've had more interaction with diaspora, Nar, Fu, and Gyalsumdo communities in Queens. Again, these are all Tibeto-Burman languages. And so what does that mean, a diaspora community? Just kind of looking at some of the literature, a group of people scattered around different places in the world, but having or feeling like they have a shared common ancestry. So how is that manifested in language practices and language identities? And I feel like that's a foundation then for any kind of future language documentation work and then archival work that springs out of that, is trying to come to a better understanding of the translanguaging or the different language repertoires that are at play in these communities, especially across different generations, as the people who originally settled there maybe 10, 15, 20 years ago and are now having kids of their own, and those kids are growing up. So in these Narfu and Gyalsumdo communities that I've visited, they're very interested in the practice and maintenance of their language. They're very active in celebrating holidays and festivals and other types of events. They maintain close, regular contact with relatives back in Nepal, and there's lots of movement back and forth, lots of traveling back and forth. But at the same time, what I see is this, young girl, for example, speaking to me in English and then responding in Nepali to her parents who might be scolding her or giving her directions in Nar, in the Nar language. And maybe she'll have some Nar response, but she's not really actively using that. It's more of a passive understanding of Nar. And so, how is that happening? What does that mean? Does it look like all of the other scenarios of shift, intergenerational shift that we might see in other types of textbook cases? Or, how can we learn about that? Oh, it's again, in the same keyword. I'm in robot mode when I'm up here. So to better understand that, then what kinds of methods of language documentation make sense in this context? And then how do we think about, preserving this, archiving this? Who are we archiving it for? I just wanted to make a comment here that, when I look at the support, the financial support that's there for this kind of work, there's a lack right now, a general lack. There's one major exception that I'll mention at the very end. But I was going through a spreadsheet of funded projects, because that's fun work to do. So different funded projects back when Dell was Dell through the NSF, but also Dell through the NEH. So there were 0 projects that had kind of real commentary on diaspora projects in their abstract. From NSF Dell, there was 1 funded project with diaspora included in its broader impacts. Now DLI took over for DEL. For those of you who are in the NSF kind of nerd land, the program shifted in 2020 and became dynamic language infrastructure after documenting endangered languages went away. That's changing a bit. There's one with a mention of this in its broader impacts and one with a focus on methods and infrastructure, which I'll come back to at the end. Maybe some of you know about this already. I will note that several projects include this notion of heritage language in their descriptions, but those are often stuck into the broader impacts and they're not part of the core intellectual merit, which makes a proposal really strong and worthy of funding consideration. Or else they're focused primarily on indigenous North American languages, which makes sense, but it's a different situation. But there are some different organizations. I have a couple of websites here that really kind of are talking about studying diaspora language practices. So there's this one MISTEC community organizing project that is looking at MISTEC practices in LA, in the LA area, California. And then I'll also note microgrants. For example, the Endangered Language Fund, they allow for diaspora work, and there's lots of diaspora projects, but they're small. They're $3,000, $4,000 grants, so they're not really going to allow people to do the kinds of things they might want to do. So I'll come back to that. So in terms of methods that work, again, early thinking this through, projects that think about working with diaspora communities need to focus equally on both shift and maintenance scenarios and not assume that shift is inevitable and then just start looking at the hallmarks of language shift, so shifting away from one language to another. But maintenance matters to these communities. But also at the same time, not sticking to a binary of like ideal speaker versus semi-speaker, right? Acknowledging a continuum of language repertoires and practices. And also valuing translanguaging, otherwise often known as code switching, right? So, but code switching kind of, I don't know, overly simplifies how it is that people move from different codes or practices to another in a given situation. And really taking on, I like some of the other terminology showing up in some of the readings. So an integrated web of linguistic resources, which I like that. That's something to work with. And you can then model that and dig into it. Developing new surveys and sociolinguistic and language practices and attitude surveys. So this is something I've done to some extent in Nepal. It really, wow, just uncovered some really fascinating attitudes and practice scenarios from people. So thinking about what those surveys might look like in a diaspora community. Research on patterns across generations, of course, but of course, for me, historically, the standard for language documentation was like the 25-year-old, 20 to 30 years old. If the speaker is too young, it opens up all kinds of IRB considerations, legitimately so. And then when speakers are older, I have often heard things like, well, they don't often have all their teeth or something like that. And so you can't get good phonetic data from that. So, kind of moving away from just this narrow swath of who the people are that you work with. In terms of what the community wants, I've had a lot of conversations with this gentleman here, Mr. Ciorciari, who runs a nonprofit, basically, a cultural nonprofit in Queens. And he's very interested in projects that take on cultural documentation. So not just kind of, word lists and grammatical paradigms and brief stimuli stories, but really kind of capturing language practice in these culturally embedded moments. Ways of sharing language and culture with the traditional natal communities, ways of sharing that back, because everybody's curious about what each other is doing. And in particular, providing younger generations with opportunities that meet them where they're interested in. Some of this has already come up in some of the morning talks about archives. So thinking about archives as interesting and attractive and filled with resources that multiple generations can make use of. A couple last observations before I close. Sorry, that's so small that it's just not even useful, but I was just printing out one of the deposits in CoRSAL and thinking about the metadata that go with those deposits. And I think there's an opportunity to expand on metadata types, item types, to include potentially pedagogical items that come out of the work we do. And also, if we're working with diaspora communities, unnecessarily complicating geographic location and information about participants that's just a place to start. And then also, looking at some of the collections in CoRSAL, sub-collections that contain pedagogical materials and that focus on additional dimensions of diaspora community practices and needs. So I think that that would make sense in the CoRSAL context. The last thing I wanted to just bring back up is, this is a newly funded initiative at the University of Hawaii, and I don't know if there's anyone else in the room who knows about this. This is pretty exciting. I'm hoping to go out to the ICLDC at the University of Hawaii in March, where I can kind of scout out and find out more what they're doing. This appears to be kind of an infrastructure and capacity building grant. So this is documenting endangered languages through training and capacity building among diaspora communities. And they, as far as I understand it, they're really focusing on diaspora communities in the kind of Hawaiian Island region. So these would be Austronesian languages. But I think they're also really thinking about like how can institutions, what kinds of institutional resources can play a role in this. And I'd be excited to find out more about how there could be synergy or parallels to do this kind of work with the communities I'm with. Okay, and these are just some of the references I blew through earlier, but thank you, everybody.
Now I think we'll have Greg Anderson. Thank you. Greg is Executive Director, Founder, President at Living Tongues Institute. Please.
Guilty of charge. Okay, we actually have a video. Yeah, because Anna just wants to, it's too complicated to do pass it off having someone not here, someone here. That's what we did in our video. Let's see, just like, yeah, let's just put it in. Right. I won't be hovering over you.
You share with sound.
Okay. Make it start. Just push button or space bar.
So we're just going to talk a little bit about the Living Tongues as an entity and as a depositing organization for linguistic field materials. And our presentation is entitled The Living Tongues Institute Collection at CoRSAL. And so just a little bit of background on Living Tongues. And then we'll talk a little bit about current funded projects or recently completed funded projects that have yielded or will yield archival deposits. Most of that, I would say, is under the auspices of this large project that we have at the Institute called the Munda Languages Initiative, which I'll describe a little bit, and the types of projects and activities that entails. And then Anna will turn to some details about our current deposit that will be expanding in the coming months and years at CoRSAL on Beerhor. And then we'll also talk about possible future deposits with other data sets that we have. So turning now first to the background of Living Tongues, we are a secular, globally focused organization focusing on research and language documentation specifically, as well as a sort of public awareness raising track where we do a lot of media engagement to talk about the global language extinction crisis, as well as supporting grassroots revitalization efforts. So we're a language-oriented, globally focused organization that doesn't have a religious underpinning. So we work in team groups, generally speaking, with people at different career stages, from untrained activists to PhD holding scholars. And we essentially cover all aspects of language documentation that you might imagine, from phonetics to morphosyntax to sociolinguistics to lexicon. So the full spectrum of both applied and sort of theoretically oriented linguistic output. Another major project that we have going on under the umbrella of Living Tongues is the Living Dictionaries app. And this is a free-to-use multimedia application that is available to anyone in the world and is available in 14 user interface languages. We have over 400 communities that have taken up this tool as a resource to find a space for themselves digitally to create lexical and cultural encyclopedic materials that are freely available to anyone in the community. That photo right there that we had was a recent meeting of Living Tongues scholars in Chiang Mai, Thailand, at a conference there about a year ago. So now turning to our recent funded projects, we just completed one, a large documentation of Sora, which has yielded a very large grammar, dictionary, and text collection. We also have a few other projects that are ongoing, one funded by NSF on words, phrases, and sentences at the interface of phonology and syntax, which is covering Munda language data, and an NEH grant, which is a more explicit documentation of these 7 languages and the development of a virtual archive as a clearinghouse of information about Munda languages. We also recently completed a project on the Birhor project, the results from which Anna will be showing you some data from that are deposited in CoRSAL. So turning now to the Munda Languages Initiative, this is this overarching project that I mentioned that began a little over 10 years ago. And we had a roughly 25-year trajectory on this, that we were attempting from the ground up to systematically document all of the different branches, at least, and representative languages of the different branches of Munda, and also to reclassify Munda based on lexical and grammatical materials, not sort of impressionistic phonological gerrymandering that had happened in the past. So it essentially covers the full range of diversity within the Munda language family. So essentially 13 languages representing 6 subgroups and a total of 25 lex. In terms of our orientation, we're largely focusing, as I said, on lots of different aspects, but basic descriptions of the lexicon, of the grammar, and phonologies, and with an eye towards comparison and getting to earlier stages back up to Proto-Munda eventually. So for those of you that don't know where the Munda languages are spoken, they're largely spoken in Eastern India, between sort of central India and Bangladesh, in Eastern mainland India. And here is a map showing one understanding of the distribution of the different Munda languages. Now, turning to the next slide, these are the languages that we eventually will have deposits on and have made digital recordings in audio and video formats up till now, and which form the basis for those various projects that we just showed. These also, in addition to archival deposits, get turned into sort of more typical academic output, of course. So some of the recent publications that we've had on these topics are listed here on this slide. So you might have noticed that the words, phrases, and syntax, a lot of what we're working on right now are the interface between morphology and phonetics. So a lot of these topics either have to do with the description of the morphology or the description of the phonetics or their interfaces. So that's what a lot of the recent work that has been coming out of Living Tongues in an academic frame have been focused upon. So Anna will now talk about some of the other aspects of our current deposit and relationship with CoRSAL. Thanks, Anna.
So the data tapes that we will be housing in the Living Tongues collection at CoRSAL are audio files, video, ELAN files, images, lexical materials, grammatical materials, phonetic annotations, text materials, and finished products like PDFs, archivable PDFs of the different publications that have come out, and community-oriented publications that we work on as well. So over time, we plan to have deposits for all the languages that Greg just mentioned in the previous slide. So the first one that we've been working on is the Bierhor deposit. So I'll talk a little bit about that. So some of the data types, for example, for those of you who also work on language documentation, you might be familiar with Elan. So we plan to archive a lot of the audio and video and Elan time-aligned annotations that go with oral texts. So here's an example from an interview, and you can see many members of our Living Tongues internship working on Elan together. And so we've done dozens of different oral texts in this way, and for many of the different Munda languages. We've had so many people contributing to all these projects, and so we're excited to make sure that all of this good work is accessible to future generations. We also are archiving an array of images for all these different Munda languages. So these are the two first images here of rope making. These are from the Bierhor community, different Bierhor communities. And so these are already up in the CoRSAL archive. And then here is Idital, which is a mural tradition of the Sora people. And so we'll be archiving some images from Idital as well in the future. Some of the lexical materials that we've archived at CoRSAL for the Bierhor deposit include a trilingual dictionary of Bierhor, Hindi and English. So here you can see a little screenshot from one of the pages. And so those are, we plan to keep archiving different lexical materials like this, and also not just in dictionary format, but also spreadsheets of the original dictionary data and their glosses and different scripts that the headwords are written in. We also have a wide variety of texts. So here you see, this is a transcription and annotation of an oral text from one of the Munda languages. So we have so much material like this that we will also be getting into the archives as well. Here's what our landing page looks like at CoRSAL. So it gives a little explanation about who we are and the collection itself, and what are the bedrocks of the type of work that we do. So this is our link to our current landing page for the Living Tongues Institute collection. And the main, as I mentioned before, the main resource page that's on there right now is the Bierhor language resource page. Here you can see one of our colleagues here making rope from one of the Bierhor communities. And so that also has its own URL and a nice description of the Bierhor community and the types of knowledge and the different types of items that you can find in this deposit. Here are just some samples from the website of the types of data that we've archived just for Bierhor. So we published in India a survey of the ethnobotanical knowledge of the Bierhor people of India. So that PDF is there with so much different lexical information, translations, ethnobotanical information, local uses for plants, super interesting. We also published the first ever Bierhor children's book. So that's being used currently in Bierhor communities now. And then you can find a copy at the CoRSAL archive. And many different images of community members and different sites from the various communities. So that just gives you a little idea of what's currently in the deposit. We've done our first batch, and we plan to do further batches in the next few years. I've been working on the archive and training my colleagues in India so that they can also have all the digital skills necessary to be archiving with CoRSAL themselves. So that's been a highlight of working with CoRSAL as well. I'll turn it back to Greg to talk to you a little more about some of our other future deposits that are not Munda languages.
Yes, so in addition to the Munda language family, which is our primary focus in India, we also have done extensive field work in Arunachal Pradesh, the northeasternmost state of India. We largely have focused on three types of languages. There's the Koro-Aka language, which is sort of in its own genetic domain here. Then we have three languages which likely form a subgroup within Trans-Himalayan or Tibeto-Burman. That is the Krusish branch. That's Kruso, Miji, and Bangru. And then we have three other languages that we've worked on that belong to the Kobwa branch of Trans-Himalayan, so Puroit, Bugun, and Sartang. One of our associates doing a PhD on Bugun right now at Guwahati University in India. So we're looking forward to seeing that. So just in case you're not familiar where this part of the world is, this is the northeasternmost state of India. So it is east and north of Bangladesh for the most part, and just due east of Bhutan and due northwest of Myanmar. The main area that we've been working in Arunachal Pradesh is in the western edge here, in the districts called West Kameng, East Kameng, and Kurung Kume, as well as Lower Subansiri. So those are the main ones that we've been working, the main districts we've been working in. In addition to Arunachali languages, we have actually recorded data on several other minority so-called tribal languages of India. So we have extensive data on Kui, which is a Dravidian language spoken in Odisha, in the general area of Sora. We also have made recordings on Nihali. Nihali is an isolate language spoken in Madhya Pradesh and Maharashtra. They're largely live in satellite villages to the Munda-speaking Korku people. So in our a preliminary Korku survey, we came across some Nihali speakers and did some preliminary recordings with them as well. And lastly, we did a workshop a number of years ago in Shillong in Meghalaya, and as a result, trained various local language activists and made recordings in a variety of Kasian varieties from Meghalaya. Now, Kasian is a complicated ethno-linguistic mosaic, so it's not clear, are these dialects of Kasi? Are they separate languages? What are they? But they're varieties that belong to the Kasian branch of Austroasiatic. And in our work with not just India, but other parts of the world, we have had recourse to work with a number of different archives, and I just want to give some thoughts on working with CoRSAL versus some of the other archives that we have worked with in the past. And so Anna will take it from here.
I've been at Living Tongues for nearly 14 years, and I've had the opportunity to archive so much of the work that we've done with a number of different archives around the world. And I found that CoRSAL, it's really notable, and that it's a great place to archive for those of you considering it or want to recommend it to your colleagues. I've noticed that we've always had really clear communication with the archivists and the team at CoRSAL, and they've made their deposit procedures very streamlined and easy to use, and therefore I'm able to teach my other colleagues, even remotely, even if they haven't worked, specifically on certain languages, or if they have, I can teach them the deposit procedures and help make sure that our other colleagues around the world can help steward this process of archiving as well. And so that's really that's really helpful to be able to have multiple team members archiving with you and learning the benefits of archiving. So I think the CoRSAL process makes that achievable. And for the display on the website, it's really the ability to sort and display and share multimedia easily on the website makes it, I think, a really great experience and better than some of the other archives out there. So just wanted to give a shout out to the CoRSAL team. Thanks for having us, and thanks for all of you for watching this presentation. Have a good day.
They all work. Endangered language.
Yeah, I didn't pay you for that last.
No.
That was, Anna, thank you.
I was enjoying watching the video. Remembering that I said those words. Seems good.
All right.
Passion that beer war.
Yeah, good. That's what I like about it. Moving along. We will now hear Shweta Alkokar, who's joining us to bring some news from New York and the diaspora in New York, where so much good work is being done with the Endangered Language Alliance. Shweta is a PhD student at Berkeley and is working with Endangered Language Alliance and is here to share their work with us. Thanks.
Okay.
There's a lot.
Hi, everyone. So thank you so much for the intro. Thank you for including me in this gathering. I'm really excited to represent the Endangered Language Alliance here today. So I'm a researcher affiliated with this organization. The two other names listed here, Daniel Kaufman and Ross Perlin, those are the co-directors of this organization. And I will do my best to represent them well, but it may be that you have some questions and things like that that I'm not the best person to answer them, where I'm not the best person to answer them, and I might direct you to these individuals. But today I'm going to be focusing on specifically the projects related to endangered or otherwise minority South Asian languages spoken in New York City, and talking about some. So I want to start by talking about the linguistic landscape of New York City. New York has more than 700 languages, so that means around 10% of the world's languages are represented in this one city, which is really quite remarkable. And more and more speakers of endangered languages, as we've been talking throughout the day, are migrating to urban centers around the world, such as New York City. And so what that means is that there are even languages that have been marginalized in their places of origin that are spoken less and less there, but we can find them in cities around the world. And so hundreds of thousands of speakers of these minority languages have arrived in New York City in the last few decades, and especially from Asia, West Africa, and Latin America. And so what that means is that this is a really unique moment in history for New York and other similar urban centers, which have really never seen so much linguistic diversity before, and perhaps might not ever in the future. So with how rapid these changes have been, there is at this point little awareness of how much linguistic diversity is in the city, and it hasn't been very clearly mapped, and there certainly aren't a lot of institutions in place that can support this diversity. So sort of seeing this gap, the Endangered Language Alliance was founded as a nonprofit in 2010 with the mission to document endangered languages and support linguistic diversity in New York and beyond. So one thing I want to highlight is that ELA is not an academic institution and doesn't seek to be one. So really, we at this organization are working towards a new form of public linguistics that engages and brings together language communities, academic linguists, and a general audience. And I mentioned these two individuals already, but Daniel Kaufman is also the founder of this organization, and he and Ross co-direct the organization today. So now I want to turn to thinking about the South Asian languages that are spoken in New York specifically. We've already gotten a little taste of this, but the image that you're seeing on your right here is actually a digital map that was created by the Endangered Language Alliance. This is the product of a decade of survey work across the city, and every dot represents a different language, and in many cases, language communities. And all the red dots are South Asian languages. So you can start to see where a lot of these communities are concentrated. I wish I put a link here, but if you go to languagemap.nyc, you will be able to see this map and play around with it. And yeah, it has really great search functionality as well. So this is the print version of the map, where instead of dots, we see the names of the actual languages, because you can't cover and get information about each one in a print version of the map. And so how well can we see the colors? Probably not great, but that's okay. I'll talk you through it. So a lot of the red we're seeing is in Queens. So especially in this area.
The other.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool. This area right here, which says Jackson Heights and Elmhurst, and it is blown up right here. We'll see a zoomed in picture of that soon. This has historically been an area with lots of South Asian migration, but especially more so in recent years, there has been more spread of populations more east into Queens, as you can generally see. So a lot of these communities come from Nepal, Bangladesh, and India. And then we see this kind of community. There we go. This community here in Brooklyn, this is the Kensington sort of area. This is a Bangladeshi and Pakistani enclave. Small community of Sri Lankan immigrants here in Staten Island, and then here in the Bronx, another Bangladeshi enclave. And so this is the area I was mentioning earlier, Jackson Heights, famous for having lots of linguistic diversity, specifically from South Asia. Here we can see Bengali and Tibetan are in the largest font because they're some of the largest represented languages here. And you can even think of these two languages, like Central Tibetan and Bengali, as sort of lingua franca within these neighborhoods. And they're often used for speakers of smaller minority languages to communicate with their shared this. So now I want to talk about some of the minority languages that we see in the city, and I've sort of divided these languages into three sorts of categories. First, we have the Himalayan languages of Nepal, Northern India, Bhutan, and the Tibetan areas occupied by China, which we've heard a little bit about today already. These are the languages that are most heavily represented in Queens, but also in Brooklyn. We see an especially wide range of Tibeto-Burman languages in this area. The second group is the Pamiri languages, which are Eastern Iranian languages spoken in the high mountain regions where the borders of Tajikistan, Afghanistan, Pakistan, and China meet. So sort of at the northwestern periphery of the South Asian area. And this is certainly a smaller community, but it is still several hundred strong and kind of most represented among these languages is the Shubni language. And then finally, if you can really call this a distinctive category, the languages of Bangladesh and Northeast India, by which I mean the 7 sister states to the east of Bangladesh. The number of immigrants from Bangladesh has especially been increasing at a very fast pace in the last decade. And so we see many speakers of understudied varieties of Bangla and also other Indo-Aryan languages from this general area, as well as at least one language. So now I want to talk about what kind of work exactly does ELA do? And today I'm really going to focus on our documentation work, although that's only one pillar of the type of work we do in this organization. So the documentation work in some ways looks similar to your sort of standard in situ documentation that you might think of. And the type of documentation we do will depend very much on the community and their interests. But it can include things like elicitations, text collections, and using those works towards developing resources like dictionaries, grammars, corpora, etc. It can also mean using those resources for things like online videos that share cultural knowledge, that share people's experiences as immigrants in New York City, and posting those online so that they can be super easily shareable amongst the community members. And it can also go towards creation of children's books and pedagogical materials and things that might not exist for these particular languages. And one thing that I think makes our work at ELA a little different from at least the traditional setup we think of when we think of language documentation work in situ is that our projects are often led by community members. And I would say today, they're 100% of the time initiated by community members. And so what ELA really tries to do is just make their presence known so that when there are speakers in the city who have interest in doing any kind of language work, they might know to reach out to ELA, and that happens more often than not. And then it is usually up to the discretion of the individuals who are interested in this work to what extent they want to, like what kind of support exactly they want from ELA, what kind of engagement they want from academic therapists, things like that. And so these other parts of our work, which I won't focus on as much, are language-specific events, cultural events, being sort of a host for those sorts of things, language classes, and also many awareness-focused events, awareness about issues of language and impairment. And we've also been involved in lots of outreach and advocacy projects because of ELA's sort of connections with lots of different communities. We've been involved in vaccine conversations, census outreach to make sure that we're really capturing all of the diversity that's in the city and so on. Okay, so in my last 5 minutes, I would like to present a snapshot of the Vishnupriya Manipuri project. Vishnupriya Manipuri is a language that is represented in New York that I have been working on. This is by no means a representation of every type of documentation project that comes out of ELA, but it happens to be the one I'm working on, and it is a South Asian language, so we're going to chat about it. So this is an Eastern Indo-Aryan language, which has an estimated 120,000 speakers. That second bullet. Essentially, the language today is spoken in villages, and many speakers worry about decline in speaker population because there are high rates of immigration out of these rural areas as people are seeking economic opportunities in urban centers. And so this language is indigenous to the state of Manipur, as indicated by its name. But it has, it's no longer spoken in Manipur. So today it's spoken in Bangladesh, specifically in the Sylhet district, as well as in certain parts of Assam and Tripura. And so that area actually does form a contiguous region, but it happens to be separated by a border. And so this is a language that has been in exile from its original homeland for a long time. And it's a minority language, even where it's spoken in situ. So there are many kind of issues that come with language identity when the language is sort of a minority everywhere that it's spoken, including in its villages. So what does the community look like in the New York metro area? There are about 20 to 25 Vishnupriya Manipuri families. They were originally more concentrated in the Queens, Jackson Heights area, and today they've spread out quite a bit more. And among them is Uttam Singha, who is this individual on the left in the picture here, who is a community leader. He's done a lot to promote the use of a writing system in Vishnupriya Manipuri and started a magazine publication in the language, and he initiated a collaboration with ELA and continues to be the most active collaborator in that project. And essentially his goals for this project were actually to increase the scientific knowledge of Vishnupriya Manipuri language, because there are so many issues with within the community of like the legitimacy of this language, recognizing it as a language. And there have been kind of conflicts with groups that are languages that are spoken near Vishnupriya Manipuri, and their sort of wishes to group this language with other languages. And so it's been really amazing to see that out of these families, 16 individuals have contributed to our documentation work. So it has been really wonderful to see just how interested people have been in creating documents of their language. So I'm just jumping ahead now to sort of skipping the process and jumping ahead to like what we have on hand. We have lots and lots of recorded elicitations with 6 speakers in total. I've had weekly elicitation sessions with Singha in particular since 2019, although many of them are now on Zoom because I'm in Berkeley. And almost all of these are interlinearized in Flex. We also have 33 texts, audio and video, which include a really wide range of genres, from folk stories and traditional songs to personal histories, which talk about like migration to the US and what that experience was like, and conversations, interviews, a bunch of other things. We have interlinear glosses for about half of them, and Elon time-aligned transcriptions for a handful of them. And so where do these materials live? All of, or a good number of our interlinear lost texts are available on pradelos.org. So if you're not familiar with this resource, it's a software tool that allows researchers to upload lexical and corpus data sets from common tools like fieldwork, AK, Flex, Pratt, Elon, etc., and make them publicly available and easily searchable. And then we also post a lot of our videos on YouTube and Facebook. These are a curated set of our videos, which we think would be of particular interest to community members. And so if we have time, I'll show you a quick example of one of those. And we're actually in the process of sort of building out our own archive, which is the Archive of the Languages of New York, called OMNI, which sits within the Internet Archive. So this was a sort of long decision that the directors of the ELA made, or, you know, battling limited resources, but also kind of wanting all of our materials to live together, and first and foremost to be extremely, extremely accessible. And so this is the decision they made. It's still very much a work in progress. It takes a long time to document materials that maybe weren't documented for many years prior. So I guess this is a snapshot of Pradelos for anyone who may not have seen it. This is kind of an output of a flex text into Pradelos, very easily searchable. I'm sadly gonna have to skip this, and maybe it would have been hard to play anyway, but this is a really cool recording that we were able to get of what is probably the oldest known composition in Vishnugram Manipuri, which we think is, which is believed to be centuries old and been passed down through oral tradition. And this is kind of what the Internet Archive looks like, but specifically this is ELA's set of recordings within the Internet Archive, which is what OMNI looks like. And so, yeah, my final thoughts on future directions. So the goals for all of these materials that we have is really wide reach and accessibility. And again, with a strong emphasis on accessibility to language community members. But in our case, a lot of this work has been linguistic in nature. And so we would like it to be accessible to linguists and researchers in allied disciplines as well. And so I would say at this point, we probably haven't, so we're not using CoRSAL yet, which is why I'm really excited to be here and learn more about it. But we're looking for something, or kind of our perfect resource would be one that has an intuitive interface and search functionality, and is also able to integrate the types of structured data sets that come out of a lot of linguistic fieldwork. So, and I see that there's a clear benefit to an archive with an aerial focus. And I'm, yeah, looking forward to just thinking more. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. That's fascinating work. We have about 10 minutes, I think, for Q&A for our last couple of speakers here. So please, keep an eye on the chat there, maybe.
So to remind you,
Kristine Hildebrandt spoke about the Nepali communities in the US, and Greg, where did Greg go? Oh, there you go. Greg and Anna about living tongues and their work there and all their deposits in CoRSAL.
Actually,
I wanted to ask a question to Greg. I wanted to know a little more about the dictionary app.
Sure. So it's a multimedia tool. And you can produce print forms out of it as well. And has audio and video, text, images. It's searchable, so you can tag it with all kinds of things, dialect. We always have the speaker name and all kinds of metadata behind the thing, not in the display. So the language, I mean, there's 14 interface languages. We'll have a couple of more coming out soon. So South Asia, we have Assamese, Bangla, and Hindi, and we'll have Nepali soon. So it's free to use for anyone. It's completely mobile creatable. So we used to have a different app that was built a long time ago and became incompatible with the advances in technology. And that's why between 2018 and 2020, we basically did nothing but programming and tried to get we had to rebuild it from the ground up again. So now the idea is that, so you can use your phone as a recording device. And so you can immediately upload. It's also completely live, immediately. Yeah, Anna is the de facto spearhead of the Living Dictionaries app. We don't have titles like that, but she's the person who interfaces with community. So we do, we have people who just build them completely independently of us and with no role in it whatsoever. We also have, there's a private mode so that of those, in the 400 there's actually significantly more than 400, but almost all of those are Native American communities that want to keep their resource private. So it's very popular among Native American communities. Because they can do whatever they want. We have semantic domain tagging, so you can tag it and sort, and you can basically search. It has a very powerful search function that can create any number of different generated things. So like if you wanted to create a language lesson on fish in your community, you can easily generate that, print it out and have it right there. So, and also have the sound files and other things if you wanted a more multimedia experience. So. Yeah, I would encourage anyone to, it's free to use, it's free to sign up for. So if you want to, you're interested in it, and, we're always trying to get more languages in it. So, that's what we need is people to, be aware of it, because it's extremely easy to teach people, even with no digital literacy, how to use it. We do it all the time. So we've run during the pandemic in particular, we ran a lot of workshops with people all over the world. In addition to South Asia, we do a lot of work in Africa and South America. So we've had a lot of different communities engaged from those areas to the Pacific and to a certain degree. But yeah, so I'm be happy to give anyone more information on it. But yeah, livingdictionaries.app is the thing, and just check it out.
Oh yeah, and is it okay if I jump in for 1 second?
Yeah.
Hey,
What's up,
everybody. Yeah, so I just want to say for all the linguists and researchers here and on Zoom, one of our features is that we can import data batches from Flex or Toolbox files or any type of spreadsheet that you might have. And so we do this for free. We just have like a long queue of different dictionaries that we're working on. And so as our team has time, we'll go through and we'll adapt the different, even if it's a legacy format from like, an older dictionary software, we'll work to adapt it to our import spreadsheet. And then we also work directly with communities so that, they can import large batches. So we work with anyone from, really seasoned linguists who have really large, complex data sets with, all the parts of speech and, maybe sample sentences and everything. And then we also work with, much more streamlined data where people just want to have their words and phrases and then translations into different languages. So we have, we're really adaptable and we really try to customize to what the community needs. And we have a partnership with 7000.org. Transforming a lot of their existing curriculums into living dictionaries so people can search the content from the curriculums. And we'd be happy to talk to some of the organizations who are here in this conference today to see if there are any existing dictionaries or data batches that we could import for you for free when we have time.
Two other features I wanted to mention, Anna. One is that we have I just lost my train of thought. We have up to 5 orthographic representations of a head word because one of the communities we work with in India has 5 competing orthographies. Also, you can have an infinite number of glossing languages. Most there don't have more than about 5 or 6, but you could have 100 glossing languages. And most are bi or trilingual, but yeah, there are some areas where we have multiple.
I had a question for Kristine. Kristine, do you think that the Narfu community or the generally the group of Nepali communities would be interested in hearing about archiving and community collections? This is something I would love to talk to you about more. in relation to our IMLS grant, where we're wanting to connect with communities around the US. Might just want to, we would just want them to hear about it, not to say, come to CoRSAL, but just to say, this exists, and would you be interested in knowing more about how to do it, even if they just created their own Ubuntu site or something like that.
Yeah, I think this might resonate a bit with Greg too, in conversations we've had. So when I do in situ language documentation, especially with NAR and FU, I'm often working in very kind of pastoral oriented communities where speakers are mostly not literate at all. If they are literate in Nepali, not in because their languages don't have writing systems. But the situation is so different in the US. So I feel like sharing these ideas about archives, what archives can do with diaspora communities, especially young adults, often gives them new ideas about ways to incorporate their skill sets and their computer literacy into thinking about their languages in ways that their relatives back in Nepal, back in the NAR and FU villages were never incentivized to think about. So I've always, when I moved back to the US, I was living abroad for a while and was starting to get involved with particularly people who do work with communities in North America. People were like, well, why aren't you capacity building by training NAR and FU people to do the computational work of why is this all outsider and outsourced? And I was like, it's not as easy as just saying like, why don't you do this? It's hard to incentivize the community to think of that as a way to like earn money or have a job, right? Like the way, but in the US, I think the situation is different, but it's a matter of reaching out to those communities and showing them the kinds of archival resources and the training opportunities or the ways that they could take their knowledge, their digital knowledge, their digital literacy and do something with that.
I'm excited about the language.
Yeah.
In that, so if any of you, there's a Roeschley community, there's the Nepali community, and of course, we'll continue to talk with ELA to see if there are communities there that we could reach out to, just to do these kind of informal workshops, 2 hours at the most, meet people, let them know what it is, and start conversations.
Yeah. Shweta, I wondered if you could say something about you said the project directors are all from the community. What kind of training do they get for the work that they're doing?
Yeah, so I guess what I meant is interest is always initiated by a community member. So rather than us reaching out and saying, hey, here's a proposition, we're going to record your language, it's always been in the other direction. And I would say it varies community to community, what their interest is and sort of what kind of training they want to get. So there's one project on the community languages where the individual who speaks that language very much wanted to become a trained linguist, and so has spent many, many years with ELA and now sort of uses many of the linguistic tools that we do to document her own languages and related languages to hers. So that's one avenue. Another avenue is someone who's not particularly interested in the linguistic side of things and wants to record sort of stories. So there's a Voices of the Himalayas project that has come out of ELA, which involves just lots of interviews of various individuals who speak Himalayan languages, where there was a sort of video person who came along. So that was the resource, one of the resources ELA was able to supply, someone who would record videos and edit them. And then the community member was the one sort of doing the interviewing or encouraging people to partake in the collection of all of these texts. And so now those are publicly available on YouTube. And that was sort of that's the beginning and end of the project.
Thank you. Thanks. Everybody, I think it's time for a break. I think I've got some supplements to our.
And the coffee is fresh up.
There's coffee's been freshened up. There's some sweet things. We've got a veggie tray here. So please partake, take a break. And we come back in about 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Not very long.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Oh.
Yeah.
4 information science specialists in the area of metadata, participatory archiving, digital archives. That's Oksana Zavalina, Anna Roeschley, Marian Frederick, Mark Phillps, and also the language documenter Sadaf Munshi. We're working together in the growth of CoRSAL. We've discovered many shared concerns and interests, such as centering archiving in the needs of student communities, creating a workflow from the community to the archive, and metadata standards for the archive, training the next generation of visual language archivists, librarians. And I think it's been interesting how we began with just 2 collections, mine and Sadaf's. And based on our experiences, then we kept adding more collections and adding more people who are interested in seeing the growth of those collections. So it's been really organic, and that's why a kind of nice thing to see it bloom and blossom from there. So we're going to hear first, I think, from Anna Roeschley. And Anna, please come on up, and I'll just say a little bit about you while you're walking up. But Anna is an assistant professor and director of archival studies in the Department of Library and Information Science at the University of North Texas. She's the founder and co-director of 2 research labs, the Archives Learning Lab and the Culture, Humanities and Inclusion Lab. And she has a great website, so we can learn more about those there. And then Marian Frederick, who is her PhD by
We share custody.
We share custody.
Thank you all so much for hearing us out today. So and thank you so much to Shobhana for all of the incredible work you've done with CoRSAL, and also all of the incredible outreach you've done. A few years ago, Shobhana asked me, do you want to go to India? And I was like, yes. So I still feel like I know very little about linguistics, but I know a lot about archives. So that's what we're going to talk about.
And you went to India.
And I went to India, and it was one of the best experiences ever. And I learned so much, and I was trying to fake that I knew things. So I think there's a few slides here that we're going to kind of run through, because we actually do have a question for you all towards the end. So a little bit about our lab.
Yeah, we are part of the Archives Learning Lab at University of North Texas, which investigates the relationships between people, archives, and records in an ever-changing world. Personal and family documents to professional and government records, individuals and communities are defined by their records. They create these records that are created about them. So it's very important to us that it's a very collaborative effort with the people and the records.
Yeah. So this is actually a picture of the 2 of us in Vermont. We with some of our collaborators in Vermont, including at the center there, that is Sharif Jamal, who is the refugee scholar in residence at Bennington. So, and I'll talk about him in a little bit about what we're working on together. But basically, what are we talking to you about today? So, there is this idea of the documentary burden placed on refugees, and it was actually, that term was coined by Kristine Hildebrandt in 2019. And that her work has really spoken to me, because I am a refugee myself. I do not have a birth certificate. I did have a birth certificate at some point, but displacement results in losing a lot of records, including those very personal, important records that you have, because they affirm your identity and your community to you, and then also ones that affirm your citizenship, your legal status to outsiders. So as part of my work at UNT, I got a grant from the Institute of Museum and Library Services to investigate these documentary burdens based on refugees in the US. And this is a 3-year project. We just finished year 1, and we are seeking to establish best practices and protocols in the use and care of vital records upon entry into life in the US, and also supports for long-term preservation of personal digital archives for refugees. And I think that second part in particular is going to be pretty interesting to you all, or I hope it will. So these are very emerging results because we've conducted focus groups and interviews, and we've just started coding. So we found four different kind of reoccurring themes or four reoccurring experiences. And we're gonna talk about those. The first two I'm gonna talk about really, really quickly because they're really about the resettlement process. So we have the procedural challenges, and these are really the barriers in documentary practices that lead to difficulties in employment, education, and housing. And related to this are the complex policies. And they're not just complex because, oh, like you have to fill out a bunch of different forms. It's also because there are people who don't understand the policies as they're, trying to regulate them. So they tell refugees the wrong thing. And then, so here's an example about families of 12 living in one apartment, and the kids, because you can only have so many people on a lease, kids not being on a lease, and then the school district refusing to enroll the kids, even though there are already laws for kids who are unhoused. So it's like you could apply those policies, but they're not doing that, right? And then,
yeah. Another really prominent theme that has jumped out so far in looking at all of the data from these focus groups is just the emotional burden and the toll that is taken on these refugees who are trying to access all of the documents that they need, and just the burden of having to go through that process and the prolonged nature of it. And I'll just say, I've only had the privilege so far of sitting in on one of these focus groups, but that was very evident to me, just how heavy that burden is on these communities. And then the final theme that we want to talk about is the notion of like personal archiving practices that people have kind of taken upon themselves as they're navigating this phase of their lives, and the ways that they are kind of documenting their experience with the resettlement process. So this is a quote from one of the focus group participants, and I'll just kind of summarize it. Coming from Afghanistan to the US, and what this person was doing was using Snapchat to document this experience, basically saying that having access to the same phone is not necessarily a long-term guarantee, but because the Snapchat account is tied to this, this person, that they will always be able to have access to these images and these videos that they're creating. And so kind of reinforcing the need for a more stable and permanent place to house those things as well.
Yeah, but Snapchat is, of course, a social media site. It is not an archiving platform.
Yeah.
However, and the participant, so when I was talking to her, she was 18. So she came here when she was 16, right? So this is her best way of doing, she wanted to document this, and she wanted to make sure that every single part of the process, and it was like a really long journey for her and her family. She wanted to make sure I remember, right? And how do I do that? How do I make sure I don't lose that? Well, I know, even when I had my old phone, my Snap account, like I still had those things. I can still access those things on Snap, so that's how I'm gonna do it, right?
Yeah, and this is also something that ties into some of my personal interests in linguistics and archiving overlap. I've seen other areas on social media like TikTok, for example, of people kind of creating their own archive, just using their own accounts as heritage speakers of a language to speak to their elder family members and interview them, and connecting with other people who speak this language through, the comment section of their videos. So it's a very cool way to kind of make that accessible right in front of the community, but also it's not intended to be an archiving platform. So it's kind of trying to find ways to keep these things forever.
Yes, and then a major issue is also just the access to information about all of these issues. And as far as personal archiving goes, it's, there's very little information for folks about how do I preserve my personal digital archives in a way that they're going to be accessible to me forever, in a way that it's not, the data is not owned by someone else. Like that's just not common knowledge. I'll do this.
Okay, yeah, kind of as we are wrapping up this first year, we're noticing that there are some immediate archival and broader library information science areas for intervention. So the solution to these burdens are very complex and do speak to kind of broader systematic changes that are needed. But we also see that within our field, we can point to these things as like kind of immediate actionable things. So developing user-centered and co-designed resources, information hubs for these refugees and their service workers, providing training for preservation and creating resources for this long-term preservation, and creating empirical evidence that can be then used by policymakers and advocates for the refugees in showing that this is really an important area that needs attention to address these documentary burdens.
So if any of you are working with refugees or, are interested in working on this, and would like to collaborate, please do, because one thing I've noticed is it really is just important that we have the data and the support out there. So, we come from a context where we are in Texas. A few years ago, the state of Texas said officially the state of Texas is no longer resettling refugees, right? And you might say what? Well, what that meant was it will no longer be done by state agencies. The federal government then, reached out to different nonprofit organizations and they bid, and now Catholic Charities of Texas is the organization that kind of does the statewide work. In the Dallas area, we have 5 different organizations that are doing resettlement work. So it doesn't mean that Texas isn't doing this work. It's a lot harder now. So, but refugees are going to keep coming to the United States. That's the reality, no matter what administration is here and is in power. So I think having empirical evidence and having just a lot of support for that empirical evidence is important. So a part of this immediate archival intervention is something that Sharif, Jamal, and I are working on. It's called the Our Refugee Stories Archive. So this is, and it's not online yet, but we do have, it's in progress. But basically, in working with Mark Phillps, who's going to talk to you very soon via Zoom about some of the stuff I've been working on. Mark was very gracious and said, yes, we can provide this kind of archival layer for, a digital archive. But I want there to be a resource. And again, speaking as a refugee myself, something that I've always wanted is something where I can contribute my own voice and my voice can be respected, but also where I can have resources. So just hearing about all of these really, really cool things, like the resources for personal archiving, I want there to be just a ton of resources, including the Living Dictionaries app. I was I've been playing around with that. It's so cool. I think that's a really amazing resource. And I also want resources for folks to be able to conduct oral histories of their, of their family members, resources for personal documentation, and then, they don't have to deposit with us, right? Ooh, look at me using linguistic terminology, deposit. But they don't have to donate their materials to this archive, but if they want to, they can. And one of the things that I really, really want to make sure is I obviously in the Q&A earlier, I'm such a big fan of Sadaf's work because they do make those resources fun and useful and engaging for folks in the community that they're serving. And one of the things that they're also doing is they're creating these K-12 educational resources, and that is something that I see a lot of need for especially in Texas, because I was a teacher for 1 year. It was very hard. But K-12 teachers having online lesson plans, using archival materials, to me, that says they're a little bit more likely to have a lesson plan that focuses on refugees in the United States. That's a way to allow kids to learn about refugees and to really kind of dispel this fear of refugees and immigrants that's kind of growing among certain communities in the United States, because I don't want people to be scared of us. I want refugees to feel like they belong here because we are a part of the country. So yeah, it's just a lot that we're working on here. But now we have some questions for you. So we want to ensure that the digital archive that emerges as a result of our work will be useful for refugees. And I was just wondering, what suggestions do you have for how we should attain this goal? Yes.
Well, something that jumps immediately to mind is when you're designing any sort of a computational resource for this, is what's called user-centered design, which has a whole philosophy and approach behind it. So I would say that's probably one way to look at it.
Yes, definitely. Yeah. That's kind of a big part of what we want to be doing. And that's also something that we're trying to do with CoRSAL as well. Yes.
I have kind of a question. Are you wanting these to be more interactive or just like
Yes. So basically, definitely participatory, definitely interactive. So one of the things that I've applied for. Ooh, I was so eager, and I was being really fast, but I've been working a lot with like these young refugees in Dallas, 18 to like 21 years old, because of IRB. And in talking to them, they were really, really excited about like my job. They were like, oh, you can do this. In fact, in a focus group, like we took a break to eat food, and one of the students who was a refugee from Burma, Myanmar, she got her college acceptance while we were like in that, and I was so excited. And she was like, "Yeah, I think I'll go into nursing." And then like towards the end, she was like, "I had no idea like you could do archives like as a job." So I was like, "Okay, I'm getting ideas." So basically, I want to kind of do a summer camp, archival summer camp with, these young refugees in the Dallas area where, they're college aged and they're thinking about grad school. So what are the different things that we can do in this like 2-week period? They're gonna stay in dorms, and we're gonna work together, and they're gonna, get lessons in how to conduct oral histories, in, what are in digital archives and metadata, like just some really, really fun, fast stuff. And then we're also going to have a community like collection day event in the Dallas area with, refugee families, and, the students themselves will actually conduct oral histories. So it will be very interactive and very much like community led. And the reason why I even applied for this grant is because they were so excited, and they were like, yeah, let's do this. Like, we should be doing something like this. And the reason why ORSA was even started, I met with Sharif and his mentor at Bennington, and Sharif immediately was like, oh, like, let's start an archive because it's something I've always wanted to do. So, but yes, I do want it to be interactive. I want it to be, and a part of that is the user-centered design, where like, I'm not quite sure what other refugees want. I have some ideas of what I want, but that's not necessarily what every refugee in America wants. And it also kind of, I've noticed there's a difference between, especially in the Afghan community, some of the older members of the community are a lot more reserved, and they don't want to be sharing their information. And then the younger members are very eager to be sharing their stories. So I think being able to find some way to respect both of those wants is really important. And also just making sure that we're not asking them to like, give us your stuff. Because personally, I hate it when I think someone wants to be my friend and then I find out they just want to study me. It's like the worst. And so I want to make sure I'm never putting another refugee in a position. Yeah. You wanna ask our second question?
Yeah. Or did you want to jump in?
Yeah, I wanted to, do you know about Texas, I mean, do you do work with Texas Humanities?
I do not, I have not done much work with them, but I've used their resources before, yeah.
So they did a thing called, I'm gonna say maybe called Harvest Days or something like
Yeah,
that.
so History Harvest.
History Harvest, right, exactly. And that was actually the inspiration for NEH's program Common Heritage, which some of you may be familiar with, that would sponsor events and would support the kind of personal archiving that you're talking about. And I'm just wondering, I mean, I'm sure that
Yeah,
they still
so
do
that's
it, I'm sure that.
that's a very similar thing to what I want to do. So History Harvest are UNT's special collections just did a history harvest with the Juneteenth Memorial Museum. And they used the roadmap for participatory archiving that was developed by UMass Boston. And yeah, so that's exactly like the material, those resources are like already there, they're in place. So I'm just like really excited to use them, but like we do, and I also really loved the stuff about like ELA, like never going to the community and saying like, we want to take it, because that's just not, that then you're just like, because I've seen History Harvest collections where it's like, oh, there's 10 things here, because it was like a history professor who's like, let's do this, rather than like a more organic, like, oh, they worked with the community and it's like, oh, let's do this because the community wants to do it.
So yeah, this, I mean, it's kind of just the same question, but like aside from records of refuge, we also want to explore this avenue with CoRSAL. And the question is framed very information sciencey. I think I worded it using the technology acceptance principle of like, if someone's going to adopt a new resource or a technology, the likelihood of them doing this is that it will be both useful and usable. And so how can we as CoRSAL continue to integrate the usefulness factor and the usability factor to increase the likelihood that people are going to want to use CoRSAL, community members, not just, you know, linguists. Yeah, what are any suggestions that y'all might have?
We out of time.
Are we
We're
way
out of time. So think about that
Yeah,
question. Yeah, marinate on that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Anna and Marion. Our next speaker is Mark Phillps. Mark is the Associate Dean for the UNT Digital Libraries. He created the architecture for that library, I think, in that. We were welcomed into his world, and CoRSAL really exists because he taught us, and his team taught us how to be in the archive sphere. We continue to work with him very closely. Every time a collection comes in, he's our point person for getting it onto the archive. And so he's been very important, kind of also very practical, and gives us really good advice as we're in our advisory board meeting. So we're looking forward to hearing from him today. Welcome, Mark.
Hello, everyone. Can you all hear me all right?
Yeah.
Good. And can you see my slide?
Yes.
Perfect. Well, sorry I couldn't be with you all in person. I would have loved to have been in Indiana today, but I'm here in Denton holding down the fort. It's so exciting to see the CoRSAL meeting continue year to year, and it's been fun to be a part of this. So as Shobhana said, I'm the Associate Dean for Digital Libraries at the University of North Texas. And I wanted to go through a little bit about the tools and infrastructures that we've been building at UNT that then can support projects like CoRSAL, like the projects that Anna mentioned earlier, and a whole score of other projects that we're working with in the Digital Libraries Division. So first of all, for those that don't know, so the University of North Texas is just north of the Dallas-Fort Worth area, where we've got a student body of just over 47,000 students, and we're one of the 6 university systems in Texas. So Texas does it its own way sometimes. So we're one of many, but we are mighty. The UNT libraries is we have 6 locations. We are one of the most recent Association of Research Library members. We joined in 2023. We have 3.9 million volumes, and we have a budget of about just shy of $34 million. $23 million. Numbers are hard to read. And then we're available online at the library.unt.edu. But the main thing that I work with on a daily basis is the UNT Libraries digital collections. And this is the broad umbrella for 3 large digital libraries that we work with. The first one, which we're not talking about at all today, is the Portal to Texas History, which is really the project that allows us to do a lot of other projects, both infrastructure, funding, resources-wise within our institution. This portal just celebrated its 20th year in operation. It's completely operated by the UNT Libraries. We provide hosting platforms for over 500 institutions around Texas to make their content available freely to the public, and then also preserve that content for the future. This last year, we passed our 2 million items in the system, and that includes over 11.5 million pages of Texas newspapers from the 1820s all the way to today. And then we average about 1.8 million item uses per month in that system. The system that we're going to talk about in the context of CoRSAL is the UNT Digital Library, which is one of our 3. It's our second one. This started in 2005, so just a year after the portal. It holds all the UNT-centric content that's not Texas-related, including things like our institutional repository, all of our theses and dissertations, data repository, collections like the CoRSAL project, and many others. We currently have over 1 million digital resources available, with the vast majority of those being freely available to anyone in the world. The other that we're not going to talk about at all is the Gateway to Oklahoma History, which is a system we run for the state of Oklahoma. This started in 2012. It's our partner on that is the Oklahoma Historical Society, and they've been working with 27 partners across the state of Oklahoma. They have over 1 million digital resources that they make freely available, including about 6 million pages of Oklahoma newspapers from the 1890s until the present. And so about 170,000 item uses per month. But for kind of what we're all here, so the infrastructure that I'll talk about a little bit today is one of the things that whenever we started to talk with Shobhana many years ago about putting together this, well, first it was, as she said, just, we have these collections we want to put online. And so we started the conversations about, how we can organize those collections from a researcher's collection of stuff to a digital library's collection of stuff. And as that has morphed over the years, it's become CoRSAL. We've become much more programmatic about how we discuss moving content online and the tools and services that we provide depositors. But all of that is really supported by the infrastructure that we have available. And it is useful to know that CoRSAL, from our digital library side of things, doesn't look really any different than any other collection. And we have about 1,000 collections in our system. And that's one of the benefits that I think that exists with this is there's not a lot of extra overhead to run it, because it's not a standalone system that needs its own feeding and curation. It's just part of the rest of the work that we do, which then allows us to have some economies of scale. So CoRSAL is available as a collection within the UNT Digital Library. And CoRSAL acts as what we kind of refer to as an umbrella collection. It's a collection that has a bunch of smaller collections that kind of sit up underneath it. And those tend to be the language-based collections that we upload from depositors. So the URL is on the screen. At a glance, we have over 4,700 items that we've added. They come from a wide range of depositors. We are working much better to get things more quickly ingested and loaded as we get more partners on board. CoRSAL currently represents 63 different languages. And we have had 172,000, almost 173,000 item uses since we started to put this content online a little over 6 years ago. Some of the interfaces that exist for the collection, some of these are more useful to some types of collections than others. We have the ability to sort by date. You can see as content, it's much more recent than historical, but we do have historical collections within the repository. We have some very basic mapping features at the high level so we can get a better understanding of where this content's coming from. And so far we've got 21 countries represented, which is always interesting from kind of a collection that focuses on South Asian languages, where the collections come from and where the content is represented. So one of the challenges with any sort of repository are just kind of all of the different types of things. And that was one of the interesting things when we started to work with this. I remember my very first kind of meetings with Shobhana, and it was like, we have linguistic data. And I said, I don't know what that means. What do your data look like? And it took they were really good conversations, but it took a while for us to actually understand, like, we have audio recordings, we have photographs, we have videos, we have textual items, we have data sets, and specifically like files that align with these video and audio files. And we have, in addition to that, we have books and reports and presentations and pamphlets we distribute. We do poster sessions, and people write theses and dissertations about these. And we also collect newspaper content. And those are all data for us. And so just trying to get an idea of what the different types are. So these are the types that are currently represented within the CoRSAL collection: sound, photographs, and video making up the vast majority of the collection. And one of the things that we at UNT have always done with our repositories, we tried to present all of the content types in the same repository. And that's something that's done differently at different institutions based on a lot of different factors. But so we have, in the same system, we have audio content, as you can see here. This is an audio recording. We have photographic content, and those can be viewed and related and navigated to and from. We can also include textual content. We can make that searchable at the keyword. So you can do keyword searching, phrase searching, and get down to the exact page, have it highlight on the page for what you're looking at. And then we also have moving image content, video content, which there's a lot of that coming in from data collection from various researchers. And then we also have the infamous Elon files and kind of all these other files that come in that are supporting the analysis and work that gets done by the linguists. And so it's all of this content is presented within the same repository, within the same platform. And the idea is that it's as usable for the generic types, textual documents, image documents, video and audio. So that's generally usable. So there's players, you don't have to download content just to view it. And then as we get into the more specific formats, when you do want to download it to load it up into files for analysis or into platforms for analysis, you can actually go through and download the files directly. So some of the infrastructure to support, so there are a lot of pieces that come to this. Some of them are super interesting to a very small set of us, and some of them are a little interesting to a large set of us. But some of the things that I think are really useful are that all of the resources that go into CoRSAL have unique identifiers that are globally unique and persistent using the archival resource key digital identifiers. We have a number of controlled vocabularies that we use for representing the content that we have. The other components that I think are really important, and we're starting to see actually a lot more use of them by CoRSAL users, are things like our feedback systems for communication between patrons who have questions about content and folks who can possibly answer those. So if a person that's interested in a recording in CoRSAL has a question, they can easily feed that question to our feedback system, and then we can get back to them when we can figure out the answer, but at least we know who to ask about that. And then there's a bunch of all these other tools and services, some of which we'll talk about today. So generally there's we have two systems that we work with. One is referred to as CODA, which is our digital preservation repository. This is where all of our archival primary files reside. We have multiple copies of these in multiple places in Texas. This is the long-term storage of the high quality content. And then we have the other system, which we all actually interact with every day, which is called Aubrey. And this is the system that we actually is the public facing system. It's the metadata editing system. It's all of that. So it's these two components that work together. No one ever really sees the behind the scenes. This is the dashboard for CODA, which allows us to retrieve all of the high resolution files as we need them, as they're requested. And it currently, I think, is at 1.4 petabytes for the storage for this, and continues just to kind of grow daily with content we're adding. We bring in content from a number of different sources, whether or not it's born digital content that comes to us from researchers, whether or not it's digitized content that comes from one of our digitization labs, or content that we harvest from the web as part of our web archiving activities. That's then all ingested and standardized formats so that it can go into our preservation and access repositories with the least amount of human interaction and futzing around. And then there's a curation and metadata layer that happens to this entire thing. And it's the metadata are constantly changing and improving as we learn more about the systems. Some of those metadata creation and components, all of the metadata that is created for the CoRSAL and all of our digital collections is in a format that's called UNTL. It's the UNT Libraries Metadata Schema, which is based on Dublin Core, the standard Dublin Core elements, plus a few others that we need for the kinds of work we've done. We have a standard serialization of that format in XML, and those are the files that we tend to use all around. The additional elements that we've ended up adding beyond the normal Dublin Core are things like citation fields, degree information for theses and dissertations, a note field for catch-all, and information about collection, institution, and then a meta field, which allows us to store a bunch of information about the metadata record itself. These are all locally qualified. So we have, so instead of just a subject, you can say this subject is a keyword, or this subject is a Library of Congress subject heading, or this subject is one of the other controlled lists that we have. For creators, we can say it's not just a creator, but it's the author or the photographer or the videographer who's involved, and we can provide additional and you can say it's a person or an organization. And so a lot of this just adds to the functionality that we can make available to the end users. We have a standard set of tools for reading and writing and serializing formats. It's for our metadata formats. The one's called PyUNTL, which is the one that's used primarily. And then we have other tools that we work with for very large scale moving metadata around. One's called M2M that helps us work with very large tabular data when we need to run into that. One of the things that's incredibly useful and used heavily by CoRSAL and all of our systems is our controlled vocabulary system, which is a way for us to say, these are the terms that we're going to use, and to document them so that everyone can see them, they know how they get used, and then our systems can actually bring them in as well. So on the left is a list of the various controlled vocabularies that we have, and on the right is an example of the in this case, it's the creator types, the types of creators that can be. Generally, they're just organizations or persons that are a personal name or an organization name, but there are also opportunities to have event names or software as creator types. One that's heavily used by CoRSAL is the language codes. We currently have 103 registered language codes in the system, and almost all of them are used. And as I think I said earlier, I think 63 of those languages are represented in CoRSAL. And one of the nice things that we've been able to do is that because we control these controlled lists, and when languages are not represented well in standard ISO codes, we can also then go to other identifiers such as Glottolog for identifiers for these. And then in certain situations where that might not occur, we have a workflow for going through and helping researchers establish identifiers within some of these other language identification systems, so that we can have a better understanding of which language we're actually talking about. But this is probably for the rest of the library, this is the strangest thing that CoRSAL has caused, is their drop downs for languages are now very long when it used to be much shorter before CoRSAL came along. So it's one of those kind of fun things. UNT name system, there's a need sometimes to go through and add name, or this is our name authority system within the digital libraries, so that as we're adding things that occur many times over, we can have the same representation of names within the system. This typically happens for like researcher names that come through, contributor names that are going to happen across a large set of records, so we can establish names and our control vocabulary so that they're represented, and additional information is then provided so that we can match them up to other systems as needed. The CoRSAL and all of the digital collections for dates make use of the extended date time format. And this is actually something that is really helpful for certain kinds of dates that occur in the linguistic data we run into, especially when we have single items that have been created over very like a duration of time that have very specific intervals or very specific times. Like this recording was created on October 5th, October 7th, and October 14th. And it's all contributed as a single item. That's actually something we can represent with the extended date time format, which has some validation built into the system, and is a way for us to represent kind of the interesting dates we run into in more archival collections. The UNTL has a metadata application profile that's available. There's an XML schema for that format, but then also a mapping and summary set of fields that's available that we've prepared. So if there's questions on like, how does this relate to these other vocabularies and metadata schemes, that's available. And then one of the things that we focus on, and I think we've done a really good job on, Hannah Tarver, who works with or is really the designer of our metadata guidelines, is providing information for users to understand how to enter metadata, because it's at one level straightforward, but two, incredibly complicated. And so having that documentation down so that you can have not only information about how to, say, format names correctly, but then also examples for common things that are strange that you run into, or common, uncommon things. And so that you can get those documented, and so that two people can enter the same information the same way, which is the goal. We have work that we've done with creating minimally viable records and indicators within the system so that we can improve the metadata that we're creating. And just kind of finishing up a little bit. So some of the things that no one ever sees unless you're actively involved with CoRSAL or the digital library is the metadata editing environment. It's a bunch of forms at one level, which is as you would expect, but we have the ability to, like within the system, there's a lot of different ways to look at the data that you're presented and to facet down into the collections you're specifically wanting to look at. We have kind of summary overviews that present a lot of information to a metadata editor or to someone that's reviewing content to let them know if, are things visible? Are they complete? Do they have all valid dates? How many people have edited over time? When was it last edited? And all of those pieces. The actual editing's done in a series of forms. We try to have as many helpers as we can for both getting to metadata documentation, for adding things that are typically challenging for folks that there's a huge set of our users, including myself, that whenever characters don't occur, when a character has to occur, but it's not on the keyboard, you get really confused on what to do. And especially with these language collections that we run into that. So we have ways of helping users insert special characters or non-standard characters for their keyboard. We have indicators for the different fields to help a metadata editor know which fields need to be filled out, and to be able to navigate through the record very easily, help to understand if there's any problems, such as the date you've entered is not formatted correctly according to the extended date time format, or if there's fields from controlled vocabularies that for whatever reason are not matching, it allows you to quickly see those. And I mentioned the type aheads for some of our fields for very common repeated values. And then we have the ability to add place points, place bounding boxes, if that's useful for records, so that we can not only have textual descriptions for when it is appropriate in these language collections, we can say, no, this actually happened here, or this took place here. It's as we know, it's not always appropriate, but when it is, it's nice to be able to have that functionality. So with that, the work that we're doing with CoRSAL is supported by the UNT Digital Library, and it's one of the things that as sitting in the role of the Associate Dean, I think it's really interesting to see that we in the libraries can support this activity by our researchers in ways that don't create an unsustainable situation for the libraries. This is completely sustainable in our mind. It's work, but it's something that can go on, and it doesn't create a target for itself as being something that could be a problem. It's really nice that we can just say, yes, it's at one level, it's just one of the collections that we work with, but on the second, it has the ability to be an entire community for folks around the world, which is really, really great to see. So contact information for those that have questions after this. And with that, I thank you all.
Thank you very much, Mark. I wish you had, Mark has also been to India, and it would have been fun for you to show the picture of you in Manipur, where everybody is about 5 feet tall. It's a very nice picture up on the CoRSAL and Masi website collection. So we've heard a lot about metadata, and now we're going to talk to the metadata guru who's going to be speaking to us. Dr. Oksana Zavalina came to the first CoRSAL meeting, and when we were talking about putting this whole thing together, and you said, this is going to be an interesting metadata problem. And that's when you started bringing this into your own research, and very happily so. You're now 2 IMLS grants in, and we're really looking forward to hearing about the second IMLS grant that you're working on.
Okay. So I would like to, okay,
I would like to thank Shobhana for introducing me, for bringing me to this whole world, new to me, but at the time world of digital language archives. I learned something about metadata right away at that first CoRSAL, because there was a presentation about OLAC metadata scheme, which I somehow didn't know. So anyway, and I would like to thank Mark for providing and building and improving all this digital infrastructure for the CoRSAL Digital Language Archive. It makes, for me as a metadata researcher, metadata educator, it makes so much easier to teach metadata courses. But of course, the main approach here, Mark doesn't do it for me to teach metadata courses easily. He does it for information users to have a positive experience, to be able to discover resources they are looking for, and also to streamline the process for the repository managers as well. So we are all information users in this room and beyond this room, everywhere in the world. I think most of us humans are information users to greater or lesser extent. And that we have our needs related to the use of information. There are general information needs, and me coming from information science, we talk about this a lot. We talk about how the user needs are independent. There is a category of them that are independent of what specifically the user is looking for. They are just general discoverability of information resources. And metadata, of course, is crucial for discoverability. It supports finding, identifying, selecting, obtaining, and exploring information resources. We have literature in information science that talks about it, and models these needs, and how metadata needs to support these user tasks. So there are some examples, of course, of general user needs in the digital language archives. And they are some of the studies that our team did. This citation here is for the paper that resulted from the previous project. We worked with Shobhana and Mark and Mary work together. We did some interviews and observations of the users of digital language archives. And some of the findings are not surprising at all, because this is kind of anecdotal evidence. We know this is what the users want. They want a user interface that is accessible on phones, that they don't need to use a computer to be able to search, to interact with digital language archive. They need the audio and video files to be streamable, often with transcriptions and translations, and also downloadable files that are in machine readable format, which is especially important for computational analysis of language data. So then community users have specific needs that our team has studied. Mary Kirk, who we are referring to today, multiple occasions, has done a dissertation recently, and she was working with Boro language community, South Asian language community, specifically looking at how language archives resources can be used or are used for language revitalization. And some of the findings from that study are for the types of resources. What kinds of resources should be prioritized? Of course, dictionaries that you all know, but also textbooks and teaching aids for different subjects, storybooks for children and folklore, different stories, resources on religion and culture, and attractive items that are able to capture attention. And this photograph here is somewhat relevant. First of all, the item I'm holding, that's me a long time ago. The item I'm holding in hand is very attractive, beautifully illustrated. And it is a resource for religion and culture. And another part of relevance of this image, this was taken at the Tibetan Cultural Center years ago, which is just outside of Bloomington, or technicalizing is in Bloomington. Which is now Tibetan and Mongolian Buddhist Cultural Center. And these are the items that attract attention immediately in the collection, be it physical, like in this photograph, or digital collection. And then the language revitalization needs the community, Boro community at least, specified that what would really be useful in organizing resources in digital language collections is to group them by reading levels, with grade levels, so that they could be used as pedagogical materials in K-12 for example, community. There are, of course, these needs are not fully met. Situation is improving as we are learning more. We're developing better infrastructures like the ones that Mark is working on. But even for linguists who are academic users who are more used to interacting with these interfaces that we have in libraries and archives, there are challenges in finding the information they need, or and sometimes, oftentimes, actually, this is due to metadata that is incomplete, is lacking some information, or metadata that is misleading. And we have a couple of quotes here from that study that we did as part of the previous project, such as including more information in the metadata, whether or not the PDF is searchable, that for computational linguists, this is disparity of formats and availability and how to systematically search for the data. And then this quote, I'm sure all of you are familiar with. This is a pretty old situation as of 8 years ago, right? And the focus group was done even a little bit before that. But this is such a representative quote that I like to bring it up again. So that is from language community members and access barriers that they experience. And the idea here is that the archives are built by academics and those researchers who are using archives, linguists, for example, for language archives, they recognize the features of the system of digital interface. They know how to use it, even though they might be not, their needs might not be always met by that system, but they at least know how to approach it and open the door. The door looks like almost open for that. But for the language community members, this is a very strange gated door. They often need help to even understand how we're working with these tools, like something from a completely different. So something that we learned from the previous project, where we did some interviews and observations of language archive users, is that there is a need for education for information professionals who are, for the most part, responsible for making decisions about selecting digital infrastructure, updating it, selecting metadata schemes, making all of these decisions for the language archives. That they need training so that they better understand the needs of the language communities, the resources themselves. Those language resources can be of a common type, such as audio, video recordings, and photographs, but there are very unique types of resources that language archives have and other archives do not have, such as those XML or XIGT or some other ELR files that Mark was showing. And understanding these resources, their attributes, and how to represent them is really important, so that information professionals, archivists, librarians can help better meet these user needs for the language archives. So what we are doing right now, starting last September, let's say, is research, or not research, more implementation project funded by Institute of Museum and Library Services that is to develop such training for information professionals, first of all. But we also make it modular, this training. These modules are intended to be used by anyone else outside of UNT for any courses, and actually at IU, Shobhana is already using some of the modules in linguistics courses. And we intend them to be open access, make them available on our project website, institutional repository after the end of the project for everyone. And we hope that they could be used in community workshops as well. And actually on the job training at the libraries and archives as well. So this is our project team, interdisciplinary. We've worked together for a while now on some other projects too. Shobhana and Mark and Anna and me, Dr. Brian O'Connor, and our 4 now graduate students. Marian is one of them. And we have 2 more at UNT, Sergio Coronado and Hugh Patterson, and Alexandra, Alex. Relatively recently joined our team, but have already made very serious contributions to our work. So this is, in a nutshell, on this slide, we just have the outline of the 4 learning modules we have. The first one, we kind of start with our students by just jumping into this new world head first. This is planning, developing, and managing a community language archive. So we explain, provide students with a lot of examples of how the community language archives exist, what their functions are, a little bit on their history. We then return to their history in the second module. And we describe the procedures and different considerations that are important for building a community language archive. And I have a slide on this, but students actually start doing the practical work right away. And then in module 2, after they have done some practical work and have experienced some issues and problems with that, we return to the idea of the purposes and functions of language archives and how these relate and practices of language archives, how they relate to, how they are different and similar from archival practices in general as a whole. And the principles of post-custodialism and all these archival paradigm shifts, how they are affecting the language archives. And at the same time, we also go with students through the discussions and practical work about the whole digital curation life cycle, the preservation, the description issues, and with specific issues relevant to the language archives. Then in module 3, this is where we do focus on metadata for the first time. Also, we do mention it here and there all the time. And digital content management tools and help archiving for community language archives. And module 4 finally is, I think in some of the presentations today we've heard the word delivery of these materials. We use the word dissemination, but we meant pretty much the same. How do we spread the word about these wonderful language archive resources, how we get the users to discover them and to use them. And also this is a module where we students explore together the ways to evaluate the services that are provided by digital language, community language archives. So the target audience for this project so far is those students in Master of Library Science, Master of Information Science, and also PhD students in Information Science programs. We have archival concentration, archival studies concentration, included links in this slide, which we'll share the slides with you afterwards, and linguistics concentration, but our students come from other concentrations and general program of study as well. We spent the first almost a year on developing the learning materials. We got approvals of all kinds. Our course materials had to go through the accessibility, accommodation requirements check, and the copyright compliance requirements too. And then our first offering was just this June, end of June through end of July, very brief semester, 5-week semester. We offered this as a seminar section of the seminars that we already had. And we got 23 students, quite a lot. We were worried that we probably won't have enough because of how fast all of this unfolded. And 11 of them received the stipends from Institute of Museum and Library Services to complete that course. Then the next offering is going to be next summer, and we have a lot of work to do. But this will be, it's already approved, it's already on the graduate catalog, the new course under its own name and own title, Info 5385, Community Language Archiving and Curation for Information Professionals. So just as I promised to show you a little bit of what we do with students, some practical exercise that our students do in the very first module of the course. And all of our assignments are practical, or if they're analytical, they're real life analysis, like what they do in module 2. So our students plan and create, they follow the best practices for creating language archives, and also document the process for a very small collection of language materials. They come up with their own word list of 5 words. It would come from English language, different varieties of English language, would come from different disciplines, terminology from them, or could come from any foreign non-English language. And our students create this word list in five different files, the born digital and digitized files. One of them is image, one of them is text, one is video, and one is audio. And then they document the process, they create, they upload. Right now, we do it in the on the cloud storage, but I think we are going to use something more archive-like in the future. But just a couple of images here of how diverse in the end our collections that students created turned out to be. 12 different languages and dialects are represented and a lot of different topics. Including cleaning supplies, Formula One, and some interesting. Well, and there's some more obvious things like ethnobotanical uses for medicinal plants, edible herbs, fruit trees, and things like that. So the feedback we received on the course is really something that encourages us to move forward with this. Really positive overall. Students, of course, didn't like the 5-week semesters. It's always hard. But other than that, practical component is something that everyone really liked. And there is this one quote that I highlighted about how students discover for themselves this big new world that they would love to be involved with, and that is language and community archives. So we also measured to what extent we met our learning objectives, and we actually met and exceeded our expectations for those course level objectives for the 4 modules, but there were a couple of module level objectives where we didn't quite meet our own expectation. And for the future, I know I'm out of time, but we did include 2 links here. We would really love your feedback. There's 2 learning objectives that I can put together selections from our slides, instructor slides, that specifically address these objectives, and they are online on Google Drive. One is budgeting and funding, that is from Module 1 for language archives, and another one is digital content management tools, that is from Module 3. So if you could follow these links when you have any time and let us know what you think about this, how this could be improved so that our students learn better. We have a QR code at the bottom. And then the next step, of course, we are going to continue. We're going to revise the course materials, the next offerings. We do this in collaboration with our project advisory board. Some of the members of our project advisory board are here in the room. We also really need to test our materials with the language community speakers. We have this idea of working with Chin Languages project and the Perkins One Big. But that only represents one group of languages, one language. We really want to expand. So this is one of the opportunities for me, I guess, to ask if any of you working with different language communities would be willing to collaborate with us to see if we could test how materials make sense for the language community members. And that is it. Actually, the next step is in the 10-week and 16-week course development with more detailed content. And we already integrating the materials from this project developed course in some of our courses, such as advanced metadata course, cultural heritage stewardship, and web archiving. We are planning to do it, marketing and do it in the spring. And materials would be available through UNT Scholarly Works as soon as we complete the project sometime next summer. With that, I would like to thank you, and QR code is again there. Please reach out to us with any comments or ideas you have. We will be happy to collaborate with you. Thank you very much. Sorry.
You can't stand up and stretch. Yeah, we're gonna start in about 2 minutes because we're a little bit early, so we figured we could kind of keep the time. Yeah, do we have anybody else online? I mean, people are hanging out online, but no speakers online. So if we start a little early, we'll be fine. Okay. Yeah. Do I see that?
For like a variety of purposes.
We can maybe put our back on.
Yeah, we would actually.
Oh, the Judy's like.
Yes, yes, like the exact thing. So we can
I don't know, I mixed them with praline pecans, but not.
Oh, inside that.
Yeah, inside that, like, it's mixed up, but then I also got praline pecans and put those.
Yeah, it was a very.
Yeah. Oh, that's the thing that I was really curious about, is like, there's so much variation in like the files.
Exactly. We still have this, I think, mastered all of that because she had so many subcategories of things which are just printing in here. But sort of your normal range of.
I say as you, right?
Yeah, phenomenal.
Linguistic.
Oh.
Yeah.
So after
all of the
course of
She was saying,
You guys have
I mean, it's right after. It's after. It's not till like, because you are 5.
Well, so what I was saying is you can use the dictionary tool because of the sort functions. If you add the data, in the different ways, you can basically sort it to be anything you could imagine. Whatever, and then that will generate a lesson, like create a. So it's it's not like a wonderfully.
Break up 10 minutes.
That's my first.
Output formats, which could probably be improved in terms of like just the aesthetics of it, but if that will export the different.
And let's be like here.
Yeah, it depends on who you are. If someone who's more interested in the picture data part, or you try to use the applied.
And it was basically laws to discriminate against.
Yes.
But it's the lesson on birds or whatever. Like, yeah, we have, some of the language, it was basically just one of the languages.
And then I'd be like, Steve.
School, like, we have one. Focus on roads, right? So
It's so frustrating because there are these like.
Obviously, this is
right?
birds have to be a cat. So what we're working on right now is the custom domain.
Like, so it exists right now.
That we need to get the ability to have ad hoc and more cultural range. I mean, basically, we originally did the original semantic domain, we had 4,000. And we were like, that's not a semantic domain, that's a dictionary.
I did know somebody like trying to work on this, because like starting from like the SIL domain, and obviously like this.
Yes, it's incredibly frustrating.
Viewpoint and
Yeah.
like. These semantic terms.
I guess in terms of usefulness, you're asking depends on like what it is that you.
Right. Well, I mean, I would say that orbit challenges are often known as the concept of individual words, even if you don't know a word for word. The concept of right, and so, yeah, so like, there's this
stuff going there.
I think a lot of people misunderstand the difference between lexical gaps and cognitive gaps.
I have made up so
Like
many.
a lexical gap is simply lexical. And exist or not. Right, so, but there's, so this is like this whole argument with Huron, with Dan Edwards stuff, right? So
I have my phone and my GPS.
that's impossible.
Yeah.
So.
I'm here.
That whole
Yeah.
deal.
And well, no, it's gonna be like.
A Western, sort of
Treat
model.
there.
But here's the main thing about
Everywhere, so like understanding that it's not like it's for who wants it, you know,
Our
but
culture.
who really wants those resources. Really robust, like.
Okay, that's true,
Yeah,
like, our culture, but it is very like pronounced.
Because they're, I can't live without.
So like, like, they'll
There are
agree
other
with you,
archives.
there's 8 there, right?
There are
There's
other,
20
like
there.
resources like that.
Like, so it's like they have the
the-
concept of numerous.
So, well, that's what
Uh,
is looking at,
Lacking numbers doesn't mean you're lacking numerous. That's
yes.
the point, is that.
An archive, like, an
you-
archive
Like
program,
having lacking
like dictionary building as
numerous
as
does not mean
community
that.
archive. Yeah.
I have
Just
so many characters.
in a
Right, so,
collaborative.
like,
Oh, you, yeah.
Right.
And
Yeah.
looking at,
Yeah,
like,
they-
there's this like third page of that.
Exactly.
British American.
It's a what are we gonna do without you? Just like.
Ourselves, but you know, like,
Semantics.
someone might want to use like, you know, that like.
Which like,
dictionary
not even
as
only
already
linguists
really
can
where
understand.
they- Huh? Yeah, right. So,
I'll tell you,
like,
I contact Anna.
what's out there, you know?
Her main thing she works on these days is the engineering program. So she'll be able to.
Oh, I love
And that, here with you guys, just contact Diego. She'll give you. Diego.
Yeah.
Particularly difficult.
That's like a.
Yeah, no place to us are.
So.
Whatever reason are.
I need the sunglasses outside.
Everyone else is very secret. When I left it, or get it from there. Yeah, my handwriting.
Like, as you said,
Yeah.
I'm just getting the thing to collaborate with. I didn't know about.
So you know,
Yeah.
Get up and down and put them to the
So,
side.
storybooks.
I've
not. This organization never created.
One of our advisory board members is.
I love chapter.
I have, they're in my, oh, they're still right, I forgot to bring them to, I mean, they didn't make it in my class today. Yeah.
You know, like 3 months.
Yeah.
Like, I joked about it.
There
Oh,
are
yeah,
like.
but yeah, so they're there's really.
They're under resourced, but like after they are settled, like living here, it kind of like really overs, right? And so she wanted to make sure that, you know, like.
It's just the state you mean.
Their history are still.
You wanna just.
So like these are being met beyond just there's so much.
And then there's another one that focuses
on
largely on African languages called African story.
Which is understandable. So there are
Yeah, yeah.
that are actually
That's pretty
better.
I know, I just was like, it's
so well.
Like, what are we gonna do without you?
Now I said that I'm doubting myself.
But yeah,
I can't
so
remember
when
how
you
you started
started
that.
there,
but
you
you
get
should
zero
get
cost,
there.
no guilt.
Right,
Exactly.
exactly.
Not them when I raise them.
Yeah.
It is, I mean, this is something that we've talked about. Wouldn't it be awesome? We could create, we could generate lessons like that, like sort of, but then that would require knowing what the local.
I don't know, that's true. Yeah, I know.
authorities,
Yeah, also, like,
what's acceptable as a material and stuff, but even doing that in the United States can be difficult.
So I did hire.
You're looking at an astronomical problem of how to get,
Oh,
but in theory, we could have all these sort of as templates. and stuff. Throw data. Slide out, I want to, second.
And,
lesson on the-
Save that for when I'm going to.
Yeah.
Right, okay, in theory, AI. I could also imagine that could go very, very wrong.
I do think.
Yeah.
There's definitely like a lot of negotiation though, that sort of space of like.
Yeah.
what is good to have like a base level accessibility with like added things and like what is like. Being like cultural.
Yeah, well, that's so the ideal, the ideal one would be something where it's sufficiently flexible and manipulate around less, it still has some kind of back end infrastructure.
Yeah, like people that are like looking to like break the. You need another minute. No, I worked for a while somewhere where they were doing like.
Yeah, you can just search.
So,
All right.
We're doing really well keeping the time, so we will continue to do that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Looking for people online that are waiting for us.
We have one talk left in this session. Dr. Sadaf Munshi is going to be speaking. And as I had mentioned before, Sadaf and I were the first people to start thinking about archiving our materials at UNT. And she's going to be talking now as a language documenter. But can I just say a couple of words more about, you can come, you can, yeah, creepy Carl, come. But Sadaf does many things. She is an artist, she's a painter. She is she's a musician now. She writes poetry. She writes in different scripts. She can do 3. If you add Dave Nagar, you do 3. Three. She knows several languages, and this has allowed her to do documentary work in Kashmir, but also in parts of Pakistan. And she's been there many times to do workshops talking about archiving, about language documentation, and so on. And so it's a great partner to have, you know, I've never been to Pakistan. And I've been telling Misam there, I want to go, but he has talked to me about workshops that you have done there. So you know, you've been spreading the word on this, and that's just beautiful. So we're happy to hear from you about CoRSAL from the point of view of the language documentation project. So.
Thank you for that introduction, and thank you for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here. And being the last speaker, I'm thankful to all the people who are sitting here.
There's many people.
Oh,
last speaker in this session. We have another session.
Oh, yeah. So I'll be talking about one of my projects today. It's forward.
You knew forward.
Yeah, okay, you had right. Great. So just a little introduction to most of my work. I started my work in India, working on a language called Roeschley. Some of you may have heard about it. It's a linguistic isolate. But as an Indian Kashmiri, I really wanted to go to Pakistan. It was really my personal challenge. And it took me about 3 or 4 years to get a visa to be able to go and start working. It was multiple attempts before I actually got a visa. Very, very challenging to go there at that point. But at the moment, I'm standing here and I don't remember the number of times I've been to Pakistan and to all the places that I've been there. So there's a little introduction on the linguistic diversity in Pakistan. There are about 200 million people who speak about roughly about 72 provincial and regional languages. These are some of the major languages that are spoken in Pakistan, some of the majority languages. Among these are Hindko with 2 million speakers, Pashto 26.9, Saraiki 13.9, Brahwi, which is a Dravidian language in Pakistan, 4 million, Baluchi 7, Punjabi is one of the largest with 60 million, 60.6 million, and Sindhi, another large language with large number of speakers, 18.5 million speakers. And there are many others. Urdu is a national lingua franca with about 10 million of first language speakers. Okay. So there are different numbers, like ranging from 69 to 75 different languages that are spoken in Pakistan. But 65 of these languages are regional, 7 languages, including Urdu, which is the lingua franca at the national level, and English are used as official languages in all all 4 provinces of Pakistan, in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, Punjab, and Sindh, as well as in Azad Kashmir and Gilgit-Baltistan regions. According to official figures, the most widely spoken language in Pakistan is Punjabi, followed by Pashto, Sindhi, etc. Other major languages are Balochi, Hindi, Brahmi, and Kashmiri, and as I said also. And according to UNESCO, around 27 of the languages spoken in northern areas of Pakistan, Kashmir, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, and surrounding border areas are facing extinction. These are the areas of my research where I've been mostly doing my research. This is about Pakistan. You can see the red area, which is Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, and at the bottom you can see Gilgit-Baltistan. It used to be called Northern Area. In fact, that it's now called Gilgit-Baltistan. 2 major projects that I've been working on. First one was, it started in 2003. It says 2010, but it started in 2003 in India. The project of documenting Burushaski language. I had discovered a speaker. I met a speaker of Burushaski in Iran. I was visiting my husband soon after marriage. I wanted to work on Shina language, but at that time, India and Pakistan border was really, really tense, so I couldn't go. So I decided to work in India. I ended up meeting a person in Pakistan who told me a little bit about Burushaski language, and I started. I used my father as a field worker to collect my first word list. So that's how I started working on Burushaski language. But after working on, I'm not going to talk about Burushaski today. Today I'm going to talk about Manikyali mostly. I worked on Burushaski starting from 2003, and I've been working on it for more than a year, like 15 years. Yeah, almost 15 years or more. Actually, it's more than that. The collection that Shobhana mentioned, Burushaski Language Resource, was a product of this project, and I've been in touch with Mark, and there used to be Mary Hart. Was it Mary Hart, or I don't remember, at the Digital Collections Library. At that time, there was no place for me to kind of submit my digital collection. And Burushaski collection was kind of a standalone by itself. It was a linguistic isolate, and I felt like I'm also at an isolate as a linguist. Because I didn't have a place to have it. So it was standing there by itself for a while. And then Shobhana came, and we now we have a great project. Anyway, I'm going to talk about my Manikyali project today. Just an overview and report. So most of this work is funded by the National Science Foundation Documentation of Endangered Languages program. This was funded in 2018. Manikyali language was added to the catalog of the world languages in 2017. It was not part of the world languages catalog before that period. And the documentation work began in 2018. There are no attested sources with any explicit references to the history and background of the Manikyali speech community or their ancestors. Absolutely no documentation work and absolutely no mention in any written literature, except for one paper, which was a sociolinguistic study on this language itself. Although the community members and elders indicate a migration to the current location. Fairly unknown to the scholarly world, Manikyali, also referred to as Travari or Tarawari in the previous literature, which the speakers do not like the term. They don't want to be known as this group because they are saying that it was a different group, and it was a group that actually kind of oppressed us. So we are being referred to by the name of the people who actually oppressed us. But I don't have any sources to corroborate or confront that as whether it's a fact or not. There are no records, written records. So it's spoken in the Union Council of Mandi Shungli, District Mansehra of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa province of Pakistan. I don't know if you have heard about Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, I'm sure Nisam has, but it used to be in the news for a lot of bad stuff. About an hour drive from the area, which is Abbottabad, a city, Abbottabad you might have heard about, where Osama bin Laden was located. It was extremely difficult for me to actually visit this place. When I went there, I was like half an hour away and I was sent back by the security agencies. We actually literally cried because I was almost there and then I was sent back that you cannot go there. So I went again a year or so later. I was very persistent. And then eventually we started working on the language. It's a highly endangered language, only spoken by about 500 people. Use of the language in different domains is rapidly decreasing. The total number of fluent first language speakers is fewer than 500 with a rapid language shift. I don't know if you can see that. So that is Khyber Pakhtunkhwa and expand that little area expanded. And this is Ogi. Can I point to point this? Oh yeah, sure. Oh, sorry. So this is Ogi. It's the nearest city. About an hour and a half. An hour, it would possibly be half an hour drive if there was a drivable road, but there was no drivable road back then. And when I first went, the car that I was driving in was taking us, refused to go further. And so they actually took our luggage, my luggage and my native speaker consultant who was with me, our luggage and put it on the road. And he said, I'm not going any further. So we had to wait there for for a couple of hours. There was no signal and we didn't know what to do because it wasn't a walking distance. So anyway, but I did finally manage to read. Some people came and helped us with the luggage and a historic Jeep vehicle, which was the only vehicle in the whole area. And you should see pictures of that vehicle. It was very dangerous. Anyway. It was very dangerous to drive that vehicle because it was going backwards in the hilly area. Anyway, so these are the pictures. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful, beautiful area, but it was extremely inaccessible until last year. Now we have a drivable road, and I'm not going to tell you the story of how the road happened. Maybe later. So these are little kids that I met there. So it's an orally preserved language with no written literature. Most of the speakers are bilingual in Hinko, which is one of the regional lingua franca, and Pashto, another widely spoken language, an Iranian language, and Urdu, dominant languages. It is primarily spoken in two remote villages called Dana and Dameka, in the Ogi Tehsil of Mansehra district in Pakistan's Khyber Pakhtunkhwa province. Members of the speech community are also found in other nearby villages of Galdar and Arghanian, as well as in some urban centers of Pakistan, such as Islamabad and Lahore. The native speakers are around or less than 500, but speakers argue, some of the people that I know, argue that the community is larger than the native speakers. The community who identify as Makyali. So most of the people, majority of the people are in Dana. Many of the households are engaged in cattle rearing, primarily for food and dairy requirements, and raise different types of animals such as buffalo, goats, sheep, and cow. When I was there during my first field trip, we had to eat the same thing every day because there was only one grocery shop in the whole area, and that was one of the speakers of the language. And getting things there for them was so difficult. I brought some food with me, and I was so embarrassed eating in front of them because they would eat, mostly what they would eat was corn flour, things with corn flour, made of corn flour, and rice and onions and lentils. That was all every day. So some male speakers of the community are employed in low or moderately paid professions. Most of them are school teachers or primary or elementary school teachers. The nearest school to the area was half an hour, 45 minutes walk, because there's no other way to go to school. So most of the kids end up going to school only until, like they go to school until 4th grade or 5th grade. Only boys go to school beyond 4th grade. Girls do not, they drop out after 4th grade. That was really, really sad. The villages have laborers, skilled workers, drivers, and security personnel, all male members. So the database for this project is expected to provide a better insight into the development and evolution of Indo-Aryan languages, the Northwestern group, which is one of the least studied groups of languages, and most historically also in terms of historical linguistic research. A major component of this project has been focused on training and capacity building. So when I was working on Roeschley, I realized each documentation project, as most of you know, it's a lifetime investment if you want to work on one language and document a language. It's a lot of work, it's an enormous amount of work. So it wasn't possible for one person to be able to do so many languages. So I realized that training was very important. In Pakistan, where the field of linguistics itself is now taking off. I mean, it's not even taken off. Most of the work is focused on English language teaching, and that's all. And they don't have any hardcore linguistics going on there. So I started when there was nothing there in terms of documentation, kind of language documentation kind of work. So a major component was focused on training and capacity building. I did a lot of workshops training workshops with many different native speakers of different languages. So I was hoping the project provides a springboard leading to opportunities that can increase the capacity and help build infrastructure, document many languages. And I'm very glad that, during my time, I've been to many different conferences there and invited to many conferences and leading some of them now they have like a whole body of people working on so many different languages, and I really feel happy about that. Okay, so this is some of my students, native speakers of different languages who have worked on this project, and also on the Roeschley project before that, but they continue to work on this project. Two of my native speakers who are in this picture in the center. This is Aurangzeb and this is Gohar. My native speaker consultant initially was supposed to be, yeah, great. His name was Salman. I could not bring Salman here because his visa got declined 3 times. Possibly, I don't know what the reason was, possibly because of the region which had a really not a very good image, I'm not sure. So eventually I went there again and I trained Aurangzeb. I trained him also with English language speaking skills because I felt there was some discrimination against people who do not speak English well at the embassy. So Salman did not speak English well. His Urdu was, he answered in Urdu. So I had to tell him not to answer in Urdu, but to speak in English, even though they had Urdu speakers there at the embassy. Anyway, so I was able to train both of them, and both of them came to UNT and worked with us, with a team of students and myself, and also with them. We have one student from the Roeschley community here, Javed. So he was also part of this project. He continued to work on his language, but also working with Mankyali speakers. Then we have another student here. She is her of Kashmiri language. She left the program, and literature was more of her passion. But anyway, we have Jonathan Paramore, who's there in the one of our research assistants, who here he's now doing his PhD and continue to work on the language. And in Mankyali language resource collection, we have a lot of items are also submitted by him after finishing his work with me and then continuing his work in Pakistan and at his university. Is it Santa Barbara? Santa Barbara. Santa Cruz, PhD there. And so there are two primary components of the outcomes. How many minutes do I have? 1 or 2?
2.5.
2.5, okay. So the structural description, which is still in progress, which is the first comprehensive and systematic account of various structural features of Manchiali, including phonology, morphology, lexicon, syntax, and it includes a selection of linguistically analyzed texts with interlinear glossing. The study also looks at the language context situation briefly, not in depth, and context-induced changes in the form of lexical and other kinds of law, and a digital collection of linguistic materials titled Manchiali Language Resource, which is part of CoRSAL, and you can browse that. So preliminary comparative analysis indicate the closest linguistic relative of Manchiali is Bateri, another endangered, undocumented language, also known as Batesa or Bateri Koistani, Bateriwal, or something, and other names. In the literature is primarily spoken in Batera region of Indus Kohistan. Estimated number of Bateri speakers varies. It is, it's 14,000 according to native speakers, but if you go to Ethnologue, it says 30,000 or something, which was refuted by native speakers. Batera is situated in the east bank of Indus River in the southernmost part of District Kohistan and is about 3 miles from Bisham, the largest town and commercial center of Shangla district in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. So I don't think I have time to go through all of that. So these are some of the major research features. I wanted to talk structural features I wanted to talk about, which we found. For example, the consonantal inventory, 31 consonants, which is larger than some of the other Indo-Aryan languages, and 11 primary vowel phonemes. So it makes distinction in terms of length, height, backwardness, and backness, and frontness. Tense lax features also phonemic nasality, although nasality is restricted to long vowels only. It also exhibits lexical tone, which I feel is contact-induced. Morphosyntactic alignment is typical in the Indo-Aryan with its split ergativity, and word order also is similar. There are a number of interesting features that set it apart from the nearby northwestern group of Indo-Aryan languages. There was word collection, also very rich and sensitive to argument structure of the clause. It takes into account person, number, gender features, and also mood, tense aspect, everything on the verb. Very, very complex agreement. So the digital collection, very typical. Yes, I zero. I'm done. It's very typical of all the other collections, so I don't want to go into the details. Most of the typical stuff that you are familiar with. And I wanted to thank all of my speakers. These are some of the pictures from the field. You can see me somewhere here in this picture, and this is my bag. And this person was, I must thank him, Nick Muhammad. He was the only person who had a vehicle and was a very, very old vehicle. He was the only driver in the area, and most of the times he would be carrying either dead bodies or people who had to go to the hospital, and there's no healthcare, nothing. So he was the person who eventually took me to that place and to be able to do my paperwork. Thank you. Thank you.
I think that was a great setup because we've been talking about objects in collections. And now you can see where those objects and collections come from. It's not an easy schlep from there to here. And really the Manchiali folks right now may not even understand what an archive is, but then future generations who maybe do go to an urban area would be very appreciative of this material. So that is the whole ethical question of doing this without people really understanding is so complicated. Okay, we have built in a couple of minutes more for like people to just mingle and talk, maybe? Or do we go directly?
We have 1 minute.
Oh, just 1 minute. Because we did a previous, okay, that's fine. All right, we have 1 session left. And after this, we'll have the Dean of HLS coming in to help us close out. If it was India, we would have more pomp and circumstance. We'll just imagine we're garlanding each other and so on. Oh, the Dean's already here. Yeah. All right, so every year, we try to kind of think back and for what we've accomplished in that year. This year was a year of great growth for our project for CoRSAL because I moved from UNT to IU. And what we found is that we didn't lose everything at UNT, we've actually gained another institution. So from being a 1 institution, 1 person project at UNT, it grew to a 1 institution, 1 person project to 1 institution, many people project. You've heard a lot of them talk today. And now as I've moved to IU, it's become a 2 institution and many people project in the sense that there have been many incredible students added on to the project. And I thought the best way for you to see CoRSAL year in review is just to hear from them. Because each of them has taken on a different aspect of the CoRSAL activities, set of activities that we have to do. Ingestion of materials, the digitization of physical materials, publication and encouragement of content creation by Indigenous depositors, and then community outreach and a community project that's coming in as an example of some of the work that we're doing. So I'm just going to turn it over to our first speaker for this, and that's Sydney. And by the way, Sydney just finished working with Sadaf Munshi.
Yes.
Yeah.
About a week ago, I think. Hold on just a second. My parents are in town because my cousin is graduating from the other university tomorrow, and so my parents have come to actually. Okay, yeah, so as we said, my name is Sydney Weber. I am a first-year master's student here at IU. My undergrad was also here, and that is kind of how I got connected to this project because Shobhana was my linguistic structures professor. And I got sucked into an annotation project on Kamasa. We'll get to that in a little bit. And then over the summer, our previous curator departed, and I'm like here stepping into that interim curator role to keep this moving because it's very exciting work and good things that is going on. So we have various things in progress with the repository and with our digital collections. We've got the research, the community connections, the publication, the outreach and training. I'm definitely on the digital collections side of this. And there are roughly 4 stages that we could lump all of these processes into. We've got the transfer part where the very, very first step is obviously for someone to hear about CoRSAL and to contact us to say like, hey, I am interested in archiving my materials. What do we do with that? And so I will be switching back and forth. Never mind, that's a different version of the slide. Yeah, so how this works is we have a Google Drive, sometimes a Dropbox. It kind of depends on like the depositors' needs and the size of the files. But after that, we will co-create the metadata. So CoRSAL, we have the various types of metadata that we require. Things like, who created this? Like, what is the title of it? Things like that. And then the more optional stuff that we would still love to have, the things like the place name, like where was this created? Where is this file like pertinent to? Then one thing that I absolutely love that we have is the option for parallel titles. And we can add lots and lots and lots of those if we want. So you'll have the main title, could be in English, could be in a local language, but then a parallel title
would be a translation, say into Hindi or into Urdu. And so that is part of our metadata process. My job is to like get that information, to be in contact with the depositor saying like, hey, we still need this, or this file actually looks like it's the exact same as this one, but they're named different things. Stuff like that. And after all of that is checked, after we make sure like the sound plays, you can hear it, the video doesn't freeze after the first 3 seconds, that sort of thing, then that's when I get into contact with Mark Phillps. And he will suck them in. We call it kind of just like ingestion. I always think of like an image of like a flying saucer, like sucking up a cow. That is the mental image I have of how all of this works. And then once Mark makes that, like tells me that these things are in the system, you can go in, then we call it swooping the metadata, because by then we already have it in a Excel or like a Google Sheets format that we've been working on with the depositor. It's been checked for typos, for like random character issues, things like that. So once the files are ready in the digital library, I can just go back and forth and like, here's the spreadsheet, copy the title, put it in the metadata editor. And that takes, it depends on the file type. Photos is about 1.5 minutes to swoop all the metadata per file. Sound files, it can get a little bit longer. And so that gets interesting, let's say, when we have like 150 files, is the depositor doesn't necessarily see all that's going on behind the scenes. And so I find it often useful to say like, hey, this is how long it's going to take me to do this one part of the process. And that way we're communicating a little bit better about like the timeline, the process, how long they can expect this to take, because communication is like absolutely essential to what we're doing. This is the format we need for your metadata. This is what we mean by photographer for the creator role. That is where the controlled vocabularies that Mark Phillps was talking about earlier is absolutely extremely helpful. Like it's essential to make sure that we're all talking about the same thing when we're talking about these vocabulary items. And so one of the other things, this is a step that kind of spans these various parts of the process. Early on, I will ask the depositor for a thumbnail, just a photo that they want to like represent the language collection on the CoRSAL archive. I'll also ask for the landing page. Ana Luisa had the example for Beercore earlier with information about the community, about the number of speakers, about the like linguistic family that this language finds itself in. And so those also go up while or shortly after I finish swooping the metadata. And then comes the really fun part, when I get to write to the depositor and say, you know, after all this work that we have put in, I am delighted to let you know that this language collection is up and ready, or that batch number 3 of this other language collection is ready. And that's when we can start like copying and pasting URLs to say like, go talk about this, like let people know this is up and available. And I will mention this as a interesting aside as part of the process. Sometimes we can't get the collections up like in a time frame that the depositor might need for like grants to have like proof of like, yes, I have done things with the money you have given me. And so that is where we direct people to the happenings page. And Margaret is, I think, talking about a little bit more of that later, maybe?
That I know, but.
Well, so in that case, pretend I'm Margaret for a second, but we have the happenings page where, for example, the collection is now up, I'm happy to say, but one of our depositors was working off of a grant or a fellowship at, I want to say, the University of Edinburgh. And for
the sake of like his grants and whatnot, he wanted to have something marking the progress that he had made. So we did an announcement of like coming soon, the Angami Tenyide and related languages collection. And so we put that up, and about 2 weeks later, we had the collection up. But that's also something fun that we get to do, is just like, okay, everyone, keep your eyes peeled. We have this collection coming. And I don't want to take up all that much time because I know it's a group slot. I will tell you briefly about some of these depositors. We get to interact with a lot of different types of depositors. The institutional ones, like the Center for Cultural Linguistic Diversity, specifically Eastern Himalayas. So we're thinking that is people like Mark Post and Yankee Modi, currently based in Australia, and researchers that they work with for getting lots of different types or like branches of Tibeto-Burman languages. You guys have heard from Living Tongues Institute today. We're like delighted to partner with them. We also have the Amasi Foundation that we have worked with. We're currently trying to get some more of things that they have previously done up and visible on the archive. And then we also have our community members, or even more like academic linguistic department related depositors. So we have people who are either community members like Norboda Daily, researchers like Sadaf, or learners of these languages. Like Shigeki is a Japanese student who has been learning Gale. And so he has provided some of those like audio and video files that he has collected. This is the like happenings page announcement that I was referring to. And again, now this is up, but that is Savio is a native speaker of Angami Tenyide, and so he has been working on that one language and related ones. The current state of the archive, we have, last that was checked, 25 collections with about 63 languages and 4,718 items, primarily audio, video documentation, but we also have transcriptions and translations. That was actually what I was most recently working on with Macchiali, is the transcriptions and translations of things that they had already uploaded prior to me coming on the team. We also have photographs, manuscripts, dictionaries, like with Bierhor, and published works. And so now we have the repository, and I believe that is someone else's turn to speak. So I'm handing this off to my colleague Grayson Pettit. He has been working on, I will let him tell you what he's been working on.
I'm an MA student here. I've started working, originally taking on part of the work that Sydney was doing as far as curation, but I've moved mostly right now into what we do in-house at CoRSAL for digitizing physical materials. So just to get started, so here are some of the ones that we've already had in the collection and that have been digitized by us and we're continuing to work on. So this is the Aka language collection, or I think the Aka language resource. It's decades of research done by Inga Lill-Hansen from the 70s on. I think it was handed off to us in 2022. It includes, the classic, photos, narratives, songs, folk tales. And last summer, an IU grad student, Jose Benavides, visited Inga and her colleague, Sören Borch in Sweden to collect the final last few bits of, digitizable material and bring those back for us. Then we also have existing Robbins Burling's collection on Garo Damasa and other Garo languages. So collected over the course of his career, thanks to his son, Steve Burling, we've now received his entire collection of field notes, maps, teaching materials, and even some video footage from the 1940s of the Garo Hills, which is pretty cool. Moving on to the James Matisoff collection of his work on Wahoo and Kokborak. Includes materials from his field method courses offered at UC Berkeley, including his own field work with the Lhasa people in Thailand. It's also compiled into one of our CoRSAL occasional publications, Window onto a Vanished World, Latin text from Thailand in the 1960s. So there he is with his very well organized garage that we helped him offload into our collections. And then moving on now to what I've been working on this summer. This is the Ed Hillard collection on Mizo and Hakalai. He contacted us about 2 years ago looking for a place to store all these things. He participated in a PhD at, I think it was UC Berkeley, but he never finished. So he was left with all these extended thesis notes from his one-on-one interviews, glossing with a Mizo speaker. And so he was concerned that none of these have been published. His thesis was never published. And so he gave us 3 very well organized boxes, like file boxes of his thesis notes and any other kinds of different things that he would have. So here are a few examples of what was here. We have some very cool old newspapers and pamphlets and things from Mizo territory. Rare books. This one's from like 1898, I think, which is just a really interesting find. On an unrelated language, oddly enough. But and then we have, of course, an example of some of his thesis notes. They're just stacks and stacks of these. And we also had some audio tapes that were digitized as well with the help of the digitization. I have their exact name, their exact title on the next slide. But Michelle Dalmau really helped us out with that to get those digitized, because these are like reel-to-reel tapes. So very difficult and to do those on our own. So here's sort of the workflow that I took this summer. I worked with 4 fabulous undergrad student assistants, trained them on the digitization tools and how to use the flatbed scanners that we would need to. We then went through and indexed them all, which is sort of a prerequisite to actually creating the metadata for all these items, just to sort of index, because these ones would have, physical descriptions. Because when you're dealing with, 3 boxes of like assorted notebooks, it's not really useful for metadata to have like, oh, this is a blue notebook titled this and that, but it's extremely useful to us as we're going through, and then we actually scan them. And we have filed and organized those away in physical storage. We had to, look into archiving standards as far as like acid-free paper and things like that. And then we organize and upload the digital files for the UNT Digital Library. And through this, wonderful partnerships across campus, we scanned them actually probably just down the hall over there. Here at the IU Library and the digitization lab upstairs, also here at the library. Challenges and considerations, it's just the storage of these digitized materials, because once we're scanning these at Archival, 400 DPI quality, these are huge files, huge amounts of files, especially if you're scanning a whole book or a whole stack of thesis notes. So those were some considerations that we had to work through. Currently, we're storing them in, I think, the high performance computing storage here at IU. So something that can give us the amount of terabytes we need as opposed to passing them around on flash drives or whatever. And standardizing our metadata so that from the index to the final metadata entry, everything is in line and right. And yeah, the output prepared digitized files and they're ready for a metadata scoop and whatever comes next. So yeah, I'll hand it off to Alex.
Do you have one more slide?
Do I?
Do one more slide? Yes.
Oh, yeah, I do. So this is what we're actually going to be doing next. So this was last summer. This is what's going to be coming up this year. So that was, so we did 3 file boxes over the summer, and this is 3 dozen, maybe. And these are all courtesy of Norman Sy. He worked from the 1950s until his death in 2023 on the Mundo languages. And I'm sure others, we've seen them before earlier today. And so they're in very extreme risk of endangerment. They're understudied, especially with regard to, typology, internal, makeup of the family and contact phenomena with languages. And so, having these digitized is just access to a wealth of information that would not be possible without CoRSAL here. And our ability to scan stuff in-house and put these onto our digital library. And now I'm going to hand it off to Alex.
Thank you.
So I will be talking about CoRSAL occasional publications. I'm going to try to move a little bit fast because I think we're getting a little bit short on time. So CoRSAL occasional publications provides a venue for further analysis of the audio and video language documentation materials archived at CoRSAL. In particular, we encourage the publication of interlinear gloss text for views. So this is sort of the next step of things that end up on CoRSAL, is that we can then create CoRSAL occasional publications. If you look at that table right over there, you'll see 3 of our latest works. So volume 1, 2, and 3 of COPS, or CoRSAL occasional publications. So the first one being the annotated text of the languages of the Brock Valley. And that is over there if you want to peruse it a little bit. I came in at the third volume, so I'm not going to say too much about these first two because I don't really have like a great idea of this. This was also mentioned by Grayson. This is the Latin text, and they're right over there.
I can mention that JB is here and he helped with all of the landscaping and flexing that created that second one.
Yes, so if you have questions about that, then
Ask JB.
that's the guy. So I came in here at volume 3, which was Binodini's Crimson Rain Clouds, a learning module. So this was a book kind of aimed at, well, as it says, a learning module aligned with plays. So this was really interesting to make, and we also tried to sort of like standardize like the LaTeX template for further publications. So then talking about 3 of our upcoming pipeline projects that I'm working on. So a lot of what I currently do is I meet with people that are interested in making like a COPS publication and talk about like how to get their data into a format that like makes sense for people to like read or like learn from or benefit from generally. So this one is right on the edge, like we're just about to publish this one. But it is a Nanopuri historical text comparison collection. So this was made, the original data was in SFM format, and then we converted that to a Flex database so that we could look through it a little bit easier and do some cleanup and standardization. There's also the use of the height glossing. I can't really go into that now. If you have questions, please ask Shobhana. And it offers a diachronic comparison of the Nanopuri language. Additionally, we're working with CoRSAL on the WIPO dictionary. So this is currently a like Word document that I am converting to Flex along with his help. So we have a lot of regular meetings to talk about like the format of what's there, what can be like standardized, and like what the goals for the end publication are. And then we also have borrowed text annotation. So this has been automatically converting Devanagari's script to IPA. As you might guess, there is like programs for this already, but for the specific use case of the orthography that they're using, it's not really actually IPA, it's like a pseudo IPA. So there's been some like back and forth about how to like best create that script for the conversion. And then I'm merging these existing projects for like one giant project so that we can do some more database cleanup. If you have more questions about those, feel free to ask me. But I do want to move on to actually, oh, this is still me. Okay. In addition to COPS, I'm also in IMLS. There's not much on this slide, so I will just kind of tell you. So we're working with like Oksana and people at UNT on the library sciences project. So far, the idea is to kind of work with language communities on like the best methods of like contributing to archives, not specifically CoRSAL, but like just what the benefits of using an archive are in general. And once again, I think Oksana talked a fair amount about that, so I won't go like too into detail there. Okay, and then
is
Lauren?
Is Lauren here?
I'm here in the Zoom.
Oh, she's
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, great. Thank you so much, Alex. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person today, but have loved hearing from everybody. I'm going to talk a little bit about the differential marking project. It's one of several research projects that you're about to hear about that have been made possible by all the rich data stored in CoRSAL. So things like audio transcripts, transcripts of traditional stories, procedural texts, public service announcements, things like that, that have been archived in CoRSAL can be super useful for linguistic analysis, specifically corpus studies, which really help us out when we're studying patterns that it's hard to discern by just looking at individual sentences. So the differential marking project focuses on Dimasa, which is a Boro-Garo language in the Tibeto-Burman language family. It's spoken in Assam and Nagaland in Northeast India. And for this project, we're using 62 Dimasa texts that are archived in CoRSAL. These were compiled by Jonathan Evans and Drew Langthessa while writing their grammar of Demasa. And so of these texts, 30 of them have morphosyntactic glossing in Flex, and 18 have semantic annotations in Elan. And so we're using the Demasa corpus in CoRSAL to investigate differential marking, which is a type of alternate morphosyntax used to indicate a semantic role, typically agent or patient. And I'll give you guys an example if someone can change the slide. Great. So for example, you might have an agent that occurs with an agentive marker, no marker, or a focus marker. So Tibeto-Burman languages are really well known for differential marking of the agent role. Earlier descriptions have referred to these alternations as optional case marking, optional ergative marking, pragmatic ergative marking, but patients can also be encoded differentially. So for instance, in example 1 here, my husband waited and killed the big tiger. You see that tiger is marked with the patient marking, that is this K marking right here. But it's also possible in this context to omit the K, and speakers can't easily identify the reason for the meanings obtained with or without the use of K. In contrast, in example 2, later the old man called the dog over to him. Sisha should be dog and not pig. But we see that Sisha here is marked with K. And in this example, the K cannot be omitted. And that's typically true of ditransitive in general, but it's not a hard and fast rule. So we just provide this example to show that the syntactic and semantic parameters that predict when K will occur are really hard to tell just by looking at the data on a clause-by-clause basis. So previous literature has identified a really wide variety of semantic, syntactic, and information structural features, that can influence whether differential marking occurs in a particular language. So if someone will go to the next slide. So in this project, we're really seeking to understand what combination of features is important for differential marking in Demasa in particular. We need a large team to do this. We need a lot of different skills: Python for querying, statistical analysis, grammatical and semantic analysis, use of linguistic software. So we have a really big team, as you can see, and also several people who are not included on this slide. But we hope that our workflow and methods for this project will be replicable and can be used for querying over annotated corpora in other similar languages. So now I think Daniel Swanson is going to talk to you about our ASR research.
I'm Daniel. I've been working on trying to do ASR for mainly Longcom, which was, so when we're dealing with these large collections, we often have a lot of audio, and for analysis purposes, it would be nice if we had text, but text takes a long time. So, and if we get a computer to help with that, and so Rolando Cotto-Solano had started making a process for training speech recognition models on aligned like Elan files, and my role has been to take his code and try to make it as easy for non-technical people to use as possible. Not quite to the point of here's a web page, click go, because you need a supercomputer to actually do that, and but anyway. So yeah, and then I think Misa was next.
Yeah, thank you. That was very, a short presentation for a long process, but basically that was it. It just took us a while to get it done, but that's how you explain it. Yes. And Misam, we will reduce you to 3 minutes rather than 4.
Yeah, hi everyone, I'm Misam and I'm a PhD student in the linguistic department and I'm a Fulbright scholar from Pakistan. Saraiki is my native language and I met Professor Shobhana and tools for documenting endangered languages and before that I was like aware of the CoRSAL. I was talking to Sadaf about the CoRSAL collection that I was looking when I was in Pakistan. So I requested her that I really want to work on my language and want to add this language to CoRSAL. So like Saraiki belongs to Lahda group of Northwestern languages and it has 25 million speakers. And 2023, the census says that it's the 4th largest language in the country, and still it has very minimal documentation. And the reason behind that are mostly political and some academics, like we saw in the Sadaf presentation that Saraiki was spelled as Siraki. So which is the kind of like, which makes a kind of completely different language. We as a, I am part of, also part of Saraiki activist movement. So we kind of like decided that Saraiki are the standard spelling that we'll be using. Also like there are many projects where people, they don't know whether they just say that this is Saraiki, but they tag it as a Punjabi or other language. So that these kind of things happen in past years that made it like Saraiki with minimal attention from the linguists and other communities. So yeah, so that's the reason. And in the summer, this 2024, I got a fellowship from the Har India program where I went to Pakistan to collect Saraiki data, which ultimately I'll be adding to CoRSAL collections. So what I did, like I collected 4 hours of national data of Saraiki, which include kind of like 43 files, audio files, which includes like folk tales, Sufi tales. Sufi tales are because like Saraiki is rich in Sufism and mysticism. So we have lots of Sufi tales there and conversation and personal narratives of people. So I like managed to transcribe all of the data in Saraiki, 4 hours of data, that's a huge data. And now I'm working on English translation and IGT of this text. And once it's ready, I'll hand over to Sydney to.
I want to thank all of our student presenters because, so this is by way of summarizing our year in review, right? So thank you all for presenting on that. You can see from step to step how much we've grown in our challenges just because, starting with Sydney's presentation, the volume of stuff that's coming in. Living Tongues, you saw how much they're going to be giving us. We have things coming in from CCLD, from Mark Post's outfit. You saw from the digitization work that Grace and Pettit is doing that we are now using supercomputing Slate, our Slate account on supercomputing, because we can't fit that stuff on another drive anywhere else. We just have a lot of things coming in from the digitization side and from the digital, already born digital. And we need 10 Sydneys and 5 Graysons to cover this, and we don't have them. This is where we are in our year in review. You also saw that we're doing the CoRSAL occasional publications, as Alex has shown, requires a lot of hands-on work with native speakers who are working on their languages. The reason I started working on this is because I really wanted to help people, encourage them to collect, to then to analyze and reuse. And in India right now, people don't use naturalistic data very much because they don't know how to do those steps. And I thought if we had the publication there, we could tempt them and say, you can get a DOI for your digital object, but you can also publish with us and get a physical object, which is what they want to do to show that they've done things in the Indian academic setting. So that was the purpose of it, and it's working too well. We have so many of those in queue. So we need several Alexes as well, because she also brings computational skills to that. And in ASR, we have the faster we could go with the transcription, the faster we can move to the other stages. So what I'm trying to say is that we're doing really, really well, I think, but we're doing well in the sense that we can't grow anymore without thinking of the next stages. And I'm looking to our fantastic advisory board, to our next meeting, folks. We gotta meet. We need your help to think about the next year. So when we meet next year, I hope we're able to tell you how we've solved this problem. I know we will. We'll find money, we'll find places, we'll find people. My solution for this, as I've finished my comments here before we do our closing ceremony, is that we actually get 4 or 5 PIs, not one PI. And we'll have a digital, like somebody who's a curation PI. It's involved in their research. They will oversee what Grayson and a team does. Somebody who does curation and is interested in that, maybe a metadata PI. And I would do outreach and COP. So we need several people to be co-directors, each with a research interest in an aspect, one of the aspects of CoRSAL that you've seen. I feel that this will lend to sustainability equal to our growth. Otherwise, we're going to have to sort of cancel some of it and focus only maybe on the digital or only on the curation of legacy materials and so on. So that I have a lot of good news and a lot of like, we'll work towards the future of this project as it grows. But let's give our students a big hand for
We have to do a picture of them.
we will, and maybe we can do it at the end. So
Yeah.
don't go anywhere at the end,
Yeah,
we'll do a
don't
bunch of different photographs. All right, I want to thank a bunch of people who have come here for our closing ceremony. And we will start first with some plan talking. So Purnima, may I ask you to come first and I'll just introduce you. And I know you haven't prepared anything. And that's fine.
This is my nightmare.
You don't have to say anything, you can just stand here and say, this is Purnima. And IU has these centers in different parts of the world, I guess. And there's one in India and it's in Delhi.
Yes.
And I can ask your title.
I'm the academic director of the IU India Gateway Office.
And the IU India Gateway Office. And so Pedro, who was here this morning, suggested that we do a follow-up in India. And I thought that was a great idea because then we can have speaker communities come in. So our plan for India was the following, that we would have, would you like to sit down?
Yes.
Our plan for India was that we would have 2 days. On the first day, we would have institutional partners come in, like IGNCA, IITs, the folks that we work with in the different universities there, Delhi University, where you visited, have them all come and just talk about archiving and what's the state of shared, open access and so on with language documentation. And so now we're talking about the Delhi Gateway. Thank you, Shane. And so that would be the first day. And then the second day, we have speakers of Naga languages from Tetso College who are going to be coming, and also speakers from Jharkhand, perhaps, or I don't know, Mary Gerard, another one of our partners, has some folks from the Munda language area that might be interested in coming to learn about archiving. So that would be a true workshop. And we thought that would be a really nice extension of what we're doing here. So that's really what I wanted to tell you, that something is going to be happening in India. You may hear from me and I might say, please come and help us with that, either virtually help or be there in person with us to help with those 2 days. I just finished talking about India, but yeah, but you already said you thought it was a good idea. So that's good. All right. Okay, I really wanted to take this next step. I mean, I'm going to ask Dean to come forward. I really wanted to take this time to make a big deal about something, and that is that because of our great lawyers on either side, we were able to sign an agreement between our 2 universities to say that CoRSAL is a joint research project, and really bring it up to a place where we can use the expertise in both and the, all the, what is it called? Yeah, everything that each of these universities are able to afford. And I thought it would be great if, as the Dean of the Hamilton Lugar School of Global Studies, could come and speak to us about our outlook at IU for working in a global sphere. So Dean John, don't want to mispronounce your
Dean John Ciorciari.
Ciorciari. Thank you for coming.
It requires a room full of linguists. But thank you, Shobhana. It's really nice to see you all. I'm glad I was able to attend the latter part of this really nice symposium for CoRSAL. I should say I'm an international lawyer and I have an interest, but I'm also the dutiful son of a librarian. And so I've long had an interest in human rights archiving. And a lot of the work that I've had the privilege of being part of over the years dovetails very much with what you're doing here, and that is to preserve important aspects of history and identity for populations that might otherwise be under threat. I wish I had recalled to bring it today, but I've worked for a long time in Cambodia with a documentation center that was set up years ago to deal with the aftermath of the Khmer Rouge atrocities in that country. And one of the symbols that we use are called slukrit, which are pieces of palm leaf that for centuries were used by Cambodian monks to preserve history, language, and culture during periods of oppression. So whether it was Siamese or Cham kingdoms that had sort of trampled on Khmer cultural patrimony and sovereignty, or whether it was the French colonial rule or later on the Khmer Rouge, these dried leaves, some of which are on display in my home office, are a way that that culture and the language have been preserved over centuries. And it's a physical manifestation of what you all are doing online and in other ways to preserve these languages that are under duress. So I want to thank you for all the work that you're doing, Shobhana, and everybody else who's involved at CoRSAL to preserve language and cultural heritage in and around South Asia. I admire the fact that you've brought together specialists from so many different disciplines, from library and information science, from linguistics, from South Asian culture and history, to archive these under-resourced languages. It's very much aligned with our mission across the way at the Hamilton Lugar School to bring diverse scholarly perspectives to key issues in global and area studies. We at the Hamilton Lugar School, as you may know, are proud to teach more, or at least as many languages as any other university in the country, and also to do cutting-edge research on language-adjacent topics that deal with culture and history, such as linguistics, literature, cultural heritage, and preservation. In fact, I invite all of you in a few weeks to come to a Global and Area Perspective Symposium we're having on November 1st and 2nd, where one of the panels that we're going to feature is about linguistic preservation right here in Indiana among the Chin migrant community from Myanmar. And so your work aligns very well with our efforts to translate academic knowledge from different disciplines into practical impact that benefits the communities with which we engage as scholars. And I know that the archives and other resources that you're creating are really a major contribution in that regard and very meaningful to the communities that you engage with. So I'm glad that we can support this collaboration between IU and the University of North Texas. I'm also happy we get to host you. I saw some of you earlier in the atrium for lunch, and that you'll have a reception at Hamilton Lugar. I'll just tell you a tiny bit about the school. If you haven't heard already, the Hamilton Lugar School has 4 different departments: international studies, but also 3 area studies departments: Middle East languages and cultures, Central Eurasian studies, and East Asian languages and cultures. And we also have more than 20 different centers, institutes, and programs, including the DAR India Studies program, which is a major sponsor of the symposium. We also have a number of other units that have contributed, as you may know, like our Southeast Asian Studies program, our Center for the Study of Middle East, and the Islamic Studies program, alongside the many other partners on campus that have supported this effort. And it's a real testament both to the breadth of interest and support for what you're doing, but it's also a great indication of why IU, along with North Texas, is a great locus for this kind of activity, because there's so many interested constituencies in the work that you're conducting. I should mention a few other things that we have going on at IU and Hamilton Lugar that are related. One is our Global Indigenous Studies Network, which examines how identities are tied with linguistic practices and is trying to grapple with the fact that, as you all know better than I, more than 3,000 languages worldwide are at least arguably on the brink of extinction. We also, in mid-November at Hamilton Lugar, will be hosting a conference of the Global Indigenous Studies Network. And some of you may find that of interest to your scholarly work. Moreover, our Center for Latin American and Caribbean Studies has a minority languages and cultures project that is linked to the Indigenous Studies Network and that's offering grants to scholars and students who are working on languages in Pharaoh. And so there's a lot of activity that intersects with CoRSAL, and that makes me all the happier to see that you are in the process of, well, I guess you've completed the agreement with the University of North Texas, as Shobhana said, and that you have lots of prospects for a long-term commitment to pursue this shared mission of preserving languages in and around South Asia. And so I hope this is the first of many conferences of its kind at IU or at the Gateway or otherwise that we can participate in this venture going forward. I appreciate you letting me have a few minutes with you, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the evening. And congratulations on all the wonderful work you're doing.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming by, and Dean Rick van Putten. It's been a very long day. My dean was wanting to be here as well, but he is at an observatory in Arizona looking at stars, I think, or yeah, it's good to be here. But he also sends well wishes to us. So I believe, was there anything else we had to discuss, and or did we? No. So shall we give ourselves a round of applause and thank you all for being here. We now have a reception, and Sandra Kubler, the chair of linguistics, will be there to welcome us and say hello, and we will have something to drink and eat. It's also the Lotus Festival this weekend. So after the reception, we can decide what we want to do, but I'm very happy if I can take some of you out. We can go downtown and enjoy IU.
The Lotus Festival is.
Do you know what the Lotus
It's a
Festival?
World Music Festival held in Bloomington every year. It's incredible.
Yes, it is an incredible festival. Okay, thanks a lot, everyone. See you over at Hamilton Liver. It's where you got your lunches, and it's the same. Yes. Oh, yeah. Jane, thank you for doing such a great job, and for everyone.
We need to bring people up for photos.
Yes,
We need a photo, we need students first.